Again, was that a local vendor problem? And that's not that long ago.
A wrong ballot, that's a human error. A wrong ballot is a human error somehow, either by punching a button or putting the wrong ballot in the envelope. You know, one of the many envelopes that we have to pack for a single absentee voter. It's a substantial process.
Thank you for taking on this job, and I don't want to cut. All right, Senator Chaplin, we got a few more, and yeah, my apologies, Senator Chaplin, then a few more. Senator Campson, you are to that point exactly, or you want to? All right, Senator Chaplin, please.
Afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
What I kind of want to ask about, Senator Tedder hit on a little bit, but I would like a little bit more clarity. What exactly, how much work exactly is this going to put directly on our county elections office with this? What exactly is some of the work they're going to be doing, and how tight are these timeframes going to be for them?
Timeframes are different county to county based on the fact that whatever congressional district they may be in. The more difficult ones will be the ones that have been subdivided, where the county has been subdivided by a congressional line. And within those subdivisions, the way they subdivided these, if they split precincts, which we didn't previously, but if they split precincts, that we'll have to spend a fair amount of time with that. The good thing is that those splits are usually not. They're in larger counties, and those counties hopefully can address those issues. But there's a short time frame from the time we shut down our voting system for the runoff until we have to mail out those UOCAVA ballots. That's I think 10 working days. No, I'm sorry, it's 10 days or maybe 7 days. I don't. So it's going to be a lot of work, but a lot of it will be just determining which precincts are going where. If it's a full precinct, it makes it easy. If it's a partial precinct, then that's going to have to be decided almost street by street, which side of the street's in which congressional district. We know that there are about 40 to 50 of these split precincts among those places that were subdivided by this congressional line, i.e., Charleston, Richland, Rock Hill, Pickens County. Thank goodness I'm from Greenville, so I have to speak to that. At least they stayed out of the city of Greenville proper area. But those have to be determined simply. Spartanburg is going to be, they're going to have to probably look at 4 or 5 precincts to determine where these splits are because they're not complete precincts.
What exactly is the type of work that our counties are going to have to doing with this, and are we confident that we'll be able to get it done in the correct amount of time?
Well, as long as the county people will hang in there with us and work with us, we can do it. We can get it done. But those are going to be longer hours, especially where we're going to have to make these decisions on these split precincts. That's where the difficulty lies. But again, it will be each county as they can do. Now, in a county where they only have 1.5 workers, we're going to have to provide some help in there to help those people do that. Charleston County, they've got plenty of employees to redistribute around and figure out these splits. Once we get through the runoff process and we certify the runoff election, then we can get in there and start doing our work, but not before.
So you're confident that even though the timelines are tight, they're doable, and that while it's going to require a lot of work, it's not an overwhelming amount that's not surmountable.
It's overwhelming, but not insurmountable. Okay?
Thank you, sir.
Unfortunately, time frames and short time frames do contribute back to what we mentioned before, a personal error, a person's mistake. If we can stay away from those, we'll be a whole lot better off.
Thank you, sir. I want to go back to the military ballots because this one's near and dear to me. I've had the opportunity to vote by ballot, both from Iraq and Afghanistan during my active duty service. Appreciate it. Very close to the heart there. And I think this is a military tradition going back to the Civil War. We've been voting by mail for a very, very long time in the military. How will these military members, if this bill goes forward and passes, what kind of notice will they receive saying that their vote did not count in the congressional primary?
I'm sure you've had experience with the Federal Voting Assistance Program. I'm sure they are going to help us send notices out to all of their voting directors and, all the way down. And so hopefully that information will get disseminated out. But as far as we're concerned, it'll be in that ballot that they receive saying, here's a new ballot for this reason. General Assembly changed law, and this affects us in this way.
So basically, you, military member, you did everything right. You requested your ballot. You submitted it, but the rules changed while voting was active, and here's your new ballot. Is that correct?
In essence, yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay. Are you aware of any other time in the last, we'll say, 100 years that's ever happened that we have canceled ballots mid-process for not just military members, but any election in South Carolina while voting is in progress that we have canceled and said?
Personally, I have not, but I know we've had lawsuits that have thrown elections out beforehand. But personally, I don't remember any.
So never happened where military ballots were just thrown in the trash because Columbia decided to change the rules mid-process.
Senator, let me say, we don't throw any ballot in the trash.
Discard the vote.
We discard the vote, okay? And
we do invalidate a military member's vote.
We do keep all those ballots, and they are properly secured for the proper 22 months.
Gotcha. Do you think the timeline is adequate for military members to receive new ballots and then recast their vote after the rules have been changed on them?
According to the UOCAVA deadlines, that's proposed to address. And so we have to have confidence in at least those deadlines, and that's why it's important for us to meet those deadlines to make sure we don't cause any military overseas. We don't want them to miss their opportunity to cast a ballot. They've dictated that we need this amount of time to make that happen, and that's why we're meeting these very strict deadlines.
Okay. Now, when you're deployed, it's not uncommon to move around. I was a C-17 pilot, and I would bounce country to country, and throughout that time, my APO address would periodically change. When those new ballots go out, or the notice that your vote was thrown out, does it go to the previous APO that it was requested from, or is there an opportunity for military members to send some kind of communication to say, I'm at this address now, not at the previous address?
Almost all of the UOCAVA are communicating by email, and hopefully sometimes very secure email, but by email. And so they're receiving their ballot through an enhanced encrypted process to wherever they have on their application. That's usually not an APO number.
Gotcha. So email is where they should be looking and checking.
Whatever they have been voting, however they were voting for June, they would be voting the same way for August and for November.
So that they would get an email letting them know about that, or
correct?
Okay, good. I'm glad that we can use email now, because that was not the case when I was
only for military overseas. Please keep that in mind. People think, well, if they can do it overseas, we can vote electronically here. No, that's a very special exception for military overseas.
Thank you for clarifying that. Earlier, when you said that the intention is to anybody who has already cast a military ballot will automatically receive. It didn't sound like, to be fair to you completely, this is uncharted territory. Like, as you said, we've never done this before. But it didn't sound like you were 100% sure that we had the legal cover to send out new ballots for people that have already voted. Should we be looking at any kind of amendment or clarifying that in this bill to give you guys the necessary cover that you can, if somebody has previously requested an overseas military ballot, we changed the rules, that vote was discarded. Can we help ensure that it is automatic that they get another ballot?
We would definitely appreciate some further guidance, but I can tell you right now, if nothing changes, we're going to assume that first application is good for the runoff, because we're going to err in favor of the voter, because that's what we do.
I appreciate that. Last question for me. How much emergency funding would be ideal should this bill pass to your organization?
We're looking at anywhere from 5.3 to $6 million.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Right. Senator Bright,
I just lit up the room.
Senator Campson.
Thank you, Mr. Belangio, and thank you for your years of service in conducting elections in Greenville County, or the city of Greenville. Is it the city or the count? It's county.
I was county.
Yeah. And I do have a question with regards to the fact that we're going to have more split precincts. We're going to have a lot of people moving into different congressional districts. They'll be voting in a different. They didn't move. We moved the district, and so
they won't be voting at a different place, Senator. They will vote at their normal location.
I understand that, but you do have to update the voter files.
Correct.
And when will you do that so that people actually are voting in the right, casting a ballot for the congressional district they are now in? And how long will that process, when are you going to do that? How long will that process take?
First of all, we can't start that process until we certify any runoff elections. So that Friday, when the state certifies that, that Saturday we will start looking at reassigning the voters to the new congressional districts. Now, we have from that Friday until, I guess, about 10 days or so, to July 4th, to create the changes and prepare ballots for mail out. So, and we're talking a very short time frame. That's why I'm sort of glad we only have 40 to 50 splits, but then we do have 40 to 50 splits.
That's more than we have now.
Yes, sir, because when you redrew, when reapportionment took place, one of the stipulations y'all had was to draw total precincts, and y'all did that, and thank you so very much.
Okay, so how long will that process, can you get the process done, updating the voter files? Can you get that done in, you said 10 days?
Yeah, most of it will be done electronically. Most of it will be done electronically, where we take an entire county maybe and move them from one congressional district to another, or we take precincts in total.
But the split precincts are what cause you the problem.
Right, and those are going to have to be done almost manually, and we hope that can be done short order. But again, that's a manual thing and prone to what? Mistakes, manual, personal mistake. We hope not. We will have double, triple checks everywhere along the line. Charleston County is one of the problem areas, and I sure hope that Charleston can jump on this and help us get that done. But every county will have some sort of change. But our biggest problems are our major metropolitan areas.
Thank you.
Senator Massey.
Mr. Chairman, to follow up on that, if you have candidate filing that opens on June 1st, how much time are you going to need to implement new maps so that when a candidate comes into the office to file, that you know which district he or she's in?
We're going to have to depend on maps to do the filing. Now, again, keep in mind that everybody who files is in a precinct, okay? They're in a precinct. We can determine what precinct they're in, and with the maps and with our electronic
Will you have
PDFs.
Will you have that information immediately?
The maps and the PDF files, absolutely.
So,
I mean, when y'all pass it, if y'all pass it, when you pass it, those electronic files are, people printed maps, within hours of what happened in the House.
you're likely to see, whenever the Senate acts, if the House has to act again, the governor's action, I suspect you'll see some type of a judicial action. If you get something final, May 28th, May 29th, May 30th, June 1st, I mean, you're going to be looking at hard copies to determine whether. I mean, let's use the first as an example, right? Because we've got like 47 candidates who've filed to run under the old lines. You're probably going to have 52 candidates, whatever, who are going to file under the new lines. Even if you don't charge them money, you're going to have to take steps to ensure that they're actually in the first versus the seventh, aren't you?
Absolutely. And, those steps will be, find where they are on the map and figure out which district they're in. But the first place of that will be find their precinct. If their precinct is split, then guess what? We're going to have to drill down to that precinct and actually look at streets.
Well,
It's a monumental task.
And that was my concern, really, because you mentioned 40-something split precincts, which is considerably more than what we have now, what we've had in the past. My understanding is that those splits are along the border of the 1st and the 7th, along the border of the 5th and of the proposed 5th and 6th, along the border of
Sure.
the proposed 4th and 5th,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
The splits, well, I mean, I guess this makes sense. It's got to be this way, but the splits are on the dividing lines of the districts.
Yes, sir.
And it just so happens that the real splits are on the borders of the districts where you don't have current incumbents running for reelection. The 1st and 5th.
Our desire is that these candidates don't live in one of those split precincts, of course. Now, but if it is, then, we do have the wherewithal to find out exact. It may take a little bit of time.
Well, the question is,
But-
are you going to have a little bit of time?
Well, that candidate's going to sit right there with us and work with us to find out exactly which district is it. They're going to have a district to file for before they walk out of our office.
Okay, so you think this is going to be something that when a candidate comes in June 1st, June 2nd, whenever, that you would have the ability to resolve any conflict there, any doubt there in a matter of minutes or hours?
It may take a little bit more than a minute or two, but yeah, and hopefully within an hour we should be able to deal with that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Real quick, and again, others behind me yet, a month and a half, 2 months, how long now that you've been serving as executive director?
About 5 weeks upon certification from y'all. Thank y'all. Thank y'all for taking care of me.
Like my wife says, of a year married to me is serving dog years. You have effectively had many years in your 5 weeks, and so I commend you for that. Quick question, and to the point of other states where this has been carried out, are you looking at other states and wishing we'd done it a little differently? Again, that's not going to change where we are, but in terms of historical basis, has it ever been done in this amount of time in any other state?
I'm a South Carolinian, born and bred. my election experience is only South Carolina. What happens in some of these other states, I'm sorry, I might read about them, but it's a passing thing. But my concern is South Carolina and our elections.
Very good. All right, Senator Bright, I know you can. You've already from the floor. Senator Bright is back up, and then we got Senator Bond.
Yeah, I'd let it pass because we left the subject, but it seems like we're back on the subject. Unless something's changed, if you're in a split precinct and you're in a different congressional district, it doesn't matter because in South Carolina, unless the laws change, you could run in any congressional district as long as you're a resident of the state, correct?
But we have to assign them to the proper
Right.
district, right?
But they can still run regardless if they're in the district or not.
Federal law says that anybody in the state of South Carolina may run for any congressional seat. Federal law. There may be a difference in state, how the state has determined that, but federal law is that they have to be a resident elector of the state.
Senator Devine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And let me just say this. The last time you were there and I was here, I was voting for you, and thank you so much because you are showing us now in the last couple of weeks that we certainly voted for the right person. So I do want to say that. Now, with that, I've got several questions. Please bear with me. I tried to take notes so I didn't keep popping in. So when you were answering questions from the senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder, you mentioned June 5th. That is the date, that's the filing deadline for the new primary. You said that would be a drop dead date, meaning that would be if this schedule got moved at all, it couldn't, basically you're saying this schedule cannot be moved at all. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
What I'm saying is that, that date gives us a chance from the election standpoint to conduct them properly in August.
A chance.
Past that day for filing, okay, then everything else gets skewed. We have trouble making the deadline of UOCAVA mail-outs because that compresses everything else in. So when that is, we started with our UOCAVA deadlines and backed up, because that is a hard and fast deadline for us. Unfortunately, it's July 4th, but we dropped that back. But during the period of the primary, everything we do is primary related. We could not get into filing after the runoff is certified because we don't have time to do that and meet the UOCAVA deadline. So that June 5th deadline for filing, has to be solid because anything else is going to put us in jeopardy of not meeting the proper federal deadlines.
So that's actually 2 weeks from this Friday.
All my days are running together. I'm sorry, Senator.
And I say that because I think a lot of people don't realize, they're thinking, oh, June, that's 2 weeks from this Friday. Right, okay. You talked about, and you answered the question for Senator Chaplin, it's overwhelming but not insurmountable. And I like your optimism. But as someone who has seen very innocent human error, and you mentioned human error, when timelines are crunched and you have people who are manually having to split districts, move ballots, produce ballots, what do you, from your experience, where do you think that the likelihood of human error plays in that condensed time frame?
Two things are working in our favor. One, these splits are in places where they have sufficient staff to be able to deal with that, so it's not one person, two people trying to do it, even with the help of the State Election Commission. So that works in our favor. The second part of that is that probably 23, 24 counties are not affected by these maps. So those are issues we don't have to deal with. Optimism has to be there. If I was not optimistic, if I was pessimistic, I wouldn't be standing here telling you we can even get close. But I'm optimistic. The human error, we hope that it doesn't happen But, you're going to have one or two mistakes, but that's out of how many ballots that are going to be cast. And I know that's being frivolous, but it is the reality that, will one ballot make a difference? I can't answer that question because we don't know how close the races are. But if it is, it is. Hope that's nothing of mine. But the whole idea of trying to conduct these elections to the best of our abilities is what we do. And I can tell you that you won't find many more dedicated groups of people other than, that our election officials are, including our poll workers, but our county people are dedicated. Now, we have a few that may not quite be there. But we also provide that backup if we need to. The idea is to reduce the error. One of my statements that I make to my staff, elections, it is a zero error place. We can't afford to make an error. And so it's double, triple, quadruple check behind everything and everybody 3 times, to make sure that things get done. We would like to have the time to do the double, triple, quadruple checks, but I promise you there'll be plenty of tests of the system before people vote. Now, absentee, that's a whole different ballgame because of the issues with, vendors, but not as much as the Postal Service. Right now we're having some difficulty with the Postal Service and getting these absentee ballots properly delivered. Because they changed their reading system where they read barcodes and that sort of thing. So it's not a fun time to be in elections at all, but I'm glad I'm here.
I got a Christmas card in March, so I feel your pain. You mentioned, we talked a lot about the military ballots, and they would be automatic. Are government contractors who are serving overseas, are they considered part of the military, or are they the regular absentee?
Yeah, you know what? I can't answer that question because it's been so long since I've looked at the UOCAVA application to know how broad it might be. So I'm sorry, I'm going to beg off on that one.
But based on your reading of the law, all the folks who were absentee would automatically get their ballot?
Uniformed Overseas Citizens Act, UOCAVA stands for those overseas citizens as well. Military is the top dog, of course, in making sure they're met. But this affects anybody who is any overseas citizen fits into that UOCAVA process.
So those the UOCAVA are the ones that would be automatic. But if I was a college student and I've got an absentee, I'd have to ask again for another one in August?
First of all, we would probably try to mail you one, but you may not be wherever it is we mailed the one in June, because if you're a college student, you probably have gone back to school or you're home or whatever. Those become some issues that we have to deal with one-on-one.
And then you mentioned the splits, and you said significantly more, but under the guidelines previously, you mentioned there were no splits. So our current map, there are no precinct splits?
No, they're not. And including your Senate districts are not, I don't believe there are any split precincts in your Senate districts by design. That was not adhered to. Am I wrong?
This current, the House passed map?
No, I'm talking about
No.
the current one that before.
No, there are.
There are
13 VTD splits.
in the one that's current.
Proposed is 42.
Okay.
13 to 42. And you mentioned, this is my last question, you talked a little bit about the map and people knowing where they are. And some of us who live and breathe this, we know, but some people really just don't pay attention. And so Richland County on this current map, it would be 3 congressional districts. We're in 2 now, and it'll be 3, to include one that's currently represented by someone in upstate that folks in my area probably have no idea who that is. Is there anything as far as the Election Commission goes to even let people know that they are now in a new congressional district? I know you mentioned the overseas, but just general Joe Blow voter in Richland County. Is
No.
there anything that would allow them to, or let them know that they are no longer represented by Joe Wilson, but they're now represented by, well, I don't even know who it is.
So
Richard.
the letting voters know, we drive them as best we can to scvotes.gov. Now, we'll have that in place before we mail out the UOCAVAs. Okay? Now, as far as people who don't pay attention to that or, we have enough problems just trying to keep people interested in casting a ballot in a primary where, turnout is what it is, even in a general election. But as far as a notifying voters, we're going to have to depend on a lot of media coverage at whatever level, and that in itself, that's not a situation that the State Election Commission necessarily gets involved in, but if we do, that's an extra expense that's not mentioned here to do a statewide coverage to remind people to go check their information and know that they're going to vote in August versus for Congress, and that what happened in June didn't affect their congressional vote.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Difficult.
Chair. I knew I said that was
That's
last.
fine. I understand. I rambled. I'm sorry.
No, you gave me just a couple of follow-ups real quick. So to that point, you mentioned SC votes will be updated. So as of what date, based on this timeline, when would SC votes be updated?
July 4th.
July 4th. So if I go and pull it up, after on July 6th, it'll show me that Joe Wilson is my congressman.
It'll show you your congressional district number.
Okay. The number. Oh, so not the person, but the number. Okay. So that's part of education as well. Most people don't know their number. They know who it is. And you mentioned cost. I heard you, I watched diligently in the House. So I heard you twice in the House. And I thought I heard then 2.5 to 3 million. So today you just told us 5.3 to 6.
That first number was literally off the top of my head. Because when I first met with the subcommittee, I was not prepared to do a presentation. I was totally surprised that I was asked to get up and speak, much less preparation. And so once we got to looking back at and those were older numbers. But once we look at where we're at right now with what we pay poll workers, and most of it, not nearly all of it, but most of it is poll worker pay, and $135 for all poll workers, and an extra $75 for a clerk. That number jumps up there pretty quick. But it is what it is. But those numbers, we're tight. We've got some ability to absorb some of that, but very little. We've been meeting with Ways and Means and Finance and the state RFA to address some of these issues.
And this is just your cost. This is not the county, the cost to the counties.
The 3.5 is state costs. 1.8 is what we're allotting to try to help the counties in a lot of their extra cost, but not poll worker supplements.
Okay. So it's a portion to the county, but the counties may have some additional costs to that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
3 more, and then we're going to be done. Senator Ott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Belangio, thank you. I also wanted to note that you also spent time in Orangeburg County.
Yes, sir.
Leading
I
that
did.
election commission, so thank you for that. I also echo how appreciative I am of the job that you're doing. I'll try to get through these quickly. I just want to make sure that I heard you correctly. Under the current plan, filing would be June 1st through 5th. Correct?
That's the way the bill
That's
sets
right.
it up.
In almost 2 weeks, little less than, just about 2 weeks, it would open. Absentees, I heard you say, then go out on July the 4th. Is that correct? Under that plan, based off of the November election?
Right. We have to meet a July 4th federally mandated mail-out of overseas citizens and
Right.
military.
And so we're talking about a month from the close of filing to when absentee ballots go out. Practically speaking, I'm trying to understand how any type of campaign could be run in a matter of 1 month. I just don't even see how that's physically possible. And so I'm just trying to understand how we would compare that to our current special election process right now. So, because this is what this kind of seems like, a special election, but when we hold special elections, can you tell me?
Can I answer this
Yes,
in
sir.
two parts?
Yes, sir.
One, military overseas. I don't know of any campaigns that are really reaching out overseas. Okay, so the campaigning is for August the 18th. Okay, so from June 5th to August the 18th is that window of potential campaigning. And keep in mind that even the absentees and the UOCAVAs are a very small portion of the entire process.
But we can agree that a lot of the campaigning is for that 2-week period. We are going to have a 2-week early voting, correct?
You'll have 2-week early voting.
So that
It'll
puts us
begin
at August.
August 1 or 2 roughly, and be open for 2 weeks like we normally do.
Yes, sir.
And by the way, we've got 2 elections in there, the primary and the runoff, that are major. So
Squeezing all of that in. And again, just tell me what that time frame is under our rules for special elections.
the time frame.
Filing versus when the primary is ultimately held. Like if we have a special election, we've got to have filing.
Right.
And then we end up scheduling the primary.
Okay. All right, so the week time frame, by the way, legislation that was just passed
Cuts it in half.
cuts it down tremendously for that filing period for a special election. If I'm not mistaken, it's 5 or 6 days.
It cuts it in half, I
yeah,
think.
so,
7 days versus 14.
So that's sort of one thing that worry about. Now I'm trying to figure out, okay, what I didn't answer. What I didn't answer.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, typically, under a special election that would have to be held in the state of South Carolina, how much time would there be between the close of filing for that special election and the actual primary date? And I'm trying to compare that to the schedule that we're setting ourselves up for here.
Except that we changed all those rules recently, but it was like 11 Tuesdays or 11 weeks.
11 weeks, and now we're going essentially to 6,
I have no idea.
somewhere in that neighborhood.
10 and a half. Filing closes June 5th, it's 10.5 weeks, August 18th.
So is that,
Opposed to 11.
and we have 11 now.
I'll leave that. I don't have my calendar here in front of me.
Thank you. Will counties be able to deviate from their primaries that they, from their polling locations and the schedules that they set up for early voting? Will that be able to be deviated from the election that we have the primary we have coming up versus the next?
Absolutely. The bill provides for counties to address issues when polling locations are not available and or we are short poll workers. Any one of those two, are two situations that may cause a county to have to move polling places.
So people could end up voting, people could vote somewhere during the upcoming primary election, but then not have that availability of voting at that same polling location.
Polling location
later
may not
this
be
year.
available and move to another one.
This is a very important one for me, and it goes to the voters themselves. Because I really see this setting up as a problem if the answer is one way. If, let's say I go and I vote in the Democratic primary coming up in just a few weeks, in June. If we go forward with this new primary for Congress, do I get to then choose which primary I vote in at that particular time, or am I going to be bound to vote in the Democratic primary?
State law says that a voter may choose one political party on a given day, runoff being an extension of the first one, okay? So with primaries in June, that's one day of voting. August, is also another voting day. So come August, everybody will have their choice to make of which political party to participate with on the August primary.
And thank you for that. And then we've talked about the costs. Does the cost include the amount of money that is going to be expended to try to educate voters over the course of however many weeks and months that we are? Because I mean, I can envision a lot of people thinking that they have already voted for Congress, or regardless. I mean, they got to find out that their votes or that election is invalidated. Do we have a plan in place to try to educate South Carolina voters?
There's a potential plan out there. It's not cheap, and it's not built into this, but roughly $500,000 to $600,000 to do a major campaign to answer questions in June and in August and in between, to try to educate people across the state in various media as to what's going on.
And that would be a decision made by the Election Commission, or would that have to be a decision made by the General Assembly to take on that endeavor?
I think that the General Assembly would give us an idea that they would like to pursue that and provide funding. Now, if it's possible that we see a way to squeeze some money out and possibly put in a campaign like that, then we would like to. But right now, our main concern is the conduct of the elections, the payment of poll workers, and making sure that everything is done properly along the way. The campaigning process, the educational campaign would have to come at the end of that totem pole.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a few more questions that I thought about. You mentioned, because we've talked about the voters and the Election Commission, I want to ask you, you brought up poll workers and pays, but let me specifically ask you, because I know we experience in Charleston and a larger county issues with just recruiting poll workers on election day. So my question is, have you spoken with the precinct directors about any concerns that they may have just as far as recruiting, essentially because the poll workers for this election have already likely taken off, and they typically take off from their day jobs to do this. So what if any concern do you all have there?
We do, and it's addressed in the bill, that if we run out of poll workers, that the county has the opportunity to combine for that one of those issues.
Would that be a game time decision?
It has to be.
So in that,
It has to be.
And so to that point, if you have people that already know I vote at this precinct, and because we have a lack of poll workers due to us pushing this out, how will those people get noticed that their precinct is now combined? Or is that just they just have to show up at the?
No, we will. The county will put a lot of information out, and we will again drive people to either the county website or their state website to say, check your location.
So, I understand that,
yeah.
and that's the best that you all can do. But for those people, particularly the elderly, who they just want to vote on election day, and they don't do social media, they don't do Facebook. What if any recourse
Good.
is it for if they just show up to? I guess my question is, let me start here. If they show up to their normal precinct and it's closed because there's not poll workers, will there be signage?
Yes.
And is that already mandated in the bill that you must put?
That's mandated in state law. It's not the bill. It's mandated in state law.
And if they pull up to their precinct and it's closed and combined with another one, it will have directions telling them where to go.
What location and the address of that location.
But they wouldn't know that until the day of, essentially.
Unless somebody informs them, like good citizens and candidates and the like.
So we'd really be relying on ourselves to inform the public.
Isn't that the way campaigns are anyway?
That is, yes.
Sorry.
I get that. And so, to my other question, have you spoken to any precinct directors?
Well, we've had conversation with some of the counties, and we've asked them for some figures on what they think it would cost.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, it was a Christmas tree wish list.
So what are those figures that they would need to make this happen? That you
Well, if you want to pick a county, or I don't think so. I don't think we want to do that. Okay, that's our 1.8 million gives them a fighting chance. Okay, for all the counties to be addressed. But we don't want the Christmas list of what one county may want versus what another county may
And
want.
then my last question will be if we have a lack of poll workers due to this, and I know that the response is we will combine, is there a limit on how many the max we will combine if we're in that much of a shortage?
I don't
Have
think
we
that,
thought that through?
I don't think that's addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Belanger, you've been very helpful. So I'm just trying to reconcile the figure of, you gave us a $5.3 to $6 million that was needed with the fiscal impact, which says $2.5 million with another $1 million if there's a runoff. So just help me out there. How do we get from 5.3 to 6 to 3.5 on this document?
It's called looking back at the numbers and updating the number of poll workers, the amount of pay we
That's
pay them
fine.
now.
I'm not disputing you. I'm
Yeah.
just, you're simply saying that the 2.5 to 3.5 million, you don't think is correct anymore. It's 5.3 to 6.
Combined, yes, all combined. County help, runoff, and primary itself.
The 5.3 to 6, is that anticipating if there's a runoff on September 1st?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sir, thank you so much. We appreciate your time, truly. You have been very helpful, and you, sir, are free to leave. Thank you very much for the service you are rendering to our state. Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you. All right, we are now going to proceed. We had someone that wanted to speak, but they stepped out. We are going to ask for Travis Alexander. Are you in the audience? All right, sir. And again, we are going to do our best, and my apologies, folks, that was certainly the longest 5 minutes you've ever weathered. We are now going to try to stick to it as close as we can because there are a lot of folks that have signed up. Sir, your name, please?
Yes, Travis Alexander, Executive Director for Richland County Voter Registration.
Raise your right hand if you will. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. Tell us about this and what you'd like to tell us in your allotted time.
Okay, a lot of time I just want to tell you about the impact to Richland County. Obviously, being affected by changing, I guess, 3 districts now instead of the 2. I am the only one that does the decode list in my office. I got 2 people that work the street files, and we also have the primary election coming up. So I'm gonna have to figure out when the new map comes out, and I think we have about 20 affected split precincts, and those are manually done where we go in, we will get an Excel spreadsheet, and we'll go in street file by street file and update that. So the time frame to take that, to get it done, and make sure it's done properly, to make sure a ballot style is correct, maybe 4 weeks to 5 weeks, again, just to make sure it's correct. And with the timeline, I don't see where I would have the time in the midst of the primary, which is June 9th, the runoff, which is June 23rd, and I think the protest is like that Monday right after that. So it's like a 3-day turnaround where that would come in at. The financial impact for Richland County would be about $800,000. That's at the bare minimum. Mr. Belanger did say that the state will give us reimbursements back for that. So about $347,000 of that will be reimbursed back to our county, but our county will have to come up with the rest of that. That is supplement pay for poll workers, ballot cards, some of the postage. We will have to combine because August the 18th is school will be in, and a lot of our elementary schools, the school districts will say we can't use their schools, so we have to combine. So we will have to buy signage to put at those locations. Other than that, the consolidation, relocating, getting the information out to the voters of that relocation. That's probably the biggest complaint I get, and I know we got some Richland County people in here. The biggest complaint I get, hey, my polling location moved, why you didn't tell me? While legally, the only thing we're supposed to do is put that sign up. And again, I got audited by the State Elect Commission because the sign is supposed to be 20 feet from the door, able to be seen by somebody with normal vision. And I was putting up the signs on the roadside when people were driving up because, you know, that makes sense. When people drive up, they want to see those signs. So now we do have the big trifold signs that we're putting right in front of those locations, which is another cost that we will have. And I think that's it. That's the major impact is, one, I don't think we have enough staffing to do the street files in that short amount of time, and also the funding. But I have talked to my administration and say, hey, if we do have an upcoming election, this is the cost. So we have told our administration, our county, about that information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Alexander, thank you for coming.
Yes, ma'am.
Just senators, I asked Mr. Alexander to come because I've been watching Mr. Bellagio's testimony in the House, and he talks from the global state level. I think it's very important that we all talk to our county election officers because I do think that some of the things that he's talking about is from that level, and practically speaking, we need to understand what that means for our counties. Mr. Alexander, you mentioned about the schools, and I've noticed that on regular elections, summer primaries are fine because school is closed.
Yes.
November is fine because schools are closed on election day. But when we do have special elections, I have seen the challenge. You know, I go around to every single polling place, and I'm always calling you with challenges. So can you tell us what percentage of the current districts are schools, and how many? And we're a larger county. Tell me in the state frame, where does Richland County stand? I would imagine it's a larger county.
I think most of our counties, I was in Pickens County for a little bit. I actually worked with Mr. Belangi in Greenville County. So I would say about 80% of our precincts are schools. Why? Because they're ADA certified, got a lot of parking. All of them have gyms. So I got one precinct that's 6,000 registered voters. So guess what? I can put 25, 30 machines in there, and they're in and out pretty quickly. So a lot of our elementary schools, we have about 20% of those are elementary schools. So a lot of the county, a lot of the districts will tell us no for the elementary schools. The high schools are challenging now, like a Blythewood High School or Westwood. They're bigger. They have now metal detectors, but you cannot send a voter through a metal detector because it's against federal code. So we have some kind of going back and forth with some of the county school places, because voting, you must be able to go in. I guess if you're packing, but nobody's going to pat you down. So the schools in the morning are difficult because that car line and the voter line is the same line. So we do have instances where, I mean, again, we make it work. I'm the one that gets cursed out about it, but you know, I put a smile on my face and try to, again, make sure that the voters know, hey, they're voting over in the gym. You know, we have the correct signage out, but I think it will be difficult, and it's always difficult when school is in session. But we try to work through it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work in Richland County. I've seen your work in Richland County. Thank you for your hard work in upgrading the facilities, but also technology and making sure you have enough computers and everything else. My question to you, you mentioned that the splits. How many splits did you think you have already in Richland County?
Now, I didn't stay up last night to 1 a.m. because I had a clerk class this
I
morning.
understand.
But as looking at it, I saw 20.
So in one county, you have 20 of the precinct splits.
Yes. So
Out of the 43 that are across the state, Richland County has how many, you think?
well, because we have an added district.
Yeah, no,
Yes, sir.
I know, but
Yes.
but actual split precincts is what we're talking
I
about.
was counting them on my phone. I was looking at 20. And again, some of them said 5 people. Some of them said 18 people. I don't know GIS. So I'm gonna have to depend on my GIS in Richland County to help me out because it says block numbers and things of that nature. I did see a nice map online now that I can put an address in. So again, me and my staff, that's what we use. We use Richland County GIS to help us assist.
So the majority of the splits are focused in on Richland County being split up across the state. It would be, you have the majority of those.
I haven't
precincts.
seen, well, if it's 40 and we have 20.
There's 42
yes,
is what
I
they're
got
telling
you.
us. So.
Yes.
Well, and again, I know you have some staff because you're a bigger county, but I do think the other concern I have, you mentioned the amount of money, and so you said it would cost the county how much money?
Total would be about $800,000 to run a because it's countywide. We're thinking all 149 precincts are open, correct? So we're looking at the cost of how many poll workers are needed at every location.
Sure.
So the bare minimum, because we haven't been running off the bare minimum, Richland County should have about 2,000 poll workers out there. It is hard to get poll workers. We're at 750 for this June primary. I'm glad none of y'all in this election, but we're gonna make it work and make it happen. But that's another issue that we're thinking about. Will those workers come back for the August election too?
And the county budgets, they're already finished, or are they still working on this?
Our public hearing, I think, is Thursday, which I have to go speak at that this Thursday.
And so is this amount of money, an additional $500,000 or $800,000 with the hopes of being reimbursed by the state, I think?
Traditionally, a portion of the poll worker funds have been reimbursed. A portion of the absentee postage has been reimbursed, and a portion of the ballots cards that are actually purchased. Everything else, my staff, overtime, things like that, they're not reimbursed.
And so the county, you mentioned to the county administrator, would this be added in their budget?
I haven't got that far in the conversation. I was just asked for information. I sent it to them. Again, I don't know.
I understand. And you do a great job in Richland County. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for coming and telling us what really would happen in Richland County. Thank you,
sir.
Last, Senator Sutton.
Okay.
Just a quick question, Mr. Chair. So you discussed if we move this bill passes and this primary election gets moved to August, so we've got precinct changes, hiring new poll workers, car lines to deal with because precinct locations will potentially be coincided with schools that are actively. Those are just a few of the barriers or challenges that you have mentioned. Is it safe for us to assume that all these challenges and confusing people with changing locations, confusing people that they may have already voted in this primary, is it safe to assume that this will disenfranchise voters? And if you don't want to answer that,
I know you want me to say yes. I mean, anything that it's going to be a barrier. It will be a barrier. I mean, there are ways that obviously money can help. Obviously, if we send out cards to all 253,000 registered voters at 78 cents a thing, that's probably $200,000. If I had the funding, the PIO push, something of that nature, then the answer would be a different answer. But those things will be needed in order to make sure everybody can at least have a better chance.
So you need additional resources that have not yet been identified to ensure that voters are not disenfranchised by taking one election out of all of our June primaries and moving into August.
Well, just for I would say for every election, getting the word out. We try to use our nonprofits. We try to make sure we use our candidates and things of that nature. We get the information to the parties. I asked the news to be on, but the news will only put you on if they got something that they need to put on. But again, if the funding is there to get that information out, I think it will be better for the voters. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate your work.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Alexander.
Thank you.
Any other county election director or employed by? All right, thank you very much. We are going to go down the list now, and Zion Khalifa, if I've said that correctly. And if you will, raise your right hand. Tell us who you are first again, please, in your voice.
I'm Zion Khalifa. I'm a candidate for South Carolina's 2nd Congressional District.
All right, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. Thank you.
So, good afternoon.
5 minutes.
I understand. Yes, sir.
All right.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Committee. So, I stand before you to really make you consider about what's currently going on in South Carolina and why it's going on. So the theme here is fear. And so the definition of fear is an unpleasant emotion caused by belief that someone or something is dangerous, likely to cause pain or a threat. So when we think about that, our actions can become irrational and erratic based off of this emotion that we begin to feel. And here, why are we feeling this emotion? What are we fearful of? As the senator from Edgefield so eloquently stated, it's because of the black voice. It's the sole purpose to not hear the black voice. And when we're taking that into consideration, Is that what we want to stand by as South Carolinians? Is that what we want to be remembered for as South Carolinians? Is that what we want to spend our time and the gusto that we have as South Carolinians, is to divide communities at this point in time and use these type of resources to stop a simple election that has already begun? You know, I was blessed to be third instead of first because I got to hear some things before me. And what I heard let me know that the process isn't figured out yet. You know, we're pretty deep in this election already, and the process still isn't figured out. It's not a cohesive understanding between the state elections committee and the county elections committees. So we don't even know what truly is necessary at this point in time. Yet, this is what we're spending our time on handling. If we had the same gusto for the people of South Carolina, there wouldn't be as many people starving or hungry. There wouldn't be as many people homeless. Yet, we're here today speaking about a map that we have rushed through to push through. Yet, the fear is what's pushing us to do this. So, our ancestors have fought for different things. Mine and many of y'all's fought for, very different things. But what's going on today is going against both of those things that they have fought for. We have a separation of federal and state for a reason. That's what your ancestors fought for. We have a voice. That's what my ancestors have fought for. And I understand being silenced. As a foster youth, I understand the magnitude of not being able to be heard by anybody because your voice seems so small. Yet we're intentionally doing things to ensure that the voices of a group are explicitly small and divided so that they can't vote together. But sometimes what fear does, it causes us to invoke what we're afraid of, and here, I think that's what's going to happen. Definitely with, as you know, only 9% of Republicans vote in a primary anyways. And so are you willing to sacrifice your position or the position of your counterparts in the House based off somebody else's orders? As we already know, need not to say 124 seats are being challenged this year. And so with that, voter turnout for the Democratic side is going to be higher regardless. So, and that's can be in June 9th and November. So when we take those things into consideration, I understand, is it what you truly desire? Is this the legacy you want to leave when you're here and when you leave the House? So I'll leave you with some of the words of Deshaun Blanding. We must really learn to share the ground we stand on, because regardless, we will share the dirt beneath. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go to Sharon Carter. Sharon, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Sharon Carter.
Pull that mic down closer to you.
There you go.
And as we do with everyone, you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman Rankin and Senate Committee, for giving the folks out here an opportunity to speak. I want to preface my time of speaking to let you know that my testimony has not changed one iota since I wanted to testify, but time was not permitted back in January of 21st of a different, but on redistricting. So this is, as all of the discussion has been about the time, that time is of the essence. My testimony has been the same since January 21st. Poverty is a consequence of oppression by the powerful. Injustice is by far the predominant reason for poverty. Most poor people in the world are poor because they are exploited by economic and political manipulators. What these people have in common is that they can easily have the rights taken away from them. They are the exploitable, the weak, and the defenseless. They are open to abuse and are the prey of the powerful. This is exactly what I feel like has been happening in the 6th Congressional District. Our officials have kept people down. Why is it every congressional district in the state has had progress and prosperity? Why the rural communities in the 6th population declines and small towns look like third world countries? The poor are being economically exploited. The wealthy hoard themselves without concern for the plight of others, and the court system has become a tool for the powerful rather than to protect the weak. God has heard the cries of the oppressed. You are now in a position to right the wrongs and redeem the needy and hold the powerful accountable. Please hear the calls of the needy. Folks in Bamberg County, where I am from, can't even get our FOIA request filled. People feel hopeless and helpless. Our county is, well, the poorest, third poorest in the state, and pays the second highest taxes. And I don't know, but it feels like we receive the least amount of services. This is not a black and white issue. This is an issue of oppression. Why are not more people in the 6th speaking out? Because an environment of bullying has happened. It's been encouraged. I'm concerned for the well-being of everyone. One of the highest crime rates in South Carolina comes from Orangeburg County, currently in the 6th Congressional District. The gun violence in both Allendale and Bamberg counties are never addressed. This leads me into speaking on behalf of my good friend, Mr. Jack Logan, who runs the Put Down the Guns Young People organization. He was unable to be here today and called me and asked me to make sure that I spoke on his behalf as well. He was just recognized just last Wednesday for his serving the community. In fact, he made promises to folks that he would give them transportation. That's why he couldn't be here. That he cares about the gun violence, of course, and Mr. Jack and his organization supports this redistricting. He has emailed several members of the Senate stating why he is strongly in favor of Bill H. 5683. He's reached out to leaders in Allendale and Orangeburg, from local elected officials all the way up to the U.S. Congress, to bring attention to this important matter of safety to no avail. As a resident of Bamberg County and a concerned citizen of the Congressional 6, I urge you to vote for the bill. I do. I know time is of the essence, but like I said, I was here with this same exact testimony in January of 21. James 2, 12 through 13. Speak and act as those who are going to be judged by the law. That gives freedom, because judgment without mercy will be shown to anyone who has not been merciful. Mercy triumphs over judgment. Please show mercy by voting for Bill H. 5683. There are so many oppressed, sweet, hardworking folks depending on it. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Mayor Haney?
Yes, sir.
Will Haney. If
Yes,
you
sir.
will, sir, please state your name for the record.
Mayor Will Haney from the town of Mount Pleasant.
And were you born a mayor or elected a mayor?
I was elected a mayor.
Very good. And if you will, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And you have another council member with you that serves on
Yes.
your council?
Councilmember Brownstein, we didn't know if you want us to each have a time to
Well,
speak.
I'd rather, you can speak sufficiently for both, but if you mess up, we'll.
How about I speak and he answers the questions?
No. You popped up first. He took your picture. You can turn around and take his. So.
Okay.
All right, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Will Haney. I'm the mayor of the town of Mount Pleasant. We're a town of about 95,000 people by the census who live in the town of Mount Pleasant, but we have a lot of what are called donut holes. Those are areas that are within the circumference of the town but have not annexed in. So we are a community of about 100,000 people. And of course, we are on the northern eastern side of the Ravenel Bridge from a city you may have heard of called Charleston. And last week, Mayor Cogswell and I issued a joint release about our concerns about this measure and about the way it is being done. And I just want to tell you, I'm here to sort of give you what I'm hearing on Main Street in the Low Country. And I do a thing at our farmers market, which has thousands of people come, that's called Mayor at the Market. And I stand there in my straw hat, and you can walk up to me without going through security, without having an appointment, without there being any buffer, and you can talk about foreign policy, or you can talk about the quality of squash for sale at the farmers market. And I hear what everybody's thinking. And so this spring, the leading thing that people did not like was data centers. And it was followed by power companies that whack trees. But lo and behold, now there is a new number one public enemy, and that is this. That is this redistricting and the way it's going on. And I am a nonpartisan office holder. I have never gotten support from any party apparatus. I've been endorsed by Democrats, some in this room. I've been endorsed by Republicans, some in this room. And I endorse Democrats and Republicans because I go with the person and not the party. And there is not a Democrat or Republican way to fix drainage or to keep traffic moving and those type things. And so I'm here to just tell you that what the people are saying, and yesterday we had a ribbon cutting and the Chamber of Commerce was there and there were 30 or 40 people. And then the farmers market, Democrats, Republicans, independents, people that have lived there forever, people that have recently moved there. They don't think this is the way to redistrict. Not all of them are against redistricting. They don't think this is the process to do it. So to be here today, and I'm getting somewhere with this, I had to miss being a voting commissioner at Mount Pleasant Waterworks, being a voting board member of Charleston Area Regional Transportation Authority, a board member of the Charleston Regional Development Alliance, which is the group that was formed after the naval base closed in the 90s and 25,000 jobs were lost. And that organization, over a period of 20 years, got 50,000 jobs into the Charleston region. And tomorrow, because I'm going to stay for the floor fight on this, you're not getting rid of me yet, I will miss being a voting member of the Charleston Regional Aviation Authority, which is our international airport, which in the past 10 years has received $140 million federal dollars. Now, I'm not saying that to impress you with all the meetings I go to, but that points clearly to what the town of Mount Pleasant's community of interest is. We are tied so closely to the Charleston region, to the economy, to Boeing, to the military, to Volvo. Our people commute. They work there. They come home to Mount Pleasant. We are affected by everything that happens in our community of interest, which is Charleston, in the Charleston region. And I know parts of Charleston are scheduled to be moved to the 7th Congressional District like we are, but you're breaking up something that does not need to be broken up and does not meet the objective of compactness. Our infrastructure, take a look at our infrastructure. There's the Port of Charleston as a navigable body. There's the port terminals of Charleston, the largest of which is in the town of Mount Pleasant, the Wando Terminal. There's the regional airport that I just mentioned. We have 17 miles of interstate just in Charleston County. That doesn't count the parts that go outside of it in Berkeley County that we depend on for commerce to handle all of those trucks. And I have 1 minute left. I just want to say that if everybody is looking at the Calais decision in Louisiana, we heard today that this is not the normal scope of review. When does a court ever order a remedy that does not follow a normal scope, that is a rush process? So I'm here from Main Street today to ask you not to do this way, not to use this map, not to do it at this moment, and not to do it until you have taken this to all the people of the state of South Carolina. Please hear us from Main Street.
Real quick, I'm gonna bring the council member up, Mr. Brownstein, and you get 35 seconds. Not just because you came to take his picture, but very quickly, and y'all stand there together. Do you have anything different that you'd like to add that the mayor has not already said?
Yes, I do. I'm Daniel Brownstein, a member of Mount Pleasant Town Council.
And you swear affirm to tell the truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, so help me God.
Right.
Yes, thank you very much.
What about Chip Campson, did you want to say again? No, go.
Well, I'm a proud resident of Senator Adams' district, and I appreciate his candor in our conversations regarding this. I will second what the mayor is talking about with the feedback from the constituents. My issue with this redistricting plan, or one of my issues, is the process by which this is going. This is taking place. We have no new census data to tell us where people have moved in our state, and it's a dramatic number. According to what we are looking at, you've got 40,000 new residents a year or something to that impact. Also, my understanding is in the past, when you're doing your redistricting, it takes a great amount of time, 7 months, a year. We're doing this in a week without taking it to the counties, without giving the public an opportunity to ask questions, to look at the underlying data. And thirdly, you already have people running for these offices. I mean, my gosh, Mark Smith has a billboard at the foot of the Ravenel Bridge. That wouldn't be in his district if this map is passed. So there's clearly some process issues. There's practical implications of splitting us off from the rest of the Charleston region. We have a very different economy in the Charleston area than the 7th District does. And so we're just asking you to pump the brakes, to take the time to go through the appropriate process, to get the underlying data that you're going to need to make these decisions. And just on a personal note, the fact that we can redraw our congressional districts so capriciously, I mean, in a week, that tells me that we need a better system in South Carolina. And I've heard that from constituents who are Republican and Democrat. Some of them have sent me how other states do this. But my Lord, what are we doing? We're breaking apart communities of interest on 7 days, no public roadshow. I really think that if this goes through, people are going to be grilled when they go back to their home districts, because this is wildly unpopular with Republicans, Democrats, and independents in our district. So,
real quick question: what Saturday at the Meet the Mayor question did you have for your mayor? Again, don't answer that.
Yeah, I won't.
Quick questions here, and I'm going to cut. We got a couple of Senator Zell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm gonna make this real quick. So you mentioned thank you for your service to Mount Pleasant and that part of the state, and I agree with much of what you said. I think there's really no perfect answer to this. There's a lot that could go wrong, and so we have to really rely on the data that's put before us. But I just want to talk about the Main Street statement you mentioned. You talked about Main Street. And as we all know, Mount Pleasant has really took off in as far as economy and everything else. So could you tell me what the average home cost is on Main Street in Mount Pleasant, and the average family household income?
Yeah, if you'll give me a second, I brought that with me.
Thank you so much.
In Mount Pleasant, the median household income is, or Charleston area, Mount Pleasant is $117,552, and the 164.44 in Mount Pleasant, 117.52 in Charleston.
All right.
is what it is.
Thanks so much. Well, are you familiar with the cost of the median average home in Sumter, or Orangeburg, or Calhoun County, or Clarendon County?
I graduated from high school in Sumter.
All right. Well, great. Well, I appreciate that. Everybody has a wonderful connection to the best in upcoming growing city in South Carolina, and that is Sumter. And so I appreciate that. Sure. But the point I'm trying to make is that I'll tell you, to answer the question, the average, and these are all dependent on what sources you use. But in that same vein, Orangeburg has an average income of $43,000. Mount Pleasant is 121 to 124 of what I'm seeing. And so, and other areas I'm seeing that Mount Pleasant has 2 to 3 times the amount of income per household. It also has 4 times the cost of the median house and home. So what I want to just make sure that we are aware of is that not every main street in South Carolina is the same. You go to the main street in Sumter and you're going to see, fortunately, thank goodness, we have a great economic development team, and we have a lot of bipartisan interest, and that we call Team Sumter, and that's we have in my assessment, one of the best delegations in the entire state of South Carolina. They've only proven that every time for the last 20 years, but still, we don't have the growth or the infrastructure or the tax base that you all have down there. And so I just want to make sure that, yes, we can talk about Main Street, but we need to make sure we're talking about all the main streets around all the state of South Carolina, because Mount Pleasant is not real, in my assessment, that great of a comparison against some of the rural places in South Carolina. So that's all I just wanted to say. You can, by all means, address it if you like, but sure. I appreciate what you had to say.
Thank you. It was not a comparison. It was the fact that for all of our nowhere else in the state has been named an All-America City on a competitive basis 3 times. Last year, it had the lowest crime rate of any major municipality in the state of South Carolina. Was all of these independently were ranked number 1 for coastal economies by Consumer Affairs, and were ranked number 1 for the quality of life by one of the national realtor things. My point is, to my knowledge, we are the only municipality that is completely lock, stock, and barrel the entire community being moved out of the district in which we are a community of interest with all the others. We are completely being moved and being put in a district with Myrtle Beach. And this is nothing about or against Myrtle Beach. No, trust me. I like that. Exactly. Trust me. Nothing against Myrtle Beach, but nothing against Charleston, where our people live and work and have to do those things. And I mean, look at that map. Name another municipality of close to 100,000 people that is just being kicked basically out of its congressional district. We have 3 candidates for Congress who reside in the town of Mount Pleasant who are being zoned out of their district. So you talk about having your influence, your circle of influence, your community of interest lessened. We've got 3 great candidates that represent the two major parties, and now they're going to be out of their congressional district. So we're feeling this, and I just hope, Senator, like I said in the statement with Mayor Cogswell, we don't diminish anybody else's needs, but we know that ours are tied to that economy, to that infrastructure, and to that regional, everything about that region.
Understood.
Right. Yes, thank you so much. Any other questions? Very quickly. Thank you.
Just really quick. Mayor, thank you so much. And I was local government, so I understand the nonpartisan work that you do. Just question, from 2020 to now, what is the growth that you've seen in Mount Pleasant?
Well, when I became mayor, we were the fastest growing municipality east of the Mississippi River. And it was in the double digits, and depending on what you look at, over 14%. We set out to reach a target of less than 2% growth a year, and right now we're at about 1.4% growth per year, population growth.
Thank you.
Last question from the peninsula, from the senator from nearby the peninsula or Mount Pleasant.
Mr. Chair, my people are up here. You can't let them out of here before I get some questions in. Thank you all for making the drive up here today, and I appreciate what you mentioned. You guys are in nonpartisan positions, but every year I look at precincts. Mount Pleasant is, I'll say, near consistently red. Senator Adams, Senator Campson, Representative Bustos, Representative Landing, all your state elected Representative Hartnett, all Republicans, correct?
Yes.
And you're from, so it's safe to say that Mount Pleasant is a predominantly, even though the elections for town council are nonpartisan, but predominantly a Republican town. Is that a safe assumption?
That's what the representation that is sent to office.
Gotcha. And you're hearing from Republicans across the board at Mount Pleasant, do not redraw this district, that we do not want to play second fiddle to Myrtle Beach. Is that accurate?
The ones who have contacted me, yes, sir.
Gotcha. Going back, some quick history here. Charleston, Mount Pleasant, we used to be in the same congressional district with Horry County up until about 2010. However, when that was redrawn, one of the express things stated was Horry County is growing and set to grow a lot more. Time has now come to put these two communities in different districts because their economies, culture, and everything are starting to diverge, that one congressional district would not be appropriate for these two communities. Is that accurate understanding of what that decision in 2010?
Well, like there's an article in today's Post and Courier that Mount Pleasant, the census said that Mount Pleasant lost 500 residents. It might have been because in November I got reelected. I don't know. We all know how that goes. And the census data that I saw from 24 to 25, Horry County has 37 people per day moving into Horry County. So we've swapped. We have slowed it down. We've done that on purpose, and Horry County is speeding up. And you got to ask, if we're doing this without waiting on the 2030 census, how long are these lines that we're spending all this time talking about, how long are those lines going to still be valid based on that kind of population growth? And statewide, it's 182.5 people a day moving into the state of South Carolina.
Well, I'd say the quick answer to that is they're valid until the White House calls and says they're not at this point, which goes around the rules that we have set in place. But looking at this map, Charleston's split, right? You got Mount Pleasant downtown drawn into Horry County. The rest, West Ashley, where I live, and the rest of rural county is all drawn into a new first district that would basically also play second fiddle to the Beaufort. Most of the population is going to be in Beaufort and Bluffton going forward. It's almost like somebody intentionally split up Charleston despite us being the number one tax generator in this state.
Right?
Gotcha.
And 3 of our 4 public beaches are being drawn out of the 1st District into the 7th. And I dare say, if you did that to the Grand Strand and put them in the 1st Congressional District, they would be standing here where I am today.
I tend to agree. Last thing I'll say is Citadel graduates make great mayors.
Thank you very much. I'll try to live up to that.
And then Senator Campson.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a question. I just want to thank y'all for coming up and sharing that perspective. The question I did have, Senator from Richland, Senator Devine asked that about the growth, but just to comment on what Senator Sutton was asking about the representation, little known fact that Mayor, there was some Democratic representation.
I was in your district.
In fact, I was the only Democrat that represented some of Mount Pleasant. I did so well, they redistricted me in 21.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members, thank you very much. Thank you for your service. Oh, Mr. Campson.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you for your testimony. And Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton, he's more than a Citadel grad. He was the regimental commander at the Citadel. Not you. I know you were. But Mayor Haney was, which means the top cadet in charge of the entire regiment, and that's quite a position to hold. And I do want to ask this question too, Mayor. If we're in a district, if Mount Pleasant, which is one of the fastest growing municipalities in the nation, up till just recently, and we're in the same district with Myrtle Beach, which is, by some accounts, the fastest growing municipality in the nation, and we're using numbers from the 2020 census, and that's the assumption of the amount of people living in Myrtle Beach and in Mount Pleasant, then we will be way underrepresented, will we not? Because we have the two fastest growing areas in the state, two of the fastest growing, there, Myrtle Beach being the fastest, you up there with them. That means that our vote is diluted. And because the reason you use the census data every 10 years when you do reapportionment is to get an updated number for the amount of citizens. And many of you don't know, but when it comes to congressional, with the congressional reapportionment, you're supposed to be accurate to a person. And when we're doing it in the state legislature, it's just, we get like a 3% deviation on one side or the other. And so do you sense that, do you sense that that would be a real detriment to Mount Pleasant because you don't have the representation that everyone else in the state does because you're so fast growing?
Right, and I see it being difficult for whoever represents the 7th district as well, because if you look it up and everything, there's no interstate in Myrtle Beach, in the Myrtle Beach area, and they're trying desperately to get one. We've got interstates that right now, y'all might have gotten this testimony from the State Department of Highways, but it needs between $9 and $10 billion to do it right for the capacity that a lot of that is because of the container trucks that are generated by the port. That's not going away. Those trucks are there, they're using the highway, and it's not only the lanes that you need, it's the maintenance you need on those. And that would be a very difficult position for a congressman who can only get so much highway money for a district to figure out which one's going to get how much when. And it just seems like a very smart thing to have two different congressmen with those kind of infrastructure needs that are vital to both. And please, sir, Mr. Rankin, we're not at all knocking that. We know what it's like. This is why we slowed our growth to 2%. Because we were outpacing our infrastructure, and that my heart goes out to Horry County. That is not a good situation to be in, and you need that infrastructure. We just don't want to be competing against each other.
And if I could chime in as well, just real briefly, the practical implication of moving us into the 7th district. You're now going to have one congressman that's looking out for the beaches of the Grand Strand, Sullivan's Island, Isle of Palms, Folly Beach. In terms of advocating for either rebuilding after a storm or beach renourishment, that is an unwieldy position to be in. And similarly, a different district, not our own, would contain both USC and Clemson, both research institutions that are highly dependent on federal resources. I'm not sure how that representative is going to be able to thread the needle to make sure that both institutions are being funded equitably. So in addition to the dilution, I do believe there are very significant practical implications for this map as it's currently drawn.
Thank you both very much. All right, and real quick announcement. I think we have folks that have wanted to speak. Gentlemen, thank you. Y'all are dismissed. Thank you so much. Stick around if you like. We're going to cut off sign up for speaking to 5 o'clock. I believe everyone who has wanted to speak has signed up, and so we're going to proceed with that. Again, 5 o'clock cut off for sign-ins. We're next going to go to Zeris. Help me. Nyamutsaka. All right, sir. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Zuriel Nyamutsaka.
Very good. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God.
Very good. Thank you.
So the reason that I'm here today, and for the record, I'm a high school senior at Academic Magnet High School in Charleston County. And the reason I'm here today is because I believe that for the longest period of time that the South Carolina General Assembly has kind of been afforded the luxury of anonymity, as well as the luxury of being able to avoid the spotlight on a lot of hot topic issues. So when it comes down to now we're in a position where we are receiving national attention. The New York Times wrote an article about you guys today. And so now we're in a position now where we are receiving national attention. And the reason that we are receiving this is because we were presented a moment where we were granted the opportunity to make a decision. And I'm blessed to know a lot of you. I know Senator Tedder and Senator Sutton, and my friend knows you, Senator Kempson, Jack Manzani. He says hi. But I also do not. But I don't know a lot of you. But I can judge and I can ascertain your character based on the decisions that you make when you're presented with a hard choice. And what I have seen is that most of you, some of you, not most of you, unfortunately, some of you have decided to make the right choice, and you have not caved to pressure. You've not caved to an outside source, an outside influence. But when I've seen the majority come out and cave, and especially in the House, that's something that's extremely disappointing to me, because what I've seen is this is your decision-making process that's based on fear, and whether it be fear of the president and what he's going to do if you don't listen to him, fear of people turning out and voting. Isn't that crazy that we're afraid of, your elected officials can be afraid of people voting? Who would have thought? A fear of looking out for your constituents. I've seen that a lot of these committee meetings, sometimes you see that representatives and even sometimes, unfortunately, senators can't really, pay that much attention or look when people are coming to make public comment. And so that's something that's very disheartening as well. And even fear of transparency, because if you can't actively and accurately disclose the full details of what's going on, there's nothing that you should be afraid of and nothing that you should have to hide. So while I cannot control your fear, while I can't make you unafraid of something, I'll say this in what I said to some of my younger siblings as well, and some of the people that I've mentored in the past, is that I can't control your fear, but I can stop you from making an action based on fear. And that's what I'm here to do today, because by sitting in listening, and even today, before I listened in here today, it was very, very clear that by any reasonable measure that this is a very, very unreasonable position to take to be in favor of this redistricting measure. Number one, because the data that we have is not accurate. The data that you would have to be making this redistricting procedure, you would be making it based on data that was made 6 years ago. I'm going to tell you this. I'm graduating high school, going to college this year, and 6 years ago I was still doing times tables. So if that puts into perspective how long ago this was, there are people who are probably going off to the first to second grade who were born after this redistricting process. That is, you're working on data that is outdated, very much outdated, and you do not have the data to pull from in a week to redraw these maps. And by any reasonable measure, you would say this is something that we cannot do. But because there is this fear, it's pressure to make an unreasonable decision. In the absence of fear, there is no reasonable and quantitative and logical way that you could take $5 million and simply throw it up into the air. The only thing that can motivate somebody to do that is if there's something that they're afraid of. And it's fiscally irresponsible. It's practically, we heard the director come up here and tell about all the different hurdles that you have to go through. And the entire time I'm sitting through here, listening to this Herculean task that is being presented before you, if all these hurdles are really here and present, then there is no other motivator besides fear that would make you want to do this. And so, like I said, I cannot control your fear, but I can make an effort to try and stop you from making a decision based on fear that's going to impact not only myself, not only the other constituents and peers that I have, but also the 5 million people that are in South Carolina. I think that you have a duty to them not to act based on your fears, because some of them don't share those fears, and it would be a disservice to them to disenfranchise them based on your own fear. Yet again, we cannot control what feelings you might have, but we can try and influence you from making bad decisions based on that fear. And like I said, many people may not be familiar with specific legislators, but we do know that we can judge you based on your character, based on the decisions that you are here to take. And I appreciate and I applaud the Republican senators and the Republican legislators who have taken opposition against this. Even though I might not agree with you policy-wise, I can recognize and respect your character. And this leads to a wider point that younger people are waking up, younger people are realizing that even though we may not know exactly the ins and outs of the political system, we can recognize character. And we understand that regardless of party, that there is no respect for decisions that are made out of fear, and there is no respect for cowardice. And so we implore you to please, please, please make decisions that are based out of responsibility, fiscal responsibility, and a duty to your constituents, and do not redraw these maps in 1 week and throw $5 million down the drain based out of fear. Thank you.
Hey, would you, Senator Spartanburg has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you say you graduated high school this year?
Yes, sir.
And you're going to college in the fall?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I was in college, that was about the time the Iraq War happened, and people who opposed that said, no, I'm not debating the Iraq War. That's not the point. People who said, regardless of which side you came down on that, it was based on fear. And that if you liked President Bush, you were basically going to cave to him because of fear. And if you opposed him, it was courageous. A lot of people that I knew in college said that if you, in any way, if you didn't oppose him, it's because you were a coward, that you were fearful, that you were afraid. He was a tyrant. I'm just going to ask you a couple of quick questions,
yes, sir.
Real fast here. You've come here today. We're all listening to you. You're lecturing half the Senate right here, right now. As how old are you? 19?
18.
18.
Yes, sir.
All right. My son's 15. So you're lecturing half the Senate right now at 18 years old, and you're able to do that in a free society. Do you not think for just 1 second that when you say we're all afraid, we won't listen, that it's basically transactional, that we're all motivated by fear, oppression? You're able to lecture half the South Carolina Senate right now at 18 years old. Do you not think for 1 minute that at least speaks to the fact this is not a tyrannical, oppressive society?
Sir, I did not state that this was a tyrannical or oppressive society. Matter of fact, the fact that you are all here speaks to the fact that this is not a tyrannical or oppressive society.
You just sat here and told us that you have now determined all of our character.
I said that
No, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
You just said you determined all of our character, all of our motivations. A lot of folks here are actually trying to understand what's going on. I think there's probably some undecideds here. And look, I don't know what ultimately I will do. I don't think it's appropriate to sit here and tell the entire half the Senate that you've judged our character in 5 minutes of testimony at 18 years old, and they're all motivated by fear.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, can you get some order in the room, please? Thank you so much.
Mr. Senator, can I answer the question? Please.
Let's answer the question, and no chatter from the room, please.
So to answer your question, I was simply saying that I cannot ascertain exactly what your feelings are, but I can see what your actions are based on your character. I can see what your character is based on your actions. And so while I might not know, because I cannot know the future of what you're going to do in the next couple of days, but what I can do is come here and exercise my rights that I have in a democratic society to voice my opinions as everybody else has done.
Right, but what you just said a moment ago, you've determined the character of the people in this committee based on decisions we haven't even made yet. I just think it's important to point out, I absolutely support your right to be here, and glad you exercise your democratic rights to do it. But to determine what everybody's character is in a 5-minute speech, it is not, in my opinion, just kind of insulting. But Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your
Okay, thank you. Senator from Charleston, Senator Tedder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, as always, I see you. I want to thank you for always standing up and not being fearful to speak out, even when it may be unpopular. And I appreciate your comments at such a young age to show the intelligence, intellect that you have to be able to stand there and take questions.
Thank you.
But I do want to say that I did not take it that you called everybody on the committee that they had a fear, because that means you'd be talking about all of us, and I don't think that was the case. I do believe that perhaps some of your comments about fear could have come from the fact that on the Senate floor it was stated that if this happens, people of color might come out and vote, and so those types of things, and we should be scared because that's bad for this party, it's bad for this, and also the fact that it's not a secret that the President of the United States has been sending direct threats to people in this state, which some of them are very fearful of, to make a decision. So I appreciate you calling a spade, and continue to do what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Mr. Chair, can we please get some order in here? Mr. Chair, can we please get some order in this room? Thank you.
Okay, y'all hold the applause, please.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Senator from Charleston, Senator Sutton.
Yes, sir.
Good to see you again. I'll just make two quick observations. At age 18, if your words invoke such a forceful response, that may be an indication of fear. But I will say I am envious of you. At age 18, I was certainly not standing in front of this committee and speaking so clearly. I'll say at age 42, I am envious of your oratory skills, and you have a bright future.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator, please, no applause, okay? Senator from Richland,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much. So 18, are you registered to vote yet?
Yes, ma'am. I registered last year.
Will you be voting in June and in November?
Yes, ma'am. I'm anticipating voting on next Tuesday when early voting opens up. It will be foreseen if this process will take place. And like I stated before, I'm not here to say that I can predict exactly what the members of the General Assembly will be doing in the future, but I can exercise my democratic rights and the values that I have, where I believe that I do have the potential and the political efficacy to make a change in the community that I reside in and the state that I reside in, to try and move the needle a little bit toward a future that in a process that I think will be beneficial for the people, and that is fiscally responsible, that is done diligently, that is done thoughtfully, and isn't rushed through in a week with such little notice, with data that doesn't accurately reflect data that when I was 6 years old, I was shorter than this. 6 years ago, I was shorter than this podium. So if we're using data from that period in time, and if we're rushing through this, then I think that's something that is very irresponsible. And even though I cannot ascertain whether or not members of this committee will be, because like I said, we're still at this stage right now where we're taking information in and we're hearing from different perspectives. But I think it's important that we have members of the community to be able to interact with their elected officials and to be able to come here without fear and without any kind of pressure or any kind of barrier, or feel as if there is something.
Wind up your answer to the question, because we have 72 people who want to speak.
Well, I appreciate the committee for having us here, and I appreciate them for all taking the time to listen to us all.
And I just want to say one last thing. I was on a radio show about this topic on Sunday, and the last question that the interviewer asked me is, what gives me hope in times like this? And what I told her was, what gives me hope are the young people, because you all are extraordinary, and I think a lot of us need to be careful because you're going to be coming for our seats.
Okay, Senator from Calhoun, Senator Ott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In all seriousness, I appreciate your willingness to come, and I think it's great that we get a perspective from someone that's not always older than you. And there's an I'm not nearly as articulate as you are. I'm a country boy, but it reminded me of a little proverb that I think you need to always remember, and that is, a hit dog will holler. But as I say that, my question for you is this: in all seriousness, I want you to understand that motivations can be different, and it's not always good to lump everyone into the same motivations. There may be a number of different motivations or rationale or reasons for someone to support redrawing lines. And I'm not necessarily, opposed to redrawing lines, but I want your take on this. This is not the first that we've heard of a push to redraw these lines prior to the next census. Did you know that this is something that I've actually been hearing about from some members of the General Assembly all the way back to 2025? And so my question to you is why, if that is something that is so important, if this is something that is so important, why have we waited until right now, when voting has already started, to in earnest take up this proposition? Why do you think that would necessarily be the case now, for us to push like it's the end of the world if we don't get this done, when it was being discussed in late 2025, and we are now at the end of a legislative session? We've been in since the second week of January. If this was such a big deal, then why is the General Assembly now just taking it up?
I think that the simplistic answer to your question of why we were taking this up, whereas we were not taking this up in 2025, I'll tell you this: in 2025, gas was still $2.50. In 2025, people still had hope that there was some kind of way that we could, as a society and as a government body, that they could the concerns that constituents had could still be addressed by their members of Congress. And now that people have started to come to the realization that the members of Congress, many of whom are the 7 members that we have in Congress from our state, that sometimes that the interests of the community and the interests of our state are not fully aligned with their interests, and that people are starting to realize, wait a minute, I think that in November, there's something different. We're going to get a different result than what we've been normally getting in November. And I think now is the time where we're going to have to start, where people have started looking at other methods of holding onto their seat to make sure, because I'll tell you right now, the employee of the month doesn't worry about getting fired, but if your track record and your policy record and everything that you've been doing has been getting people to wake up and start realizing, like, wait a minute, something's going on. My life is not getting better, yet the same people are still going into this seat. I think it's time for me to do something. And when the people in that seat start realizing that that's happening, they start taking measures that may not be ethical.
Thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to thank you very much for being here. We're going to move next to Jensen Jennings. Come on up, if you will. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me God. I'm Jensen Jennings from Aiken, South Carolina. I have had the pleasure to live in the great state of South Carolina, and in Aiken particularly, for the last 7 years. It's been a great joy of mine. I've gotten to work, and I particularly work in advocacy with persons with disabilities. So, as some of you may or may not know, many people with disabilities have barriers that get in the way from them fully engaging in the life that most of us get to do. I think, let me just first say, I wholeheartedly oppose this bill. I think it unfortunately is morally irresponsible, economically irresponsible, and I absolutely think it is logistically irresponsible. So many of my friends use mobility devices or blind. These people can't drive, right? So if you make 2 primaries, you make it so that they have to go get to the polls 3 times, because you got the first primary in June 9th, then the proposed August 18th primary, and then obviously the general November 3rd. You make it harder for persons with disabilities to get out their vote. Advocacy, their vote is their ultimate advocacy. It makes it difficult for them. I know I was born with a facial paralysis, so it sometimes is difficult. It's giving me a speech impediment, but I'll be damned if it stops me from speaking up and not fighting for the rest of for all citizens and to all the senators, both Democrat and Republican. I genuinely am here to make sure that your voters, Republican voters, can go vote Republican, so that Democrat voters can go vote Democrat, so independents can vote whomever, whatever the heck they decide they want to vote. By God, I want them to have that right. I think there's a mess, and I also think the logistics behind it is going to be more expensive. One day it's $3.something million, now it's $5.5 million. Tomorrow it might be $10 million. And I know that's an exaggeration, so I have a little bit of theatrics in me, as some of us do. But when the House was debating this issue on the floor, which many articulate points were made, they didn't talk about people with disabilities. We were about a footnote. We were talking about absentee voting and voting for service members, which, of course, somebody who lays down their life or is willing to do so ought to have their vote unequivocally protected. But with respect to absentee voting, you also have to think about those who are, we talk about the elderly, well, they constitute a lot of the time categorized as disabled. Actually, a lot of veterans, a lot of elderly people with disabilities, they all encompass it. And in the final analysis, I don't think we leave this world without a disability. That is an inevitability in my assessment. So I would hope that when you go on and you potentially amend this, I think this thing unfortunately will pass. I do. But if you do it, please think about those persons who it's more difficult for them to get to those polls. For those people who, even the poor who don't own a car, what if they don't own a car? I have done work, I don't see Senator Massey, but I did a transportation survey with a nonprofit in Senator in Edgefield. So many people don't have access. They have a hard time getting to doctor's appointments. So it's just going to make it far more harder for people to get out there and vote. And the people they vote for are directly tied to those policies of healthcare, education, transportation, infrastructure. So it's all interconnected, and sometimes we want to silo ourselves. And I know that it's so easy to do that. And yeah, I have my partisan elements to me, but I really beg all of you to let the better angels of your souls and who you are as human beings shine through, and to at the very least take into real consideration some of the issues of which I brought up. May God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings.
Yeah.
Next, we'll go to Julie Zimmerman. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so we go?
Absolutely.
And tell us your name, please, ma'am, and pull that mic back.
Is that good? Can you hear me?
Thank you.
My name is Julie Zimmerman, and I am here as a native South Carolinian. Today, as you notice, I'm wearing a black dress. This is my funeral dress. This is the dress I wear to every single funeral. I have not put it on since last August when my best friend from high school's daddy passed away and I had to go back to Saluda to the funeral. But I'm wearing it today because it sure does feel like it's a funeral in South Carolina. It's a funeral from our state's history of being fiercely independent from federal interference. This is also personal to me, y'all. For almost 30 years, I've lived in the Irmo area, and I've lived in District 2. But with this map, with a stroke of a pen, I will be now in District 3. I live 500 feet from the Lexington-Richland County line. I can go out my doorstep and see the county line from my house. So I'm quite upset. I've been to the House. I've been to every subcommittee and committee meeting I could be at. I've taken off work. I've had to reschedule clients. I'm a licensed therapist, okay? And part of my job is to do no harm. And this map does a whole lot of harm. I'm trying to be a little more calm than I was in the subcommittee in the House, okay? Because I've had a few days. But I am in a state of grief like many of these people here. I've not talked to one person, Republican, Democrat, or Independent, that is for this map. None of this makes sense, y'all. Somebody not from South Carolina that does not know our communities, are drawing lines in the dead of night. And here we are with this map, and all of a sudden, I have a representative from Oconee County from the upstate that's now going to be representing me that knows nothing of Richland County. You are basically dividing communities, dividing my neighborhood right down the middle. Literally right down the middle in New Friars Gate where I live in Irmo. If y'all pass this, we will remember. Okay? We're going to remember. And I will do everything in my power as a native South Carolinian who is proud to be from South Carolina to make sure the people that vote for this will be remembered. So let's talk about the cost for a second. Bringing back the legislature for a special session costs approximately $85,000 a day to the taxpayers of South Carolina. That's me, you, all of these folks, all the people watching. It's on our dime. Also, now the cost is up to $6 million. Tuesday, when I was at the subcommittee hearing in the House, it was $3.5 million. So now it's gone up and almost doubled in a matter of a week. This makes no sense. Plus, what are the costs for local election offices? These county offices do not have the budget. Discretionary budget. There's no discretionary budget. I'm from Saluda. You think they've got discretionary funding in their fiscal calendar budget that starts on July 1? I don't think so. Neither does Clarendon County, where I lived until I was in the 5th grade. I lived in Turbyville. Neither does Florence County, where there's a lot of farming communities, small communities, where I also have roots in. So all of this at the same time when families, including my own, are having a hard time, affording gas, groceries, insurance, all of these necessities that it costs to live. Why aren't we worrying about that? And so I don't know if y'all's parents said something to y'all when y'all were about to make a really
ding-dong decision. But my daddy would tell me, and he'd look at me and say, Julie, if those folks are going to go jump off that bridge, you're going to go jump with them. And I feel like we're at the jumping bridge off moment, okay? And I'm not making a personal attack on anybody. I'm just asking you to stand firm in your integrity and your character, all of you. The ones that have voted to uphold what the law is and not redistrict this thing, I applaud you, and I've sent you all emails. I hope that y'all have read them. So stand firm in your personal character. Stand up with a backbone and stop this mess. Stand up for fair representation, and I thank you for your time.
Courtney McLean. I do. Oh, I do. Hi, my name is Courtney McLean. I am a lifelong South Carolinian, and I am the current candidate for South Carolina's 4th Congressional District. And today I'm speaking in opposition of H5683 as it relates to the 4th Congressional District and the dilution of thousands of voters within it. Spartanburg and Greenville have been paired together in the 4th Congressional District for decades upon decades, and the proposed map would split the city of Spartanburg in half, with the east side being moved into a new district that would be shared with Rock Hill and Richland. The interests of Rock Hill and Richland are not the same as Spartanburg and Greenville. Our economies, residents, everyday priorities are different. How can a member adequately represent the interests of both the upstate and the Midlands? This map does an incredible disservice for the hardworking people of the upstate, as divided communities often struggle to receive consistent representation, and a split community is a weaker community. Now onto the assumptions about Black voter mobilization. You are correct. In this new map, members of my own family who have lived in Spartanburg for over 2 centuries will be moved into a new district. I have personally already started canvassing doors and mobilizing African American voters on this issue in my district, and if you take away their opportunity to vote for the first Black woman to ever be on their ballot for Congress, you'll be waking up a level of mobilization that South Carolina has not seen in decades and is not ready to face. Because what's going on right now is not a resurgence of Jim Crow, it is the final stand before its permanent collapse. On the national level, overperformance by Democratic candidates have shown that the South is not Republican by choice, but gerrymandered into it. Races that were previously written off have now been given national attention and resources and make every race competitive. Whatever happens during the votes this week, just know that the proposed map is not the final action that you may think that it is. It is the beginning of a much larger movement. So I urge you to please vote no on this bill and to say no to gerrymandering in South Carolina. Thank you for your time.
My name is Anita Dantzler. I do. As I said, my name is Anita Dantzler. I am a resident of South Carolina. I'm a retired state employee, and I am here to tell you, I'm here to ask you to respectfully urge you to please reject any effort to redraw the lines in the middle of an election cycle. This is going to hurt people who are first-time voters, the elderly. I enjoy going to my precinct to vote each time it's the time to vote. So this is going to mean that I have to take my husband and myself, who he is disabled, out to the precinct another time. This is not fair. This is not fair to the elderly, the disabled, to first-time voters. There's going to be so much that's going on in such a short period of time that people are not going to understand, okay, what am I supposed to do now? Is it today? When is it? Next week? No, not this time. It's at a practical level. Mid-cycle redistricting creates unnecessary disruption and expense. We, the citizens of this state deserve confidence that our electoral system is fair, consistent, and not subject to unnecessary manipulation. All of you were voted into office by the citizens of this state. Redrawing the lines does not improve the lives of the people in this state. We are just asking you to do what's good for the people of this state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Danzler. Y'all, the last two speakers have done it in 3 minutes or less. We're going to have to kind of win them in. So if you will please hold it to 3 minutes, because there's 68 more to go. Cynthia Brown is not here. I'm sorry. All right, we're going to next call Chad Caton. And again, I don't know if y'all heard, but the last two speakers have done it in 3 minutes or less. We're going to go there too. Mr. Chad Caton.
Caton. Yes, sir. My name is Chad Caton. I am the, oh, sorry. Go? No?
And raise your right hand.
I'm sorry, yes.
Tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, body. We are in a very polarized world right now. I am the National Field Director of the Conservative Caucus, so I am going to speak on partisanship. This is a fight. We have different ideas, which is what makes this country great. I served in the Seabees. Thank you for your service, sir. But this is what we are. We have two sides. Had a great discussion with you on Twitter. That was fantastic. I love it. And this is how we get things done. But we have to recognize the partisanship, and sometimes when you win the game, you get to spike the football. Here in South Carolina, we have a supermajority as Republicans. We expect that Republican way of life and what we think is necessary to get done. And if we see an opportunity, a great opportunity based off of this gerrymandering and the racial gerrymandering that they said was an issue in the Supreme Court, and gives us an opportunity to relook at something, why would we not do that? Overtly, we're trying to say that this is racist by getting rid of what the Supreme Court told us to look at, which shouldn't be gerrymandered based on race. It doesn't make sense. But the racial conversation comes in here so that we have something to fight about. I see problems within these cities, and I see, we're talking, I don't want Maury County. I'm from Myrtle Beach. We don't want nothing to do with Charleston. We don't want to get into that. Right? Chairman, we like Horry County the way it is. But at the end of the day, that competition breeds success and greatness, just like it does in the military. This competition and our partisanship is what makes this country so good, to the point where we keep the violence away, but we're able to come into a room like this and talk. But at the same time, when the scoreboard's pretty big and you're doing pretty good, take a drink of water, spike that football, and there's where we are. We are always going to try to do it, and the Democrats will do the same thing. They do the same thing. It's important that we're able to look at this for what it is, and this is an opportunity in a partisanship world, in a partisanship government, and that's what makes America so great. The idea that we can do this together, we can talk about it, debate it fiercely, but at the same time, the Republicans are the supermajority. And as the Conservative Caucus and conservatives across this country, we want our ideology to progress. That's why we consider ourselves Republicans. I'd ask that this gets passed and we're able to get this in a position where we can continue moving. And I'd say to the Democrats, get some more people. I'm going to talk to this young gentleman. I think he said something about fiscal responsibility. He might be a Republican. He just doesn't know it yet. Give me a little time with him. Maybe we can get there. But I was very impressed with him, and I hope we find a whole bunch more of them, no matter what party. This is great, but it's also, you got to have a winner, and you have to have a loser. Thank you, sir.
Say your last name.
Chad Caton.
I've never met you.
No, but we've talked. We've had a lot of political stuff in Myrtle Beach. I started in Myrtle Beach with the whole Mark Lazarus thing, yeah.
Welcome to Columbia. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Luke.
We'll go to the next spokesman, Real quick, sir, come back real quick.
Real quick, Mr. Caton. Thank you for a presentation. Just a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you familiar with the Alexander case of the previous maps?
I'm not, no.
Okay. Are you aware that the Supreme Court said that the lines are not racial gerrymandered?
No, in 2024, right? That was in 2024. But you're all lawyers, right? I mean, for the most part, it's the judiciary. Isn't statute something you look at? And statute was just changed in the Supreme Court.
But I'm talking about the maps. So,
No, I understand the maps, and that's what we're doing. We're looking at maps, right?
So my follow-up question just was,
Yes, ma'am.
do you believe, regardless of what was said, do you believe that this state racially gerrymandered the current map?
Well, there's a whole bunch of people talking about it's racist to get rid of it. Isn't that the definition?
Well, what do you believe?
I think that I want 7-0 here in South Carolina as a conservative.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, next on the list is Reverend Nelson Rivers. Welcome, sir. And before perhaps Mr. Caton, you might want to hear this preacher. Raise your right. Tell us your name. Tell us your name.
Reverend Nelson B. Rivers III.
Very good. And do you swear or affirm to the good Lord what you're about to say is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
The good Lord, his son, and those who believe in him. Yes,
Amen.
I do.
All right. The floor is yours, but respectfully, 3 minutes.
Well, you changed the time and you saw a preacher coming, but I'm going to keep on going. The fact of the matter is...
2 more, you got it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No more questions.
Following that previous speaker showed me that the Lord does have a sense of humor and a sense of timing. I am also the Vice President of Religious Affairs and External Relations for the National Action Network. I work directly with Reverend Al Sharpton. I'm a lifelong South Carolinian. I was born in a place called Bennett's Point down in the East Basin. I grew up in the city of Charleston, lived on the east side and the west side. Came out of Burke High School in 1968, graduated from the first private HBCU, Wilberforce University in Ohio, founded by somebody from Charleston. I'm also the Director of Social Justice for the State Baptist Convention, and the President is here and the Vice President, and they'll be speaking shortly. I'm also the pastor of the Charity Missionary Baptist Church in Liberty Hill community of North Charleston, South Carolina. I appear today, chairperson and members of this committee, to oppose strongly this redistricting proposal that was sent over from the House. I was a lay demographer for NAACP from 1985 to 1994. I actually went to federal court to testify about when Jim's district was drawn, and he was not the person we drew the district for. We drew it for black folk to have an opportunity to finally elect a member of Congress. Since the last Reconstruction, we have not been able to have one. This proposal is unnecessary, it's discriminatory, and it's dangerous. Let me say it plainly. What this really is a racial gerrymander, as it violates the first principle of redistricting, which is communities of interest. It completely destroys communities of interest as it relates to black people. Also call it a racial gerrymander because, as the senator just pointed out, the Supreme Court said that the South Carolina case, despite what was just said, without facts, the Supreme Court said this is not a racial gerrymander. So the district you have now already met the test of not being a racial gerrymander. So where'd this idea come from? In our community, we know when somebody is calling us out. And so this is even more troubling because South Carolina already has a congressional map that was also approved. So why are we doing this now? That's a great question. The current map was not drawn by Democrats. It was drawn by the Republican majority back in 2020 and then stood firm in 2022 and 2023 in front of the Supreme Court. When the court allowed this map to stand, the court was effectively saying that the existing map, the one we're debating about getting rid of, met constitutional muster. It is not a racial gerrymander. I believe the map that you're about to do and the work you have done the last couple of days by the House is racism and racial gerrymandering. That is because the current map already survived the Supreme Court scrutiny. So what are we getting out of this process? We're getting rid of a district that Congressman Jim Clyburn happens to represent. When somebody says 7-0, I'm listening. I know what time it is. I'm from South Carolina. I came in at the last century. I'm 75 years young. Good black don't crack. And the truth of the matter is that I can tell you that when people use dog whistles and call me out, I am grown enough and young enough to say, come on, bring that with me. I'm going to have this conversation with you because what you're saying is a lie from the pit of hell. I should be able to tell the truth. There's no fairness in this. There's no constitutional requirement, no legal compliance. The issue is race, and more specifically, racism. I find it fascinating when young brother Zarel got up and got hit from the floor, and add to his credit, he didn't back up and back down because he had no reason to back up and back down. But I wanted him to know, I got your bro. If you need me, call me. I'll come up and we'll stand together with this because I've been at this longer than most of you. The fact of the matter is, what is confusing in South Carolina is this party loyalty. You do know that back in 1877, every white person who was a part of a party in South Carolina was a Democrat. And they were a Democrat until 1964. They didn't leave the party because of the richness of the Republican dream. They didn't leave the party, left the party because black folk started to get civil rights, and it was opposed by white Democrats. The face of that was Strom Thurmond. He got a statue out there. A lot of folk got statues out there. It's a whole other meeting. So the truth of the matter is, when you recognize that the party white folk became Democrats, not because of party politics or party vision, it was about black folk being Republicans and running this General Assembly. Fast forward, how long did white folks stay in the Democratic Party? From 1877 to 1964. What happened in 1964? Goldwater got beat by Johnson. And when Goldwater got beat by Johnson, what South Carolina's white folk, not all of them, but most of them held on to was segregation. They did not want me going to the restaurant with them, did not want me to go to school with them, and they did not want me to live in their neighborhood. What changed in 5 years? In 64, we got public accommodations equality. That means I can finally go in the crest if I wanted to. What happened in 65? The Voting Rights Act. Black folk finally got the right to vote. When you were hitting on Zuriel, I wanted to tell him, bruh, when I was your age, I could not vote. The reason you can stand here and talk trash to them and respond to them, because you got the right to do it, and it's protected. If I came in here when I was 14 years old, first, I couldn't have gotten in, and two, they would have locked me up and sent me out here because I had no right, because nobody my age or my race could vote in South Carolina in 1965. Then 68.
Land it if you will, please. I want to be fair to everybody here and no disrespect.
Oh, I've been already past that time?
Your 5 minutes is that you got.
Wait a minute now. Let's count. No, I'm going to submit this part of it.
And then we're going to
do not create a new problem where one does not exist. The fact of the matter is, we recognize in my community what this is really about. This is about Jim Clyburn being black and having a district, and when someone tells us they want a 7-0 Republican state, we understand what that means. We understand that means less representation, less rights, less respect, and less opportunity. And we stand against that. So when you do this, understand you are not creating a district that is less racial, because you already got one that doesn't have racial gerrymander. So what happens, you end up with no black person in Congress from South Carolina except the one who's a Republican from where I'm from, Tim Scott. No member of Congress will be black. And when you do that, what do you think you said does?
Thank you so much.
Racism is sitting in your chair. You got a chance to kick racism out the seat.
Bless you. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go next to Courtney Thomas. No, I'm sorry. Master Sergeant Lenore Jackson. And thank y'all very much. And again, respectfully, due to others here, please raise your hand if you will. State your name.
Lenore Jackson.
And please, folks, Senator Campbell, take that outside if you will. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much. Respectfully, 3 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. Hello, and thank you to this honorable committee for receiving my comments. I am U.S. Air Force Master Sergeant Retired Lenore Jackson, and I am a proud third-generation service member. The United States Air Force was the only career I ever wanted, and I served 2 decades, 22 years, 3 months, and 23 days to be exact. I served in Operation Iraqi Freedom and Operation Enduring Freedom. I served in the Far East with the 353rd Special Operations Group, and I was step promoted at Supreme Headquarters Allied Powers Europe. There was significant time spent away from my family, willingly defending the freedoms we hold sacred as Americans. So when I speak about absentee balloting For overseas service members, I'm speaking from lived experiences, the paper ballots, those. I remember requesting absentee ballots while stationed overseas, sitting with my now grown daughters, teaching them the value of voting, teaching them that democracy matters, that every voice matters, that every vote matters. Now today, we're here proposing decisions that will disenfranchise military voters. It's extremely difficult for me to fathom. Let me say this very, very plainly. South Carolina owes its military service members far better than this. This state is home to Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, Coast Guards, reservists, National Guardsmen, every flavor of military. Thousands of men and women who willingly leave their families to defend this nation. They stand watch while we sleep peacefully at night. They deploy while birthdays are missed, anniversaries are postponed, and children grow up through Zoom and email. And now, after all they've sacrificed, you mean to tell me we're creating barriers that could silence their voices at the ballot box? Make it make sense. It's extremely disappointing. So I challenge you to go home and have an honest conversation with these service members. Tell them their voice will not count. Tell them after risking their lives for democracy, their votes will be stowed away, and hopefully they receive another ballot. Tell them you're choosing what is unwise over what is wise. And then ask yourself, is this truly the state and the nation that we want to be? Don't simply say, I've talked to people. Talk to people. Talk to the service members. Talk to military families. Listen to the people who really carried the weight of this nation on their backs. Listen to me. Because this fight is bigger than politics. It's about principle. It's about protecting the sacred right to vote for the very people who defend our rights every single day. So I ask you straight out, do not take away the rights of the men and women who went to fight for yours. Please, vote no to 5683. Thank you, and aim high.
Jackson, real quick, but just stand there, not get in front of the mic.
Ms. Jackson, I just want to thank you from being in the district, but more importantly, just your passion. I know your service in the military, but your continued passion in the schools, making sure that people have opportunities, and I could hear that today, and I just want to thank you for taking time to come up here. You've always been a fighter, and I'm glad to know you as a friend. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator. All right, Courtney Jackson, Courtney Thomas, excuse me, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
And your name for the record, please.
Courtney Thomas.
Thank you. You got 3 minutes or less.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be speedy as I can. Thank you again, Mr. Chair and members, for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Courtney Thomas, and I'm the political director of the ACLU of South Carolina. We stand in opposition to H 5683. This bill aims to redraw our congressional voting map that the legislature spent months creating and years defending in court. When the ACLU challenged our current map as a racial gerrymander in federal court, many of you here today swore under oath that race had nothing to do with it. The United States Supreme Court ruled in the General Assembly's favor that the map was not a racial gerrymander and therefore is not implicated in the Calais decision. When the ACLU challenged the current map as a partisan gerrymander in state court, the state Supreme Court allowed the 6-1 map to stand but offered a warning. Chief Justice Kittredge wrote, I do not read the court's decision as creating a categorical rule that all future claims of excessive partisan gerrymandering are beyond judicial review. And yet here we are drawing new maps despite that warning. We are here because the White House wants to ensure that Democratic and independent voters in South Carolina are completely unrepresented in the United States Congress. There are 3 reasons that you should stick up for the ordinary South Carolinians who elected you and reject this bill. First, primary elections have already begun. I won't go back over the numbers again. You did already hear from Mr. Belangia. So our election doesn't actually start next week, as you've heard. It's already started, and changing our maps now would undermine trust in our elections. 2, being moved into a different congressional district is confusing and consequential. Our team ran the numbers. This redistricting plan is a recipe for chaos. 1,502,766. That is the number of South Carolinians 18 and up who are being moved into a new district. So that's 37% of our population who would be moved to a new district. Black voters in particular would experience a disproportionate share of that chaos. And the third reason is that litigation takes time, money, and energy that is better spent on issues that matter to the people. And I will close by saying that the committee has also received a signed letter from 70 United Methodist clergy members, including Bishops Malone, Carter, Fairley, and Shelton. I do have a hard copy here, but it was already sent to the committee ahead of this. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any for me. Ooh, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oops. Excuse me. Still can't hear me. 2 laughs, 3 laughs. All right, ma'am, please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Dr. Amalia Luxardo.
All right, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So help me.
God bless you. All right, 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Amalia Luxardo, and I am the CEO of the Women's Rights and Empowerment Network. We research, advocate, educate, and convene community in service to the women and girls across this entire state. At REN, we know that wages, health care, child care, workplace protections, and bodily autonomy cannot be separated from political power. Communities cannot fight for their needs if their voices are diluted before they have the opportunity to cast their vote. I have said it before, and I want to say it again. Election maps are the infrastructure of representation, accountability, and freedom. All of you know this. And that's why what's happening now is dangerous. Despite overwhelming public opposition, this legislation continues to move forward. Your constituents are watching their elected officials attempt to redraw congressional districts in the middle of a cycle without compelling justification. This is an abuse of political power, and it should concern every single one of us. And we can't ignore the historical context here. South Carolina has a long history of manipulating political systems to diminish the power of Black communities. So when voters see district lines being redrawn in ways that would disenfranchise Black voters or weaken the political influence of entire communities, they are right to be outraged. We all know this isn't just about maps. It is about who gets to matter in our democracy. People across this state, across the country, already question whether government is truly working in their best interest. Redrawing districts in the middle of a cycle will only confirm what many already fear, that the system is designed to protect those already in power instead of representing the people fairly. South Carolinians deserve better than politicians changing the rules in the middle of the game to protect their own power. So let's call this what it is. When you redraw maps to secure outcomes you couldn't earn from your own voters, it's cheating. Long after this hearing ends, people will remember who stood up for fair representation and who chose power over democracy. Mark my words, one day your children and your grandchildren will ask you where you stood in a moment like this, and I hope that you all can say, I stood with the people of South Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we will go next to Phil Ford. And folks, let me just ask, as I see a few streaming out, I don't want anyone who's traveled from far to get here to not be heard. Those who live here don't have far to travel. So after Mr. Ford, who I do believe lives nearby.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to invite those of you who are from an hour and a half to 2 hours away to let you come quicker. So, Mr. Ford, 3 minutes, raise your right hand, swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record, please.
Philip Ford, sir. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Phil Ford, and I'm here today as someone from Orangeburg who still believes government can do good things when it's done honestly and fairly. If you know me, you know I'm proud to be from Orangeburg. And when someone comes for anyone in Orangeburg, it will be responded to. Earlier today, a previous testifier made comments about the 6th Congressional District, and I take great offense to comparing my hometown to a third world country. I take great offense to comparing Somerton, where my dad lives, to a third world country. Orangeburg is the hometown of leaders and trailblazers like pioneering football coach Willie Jeffries, civil rights leader Cleveland Sellers, and legendary educator Benjamin Payton, individuals whose influence has been felt across the country and the world. Beyond its accomplishments, what makes Orangeburg beautiful is its people. A community built on faith, resilience, compassion, and neighbors who continue to show up for each other through every challenge and every triumph. Now, I grew up believing public service was supposed to mean something, that elected officials were supposed to represent people, listen to communities, and try to leave things better than when they found them. Maybe that sounds simple, but I still believe it. That's why I'm speaking against this redistricting effort. When people talk about maps and districts, it can sound technical and distant. But for communities like mine, it's personal. These lines decide whether people feel heard or ignored. They decide whether communities that have long histories stay together or get split apart for political reasons. Orangeburg is a real community with shared history, shared struggles, and shared goals. That same goes for places like Fort Mill, for Lyman, for Charleston, and so on. They're not just shapes on a map. And I think a lot of regular people are tired of feeling like politics is always about maneuvering and advantage instead of doing what's right. Most people don't spend their time studying district maps. They just want a fair system. I know people will say this is just politics, but that's exactly the problem. It shouldn't be. We should want districts that make sense to the people who live in them. We should want people choosing their representatives and not representatives carefully choosing the people they want voting for them. At some point, people start losing trust. And once people believe the outcome is being managed before they even vote, they stop believing government really belongs to them. I don't want to become cynical about government. I don't want young people to grow up believing fairness in politics is impossible. I still want to believe our state can be better than this. This just doesn't feel right to me. And I think a lot of ordinary South Carolinians, regardless of party, feel the same way. So respectfully, I'm asking you not to move forward with H 5683. Put communities ahead of politics. Do the fair thing, even when it's hard and not politically expedient. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, folks, who lives in Charleston? All right, the 3 ladies that I'm seeing, or the 4 ladies on this side. No offense to the good-looking fella sitting on the front. Y'all come on up. Young man, you're going to have some company on the front row. Or that row, so maybe they don't want to sit with you. You didn't stand up, so maybe they thought there's no point in trying to sit by you. All right. Tell me, thank you. And again, for the next tier who will be coming farther away, we'll hear from you too. Young lady, please tell us your name.
My name is Susan McHugh.
Okay, and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much,
I
Ms.
do.
McHugh.
So I've come from Charleston today, and my background is as I'm an attorney, a licensed attorney, and I've also spent decades as a high school civics, government, and politics teacher. So I have a little bit of a different take from my friend who talked about partisanship. This is not a game to me. This is about public service. Everybody in this room is a public servant. That's your overarching job title. And I want to thank Senator Campson. You are my senator, so thank you for being my public servant. And so I don't think of this as winning or losing. I think of this as if you want to win elections, there's an easy way. As an attorney, I'm going to give you free legal advice too. You can avoid all the costs, all these machinations about what you have to do, and I am also a poll worker, so I wouldn't have to do all these extra things and show up 2 extra days if you just keep the maps the way they are. Not only that, my friend could still go 7-0, and so could the opposing party if you put forward a platform that people in this state want to vote for. If you give us a plan for affordability, for lower prices, for health care, for housing, for actually achieving for our children the American dream, we will vote for you. Because I will tell you this, teaching high schoolers for 2 decades, they don't care what party you're in. In fact, the political parties have just about the lowest rating, right behind an extra day of school. Okay, they don't like any of you. So if you want to win people over, you got to get post-partisanship, and you have to become public servants again. And then it doesn't matter whether there's a D or an R next to your name, because that next generation, including me, will vote for you. So I'm asking you to not step on this rake today. It's going to cost money. It's going to cost confusion, time, whatever. And you know what? You may not win that game at the end. It's a real gamble, right? So the first test I'm going to have you apply, I'm going to ask you to apply, is the rake test. Should I step on the rake? My answer to you, no, don't step on the rake. The second test I'm going to ask you to apply, I actually got from Senator Massey. Okay, this is a real fancy legal test here. It's the mirror test. Okay, so look in the mirror. And as I tell my own children, there is one person who knows everything that you've done on this planet, everything you're about to do on this planet, and the reasons why. And that is you. I don't pretend to know why you're doing things, whether it's out of fear or winning or losing, but you know. And if you believe in God, your God knows. And you have been chosen by the people of South Carolina, not by a man sitting in a White House that's been partially demolished, but by the people in South Carolina to lead us. You have been selected. So I ask you to be leaders and to lead with your own true conscience. So thank you. Please vote no.
Thank you, Ms. McHugh. Real quick question for
Yes.
Senator Sutton. Very quick.
Right here.
Yes.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
In your experience teaching government to high school students, I know this is a little bit more of a history question, but are you aware since the 1890s in South Carolina that of an election that has been canceled while voting is actually happening and postponed while the maps be redrawn?
I am not aware of that, and I have taught AP U.S. history, and I'm also going to bring it back even further, okay, to Federalist 10, which James Madison, oh yes I did, okay, the mischief of factions. Oh, okay, Chip, we're on that together.
That outside with Senator Campson.
Yes. Well, I did not know that.
For hours, if you like.
I didn't, but I also will take it to Federalist 51. Okay? Ambition must be made to counter ambition. The reason why we have a federal system, a state system, checks and balances, various different departments are branches of government, is also that we don't have 7-0, and we don't have things that happen that are not well planned or thought out. So I ask you, please, forget 1890. How about James Madison? How about Thomas Jefferson, who warned us in his farewell speech? He warned us, he said, do not be swayed by the mischief of factions. So I'm on Team South Carolina. I'm not on team Democrat, Republican, 7007. I'm on the people. Be here for the people. Help us.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you.
All right, young lady, you're from, come on up.
I'm also from Charleston.
Tell us your name, please.
I'm going to have to move this mic down because I'm
Yep, and tell us your
vertically
name, please.
challenged. Sharon Robinson.
All right, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I sure do.
Ms. Robinson, respectfully, you've got 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm doing my best. I'm going to try and read,
You're
so if
gonna
I don't
do
make
that
eye
in 3
contact,
or
I
better.
apologize.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, first of all, for allowing me to speak, and I am here today to ask you not to move forward with redistricting at this time. There are serious concerns about both the timing and the impact this process will have on voters, candidates, election workers, and taxpayers across South Carolina. First, the estimated cost of over $5 million, we heard up to $6 million today, and that'll probably go up as well, is a significant burden on taxpayers at a time when our state has many important needs. Spending millions of dollars on rushed redistricting and additional elections seems difficult to justify. Second, voting has already begun. We've heard about this for absentee, military, and overseas voters. Some ballots have already been returned. Changing district lines after voting has started, this is just going to create confusion and undermines confidence in the election process, although I do wonder if that's not part of the plan as well. Candidates have already filed, campaigned, and spent millions of dollars preparing for these elections. Some may now find themselves no longer eligible to run for the very seats they have filed for. That is unfair to both the candidates and the voters who've supported them. Also, from a personal experience, I am one of those very popular election clerks. I work 14, 15-hour days on top of picking up the supplies beforehand, the training I have to do before each election. This will be another election. I will have to spend another day of in-person training as an election clerk. Conducting additional elections in August would place major strain on election workers and local offices. These elections require long hours, staffing, training, and preparation. For many of us, that means additional time away from our own jobs. I'm a small business owner, thank you, and that's time I have to spend away from that. It's costly, exhausting, and likely to reduce voter turnout because of voter fatigue and scheduling challenges, which may also be part of the plan. I respectfully ask this committee to choose a more thoughtful path forward. Wait until the next full legislative session so there can be meaningful input from election officials, candidates, local leaders, and the public before making changes of this magnitude. South Carolinians deserve a process that is transparent, fair, and carefully considered, not one rushed in the middle of an election cycle. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, young lady, come on up. Tell us your name, please.
Hi, I'm Trudy Grant, and I'm from Charleston, South Carolina.
Ms. Grant, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm the manager of religious affairs and external relations of the National Action Network. I have been trained and gleaned from the work of the one and only, the Reverend Nelson B. Rivers III, and our president and founder, the Reverend Al Sharpton. I was a proud resident of South Carolina until this jumped off. I am a friend of the amazing Congressman James E. Clyburn, AKA Jim. I have dedicated the last 17 years of my life working in the civil rights arena with the NAACP and now the National Action Network. As Mother Pollard from Alabama said, it is true for me that my feet are tired. However, I say my soul is not resting simply because I'm here today having to fight a system that refuses to see that I have representation of somebody that can relate to the struggle, and your refusal to see me as equal. My parents and my elders taught us that voting matters because people struggled and in many cases suffered for the right to vote. Let me share a personal story. I am the baby of 10. I lost my mother when I was 32, but I was able to sit at her feet to hear the stories about the struggles of taking care of a family in Liberty Hill in North Charleston, South Carolina, also known as the Black Bottom. Because of the lack of representation, legend has it that a bus for black children to ride to school was not given, and the school was more than 5 miles away. At the time, my mom, the late Thelma Ruth Lucas, worked in the kitchen at the school. Keep in mind, it was the late 1960s. That's not that long. Individual African students began breaking the color barrier at North Charleston High School. So imagine the place and the people that you were dedicated to working for was treated as second-class citizens. Now, being the strong African-American woman that my mom was, that was not going to happen. Or as we say, that dog was not going to hunt. So my mom led the effort to get the buses to come to pick up not only her children, but all the other children that were denied a seat simply because of the color of their skin. That's my legacy. That's where I come from. So should I assume that those who are voting to pass this bill, that your legacy for your children will be that you did not want African American people to be represented or to be heard or even to be seen? Do you want that to be the legacy for your children? Do you want it to be said that your vote caused the representation for South Carolina to be all white and a state that has 37% African American population? Is that what you want your children to learn about? That's what you want to be written in the history books about you? This is the end. I'll end with this. I am a mother, a grandmother, a sister, a auntie, a friend to many, and more importantly, I'm a believer in the Lord Jesus Christ. I'm a proud African-American woman. However, I'm not Harriet Tubman. I didn't free any slaves. I'm simply Trudy B, trying to ensure that you don't make any new ones. God bless you.
Thank you so much. All right. Ma'am, did you sign up to, tell us your name, please, because I did not see Miss Grant's name on the list. Our bad. Miss Lane.
Yes. 54 was on the sheet.
54. Welcome. All right, and thank you. There you go. All right. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
All the truth.
Thank you so much.
All right.
And the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and members of the Senate Judiciary Committee and fellow concerned citizens across the great state of South Carolina. I am Audrey K. Starks Lane, a parent of 2 black, brilliant, and handsome boys, and currently I'm a resident of Charleston, South Carolina, Congressional District 6, and Senator Sutton is my senator. I am also a founding member of Pro-Truth SC Coalition. I am here today to honor those who came before me. I can trace my family lineage back multiple generations, actually back to Equatorial Guinea, West Africa. That includes my great-great-grandmothers Elmira and Rosa, who grew up in Edgefield County and Saluda County. My great-grandmothers Henrietta and Matilda, also Edgefield and Saluda County. My grandparents, William, Annie, Katie, Leroy, and Daniel, Saluda County and Richland County. I stand here today for them. All of them experienced a period in their lives, or all of their lives, potentially that they could not vote. But in 1965, if alive, they watched as the Voting Rights Act was made a law and likely never thought that their children or children's children or children's children's children would be here today fighting the same fight. But here we are. With the swift movement of the pen, our Supreme Court took me back to the days of old with my grandparents. But I heard someone say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Well, I'm here with my full, sane mind, asking you to do what was done before and uphold the tenets of the Voting Rights Act in its entirety. The passage of House Bill 5683 is full of inconsistencies, thank you, of what many of us in this room claim to want in this world called democracy. We are rushing through a process, as we heard, of an in-person primary less than 7 days away that usually takes years to develop in redistricting. That's not democracy. The process to redraw congressional maps and move our congressional primaries has multi-million-dollar price tag that is a moving target at best, nor a line item attached to it. That's not democracy, nor is it fiscally responsible. There is no fair representation to lump communities with no shared interests, with extreme geographical boundaries together. That's not democracy. And not one person has been able to tell the people what is the real intent of this move beyond a partisan DC action. That's definitely not my democracy. And let's be clear, this is all about race. In our current political party system, if you know the history that we had before, one more line, you cannot disaggregate race and partisanship, and this is voter suppression and disenfranchisement at its core. I want to leave a legacy for my children. I work hard at it every day. I believe that's what my grandparents did too. I want them to know that their parents and grandparents worked to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with our God. What do you want your children's children's children and children's children's children to know about your legacy or read about this day, Wednesday, May 20th, 2026? Vote no. Decide today. No.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lane. All right, Dr. Leonard Griffin. And again, out of 2 hours or thereabouts, we're going to kind of thin the room here. And if you are on the list, y'all come on up. If you're not on the list, respectfully, we got a lot of people that signed up. So, sir, if you will, raise your right hand. Tell us your name first. Sorry.
Dr. Leonard Griffin.
Very good. Welcome. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you so much. Welcome, sir.
I am Pastor Leonard Griffin, the proud 12th pastor of the Old Macedonia Missionary Baptist Church in North Augusta, which sits between Aiken County and Edgefield County. I speak to this Senate Judiciary Committee feeling like David, who must have felt small in front of 9-foot, 9-inch tall giant named Goliath. I'm certain that David needed to summon his deepest courage to enter that battle, carrying with him a mere 5 smooth stones and a slingshot. What that lesson likely teaches us lies in the fact that he had a faith in a God that would take him through. I possess a strong faith in that supernatural God as I stand to speak to you today. My first stone is that our Constitution provides for redistricting to occur every 10 years once the U.S. Census has concluded counting the number of people in our nation. The last census occurred in 2020, as has been discussed, but what no one has mentioned is that was the pandemic year, when things are not as clear. The next census is expected to take place in 2030. Thus, this redistricting bill comes premature according to the constitutional provisions and well-established precedent. Why would our experienced, well-educated, well-informed fellow citizens serving in the South Carolina House of Representatives and in the South Carolina Senate violate such constitutional provisions, protections, and precedents at the insistent behest of our 47th president? My second stone is that our state's population has experienced a steady increase since 2020. Because of the influx of persons from various parts of our nation calling South Carolina home, districts drawn and based on those numbers no longer remain relevant. My third stone lies with my understanding that the current map received approval from both the South Carolina Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court for meeting criteria of partisan gerrymandering. My fourth stone rests upon the growing confusion, chaos, and multiple concerns that emerge from this should this pass. My 85-year-old mother who lives with me has questions about when to vote, whether to vote, where to vote, and what are the names of the candidates from which to choose. Because I need ample time to understand and digest the ramifications of this redistricting, I know that my mother will need 3 or 4 times that amount of time. Those citizens in our state who are her peers, her contemporaries, deserve to have a better opportunity. My 5th stone touches the fiscal impact of this debacle. Since this effort begins prematurely without planning to the Appropriations Committee, we taxpayers stand to receive an invoice from this federal government idea thrust upon us. Lastly, David took 5 stones, but I would say there's a 6th. And today that 6th is related to the fact that Congressman Jim Clyburn sits on the Appropriations Committee. And if in November there is a Democratic change to who runs the House, he will be the chair of the Appropriations Committee. Many dollars could come to South Carolina with him as chairman, and I believe you should vote no, so that we can have a better South Carolina, a unified South Carolina, and a South Carolina that works for all of us.
Thank you so much, Reverend Griffin. All right, Jamie Graham.
Dr. Graham had to leave.
Dr. Graham.
I'm Vice President for the Baptist A&M Convention, and he hopes to be here tomorrow.
Well, you have done splendidly for the both of you, so thank you so much. All right, young lady on the front, your name, please. And you're on the list.
I am.
What number are you? I see it right here, 68. Mayor Miko Pickett.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you so
Raise
much.
your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Your name, Mayor, please, for the record.
Sure. My name is Miko Pickett, and I am the mayor of Mullen, South Carolina. I am the first African-American female mayor, even though the community is 77% African-American. But I stand before you today not as mayor. I stand before you today as a citizen of Congressional District Number 7, which is today Congressional District Number 7. And as we stand here and talk about voting rights and drawing lines so casually, voting rights is something that so many people have sacrificed so much for. So I think about Fannie Lou Hamer, who was beaten and abused for the right to vote. I think about Martin Luther King, who marched, who was jailed, and he was beaten for the right to vote and ultimately gave his life. I think about John Lewis, who had his skull bashed in on a bridge for the right to vote. And I think about in South Carolina, our very own Majeska Simpkins and all she did to ensure that citizens had the right to vote. So this right to vote was paid for. It was paid for with courage. It was paid for with sacrifice. Those sacrifices were not made so future generations could watch the rules be changed in the middle of the game. President Lyndon B. Johnson once said, "The vote is the most powerful instrument ever devised by man for breaking down injustice." That statement still matters, and that's why I'm here. Because the citizens of Congressional District 7 have been doing exactly that. So I first met our Democratic candidate for Congressional District 7 as a Democrat last year. So he's been running his race for an entire year. And so with this new map, the citizens of Marion County would be moved from Congressional District 7 and put into, that was a quick 3 minutes, I thought I had it timed, put into Congressional District 6. So what does that mean? That means we spent an entire year getting to know a candidate. We spent an entire year vetting a candidate. I believe that candidate probably spent a considerable amount of money on his campaign. And now, where are we left with? If Representative Jim Clyburn, who I respect so much, is not running in a district that he does not live in, then we're forced with no candidate at all, with just days left before it's time for filing. Now, filing for Congress is not an easy thing to do at all. And so I find this to be unfair. The citizens have done everything that we've asked them to do. They have showed up, they have vetted candidates, they have made phone calls, we have received tons and tons of mail from this particular candidate. I see you. But yet, we're forced with a deadline of January 5th, not knowing who will represent us. That is not fair. So I will leave you with one simple question. And this simple question is, how in the world are Marion County voters supposed to fairly vet entirely new candidates in less than 3 months when we spent a whole year evaluating a race that we thought we were in? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mayor. All right, we're going to go to Paul Dans. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Tell us your name, please, for the record.
My name is Paul Dans.
You've got 3 minutes. You may not need it, so the floor is yours.
Well, greetings from York County. I want to commend you all as citizen senators for the time you're taking to hear everyone out. This is due process, and this is important. But the answer from the people right now is redistrict right now. And there's 2 reasons for that. Look on the ground. The 6th district, those people have been ignored. It's the most poverty-stricken congressional district in our state. The public schools are failing. The infrastructure is crumbling. People are literally dying of opioid, fentanyl on the streets. If this was such a great working map, why do we have the problems we do? We have to use this moment in time to correct it and send the right people to Washington. Look, the problems that come out of the 6th district and that misrepresentation affect us all your constituents, right? The illegal immigration, the heavy taxation on public services, the diminishment of all of our public services, our roads, all those things are crumbling. So we need better representation. I'm wearing the MAGA hat today for a reason, because this is partisan. It's unapologetically partisan. You're voted because your constituents see an R after your name. It's time to be Republicans. You have a supermajority, start acting like it. That's what the people want. And I've been around this state, and everyone in your constituency as Republicans wants you to redistrict. So, look, I'm commending you all today, but we have to get at this. 2 quick answers on the money front. Look, we have a $1.6 billion surplus. First time I've ever heard liberal Democrats complain about government spending $5 million. That is de minimis. 2, the pressing of time. Look, your former colleague, Representative Norman, called for redistricting in August 25. Jordan Pace offered this back in February. If there's a press of time, it's on this body for not acting earlier. But you can do it now, so go ahead and do it. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go to James Jones. Guys, we got 40 plus people.
I'm happy to take questions.
Can y'all get outside or?
Okay.
Very quick, respectfully. To those of you who want to be heard, this question is yours.
I believe your senators want to ask me a question.
I can go.
Senator Devine.
Thank you. So, Mr. Daines, you said you're York County, so you don't live in the 6th district, is that correct?
I have 2 houses. I live in Charleston and Fort Mill, South Carolina. Okay. So I live in both. Actually, we have, I like to say that my in-laws settled, they escaped communism, and they settled in Fort Mill.
Our time is limited, so.
Yeah,
okay,
they came down from North Carolina.
But you live in York County. And so you mentioned public schools and infrastructure. Who's in charge of funding for education?
The taxpayer, exactly.
What legislative body is in charge of it?
Well, we have your body and the House, okay?
Okay.
But we want more money.
Is that
yes,
correct?
state, yes.
Okay, infrastructure. Who's responsible for funding infrastructure?
Well, the federal government has a very heavy hand in that. Look at the 95 right now. That is one of the biggest embarrassments. We were talking about the 26. It's falling down. The 77. You look, people in Charleston. Yes, there's a federal highway system which big money comes in to make it possible.
Okay, so who runs the State House right now?
That's a good question.
Okay.
That's why I'm here, to make sure the Republicans start running it.
So I beg to differ when you say that the 6, where I live and have lived all my life, has problems because this state has failed to fund. So I understand you just dropped out of the House race.
Incorrect. I dropped the United States Senate race.
You're a United States Senate race.
Correct.
Okay. So next time you decide to run, make sure you understand who is in charge of funding. Thank you.
All
I do understand.
Thank you so much. All right, we're going to go next to James Jones. And you live, don't tell us where you live, your name for the
James A. Jones.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very well. Tell us, please, you got 3 minutes.
Okay. Mr. Chair, my name is James A. Jones. I'm an immigration defense attorney. I am an elected official at Spartanburg School District 7. Also, I'm a candidate for the United Citizens Party, South Carolina House District 31. But I want to tell you a story. This story is about Brer Rabbit and the map that lied. Gather around, South Carolina. Let me tell you a little story about Brer Rabbit, Brer Fox, and the map so crooked it needed a prayer, a lawsuit, and a chiropractor. Now, Brer Fox looked across the state and saw something that scared him worse than thunder at a Jim Clyburn fish fry. He saw voters. He saw black voters, Hispanic voters, white voters. He even saw grandmamas with peppermint in their pockets, receipts, and a political memory all in the same purse. And in District 6, he saw people who knew how to turn history into ballots and ballots into power. So Brer Fox said, we got to fix this. But when the politicians say fix, they don't always mean repair. Sometimes they mean let's just rig it. They mean they went out into a back room with a map, a ruler, and a whole trumped up guilty conscience. They cut the county, they cut the city, they cut even the college in half. Packed voters here, cracked voters there. Then they smiled and called it redistricting. Brer Rabbit called it what it was: theft with a compass, a ballot box burglary, a scheme in a black suit. And when Brer Fox said, it ain't about race, it's just politics, Brer Rabbit said, uh-huh. And when that mosquito bit me, he was just networking. But Brer Rabbit didn't panic. He said, please, please, please. Brer Fox, whatever you do, do not throw us in that briar patch. Now, Brer Fox said, what briar patch? Brer Rabbit said, don't throw us in that briar patch of voter registration. Don't throw us in that Sunday announcements briar patch. Don't throw us into texting cousins and calling aunties and checking precincts and making sure we're registered to vote. So don't throw us in that briar patch that makes us show up so early for voting we think freedom is on the schedule. So Brer Fox laughed. And guess what he did? He threw Brer Rabbit right on into that briar patch of democracy. And that's when the trouble really started. Not for the people, but for the plotters. Because the people began to move. The church mothers grabbed the clipboard. Students shared links. Elders said, baby, I voted when they tried to scare me with dogs and fire hoses. You think I'm scared of a district change? So every time they draw the line to divide us, the people crossed it. Every time they tried to bury a district, they planted a new movement. Election day came, Brer Fox stared at the returns, sweating through his nice little white shirt. He said, now wait a minute, how do we erase one seat, and now we got 3 black representatives in Congress? Brer Rabbit smiled. The maps don't vote, people do. So hear this, a rigged map is not a reason to stay home, people. It's a reason to show up louder. So check your registration, vote in the primaries, vote every chance you get, because voting is dignity. It's not begging, it's power. It's memory, and it is self-defense without a weapon. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I won't call you Uncle Jones, but that was a pretty good story. All right, Michael Allen, come on up, please, if you're still here. Raise your right hand, if you will, please. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your name, please, for the record.
My name's Michael Allen.
3 minutes, the floor is yours.
All right, thanks. I just want to acknowledge all of you. I can't imagine that a couple weeks ago you thought you would be sitting here this week and I can't imagine that you thought you would be addressing redistricting after that seemed to be dead with the last session. But here you are, and you've got a tough decision to make. and not very much time to do it. From the discussions at the beginning of this session amongst yourselves, it was quite apparent that this is a bit of a goat rope right now. Not your fault, but this has been thrust upon you. So I think it's especially important that as you consider your decision on redistricting, you consider who is going to be hurt by this and who benefits from it. And I think that's the key. So this is a last second and ill-conceived, admittedly partisan gerrymander scheme, and it burdens hardworking constituents and citizens of South Carolina who are struggling to keep health insurance for their families and struggling to keep their financial heads above water, paying inflated prices for just about everything now. And so it's hurting us, and I, along with your constituents, are not going to appreciate it if we spend $6, maybe $7 million of taxpayer funds for this redistricting scheme, which has come late and is not well organized. We've already heard how it's going to hurt poll workers, and it's going to put an overwhelming burden on our electoral system here. This is also going to undermine confidence. So that's going to hurt in that way. Your constituents have told you they're not thrilled about spending their time re-educating themselves about the legislators that they're going to be asked to elect in districts that are not familiar to them. The public does not like this. So who would benefit for all this disruption and all this chaos at the last minute? One man would benefit. One president who's a lame duck president, who's scared to death of losing his grip on total power and finally having to govern by collaborating with Congress as the Constitution intended. So, senators, here's your opportunity to stand up and do the right thing. Vote for the people of South Carolina and vote no for this redistricting, and tell the nation that here in South Carolina we do the right thing and we bow down only before God. Thank you.
All right, we're going, young lady, tell your name.
Maggie Knox.
Come on up. You're next on the list. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the whole truth?
Every bit of it, yes, sir.
And your name again for the record.
Maggie Knox.
3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chairman Rankin. Good evening, Senators. I think we're past afternoon now. My name is Maggie Knox. I am chair of the 6th Congressional District with SCGOP, the South Carolina Republican Party. I'm also the only Republican to be elected to county office within the last 40 years in my majority African American, overwhelmingly blue, overwhelmingly poor rural county of Hampton. So I'm not exactly a wingnut, and I think I can talk to just about anybody here. On that note, let's talk about poverty. Depending on the rubric used, the 6th has been, for the last several decades, either the 5th or 7th poorest in the country. We are overlooked consistently for infrastructure funding and industry growth. As part of my duties in this role, I travel around to all 14 counties, or rather pieces of counties, in the 6th, and the overarching theme in so many of these communities is that their citizens are constantly battling crime, poverty, and corruption born of desperation. How much longer do we have to wait for relief? As someone who, like you, has taken on the great responsibility of other people's well-being in elected office, let's look at this logically. Representative Clyburn was elected in 1992, 34 years ago. The other 6 congressional districts in our state are doing exponentially better financially by any measuring stick that you can use. I understand the old saying, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But no one can argue that the 6th congressional district is not currently gerrymandered in a way so that it stays literally broke. And the people of the 6th deserve every bit of the opportunity that the rest of the state, quite frankly, takes for granted. I'm from Hampton County. We have the highest taxes in the state, but can't get anyone to earnestly help us as we fight to escape from under the heels of oppression. I understand that everyone here has their own concerns, but I'm coming in front of you, hat in hand, to beg for basic consideration. In Hampton County, in the corridor of shame, we have had some of our schools lose 30% in enrollment. We've been screaming into the void regarding millions of misappropriated tax dollars. No one seems to care about flagrant corruption, and my time as an elected official saw me dealing with actual I'll be respectful of your time and stop. My name is Maggie Knox. Thank you for your time.
You have a real quick question here, Senator. Sorry.
I'm noticing a common theme today is beating up on the 6. I happen to live in the 6 as well, but are you aware that 2 of the top 3 high schools in this state reside in the 6, that being Academic Magnet and School of the Arts?
Respectfully, Senator, even a broke clock works twice a day. I invite you, I would love for you to come down to Hampton. Have you driven through Hampton or Allendale counties?
Oh, I certainly have, and there's rural poverty all day long, but point that to one congressman, you're totally overlooking the fact that we've had a Republican governor in the state for the last 24 years, a Republican House, Republican Senate. I guess they're free of all responsibility for all that poverty.
No, sir, they're not.
It's all Jim Clyburn's fault for some reason. Thank you.
No, sir, to answer your question, no one is not accountable for that. I can tell you that my people in Hampton, when we talk about poverty, they just say in defeated voices, we are in the corridor of shame. There's no sense in trying. That is what I am up against every day.
Thank you so much. All right, a quick comment from Senator Lieber.
Mr. Chairman, I can't help but recognize that 90-some% of the witnesses that we have today are against the redistricting. That is completely clear. It's just unfortunate that when we have 1 or 2 pro-redistricting witnesses that come to the podium, they're met with a certain amount of hostility that I don't think is really fair. And I want to point out that there is a huge silent majority in the state of South Carolina that may not take the time to come to our committee hearings, but they do exist. And I would just hope that we could be cordial to every witness, no matter what their position is on redistricting. Thank you, Chairman.
So much. All right, we're going to Thomas Murphy. Thomas Murphy. All right, we're going to go to Reverend Michael Buxton. Thank you so much. And you raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
And tell us again your name.
I'm Reverend Michael Buxton. I am here today. I could say I represent a whole lot of different organizations that I'm a part of, but mostly I'm the senior pastor of the Chappelle Memorial AME Church right down the street from the Capitol. And I am the community pastor for people that I know and serve from Orangeburg, where I live, to here in Columbia, where I pastor. Now, I'm not going to take the time, Chairman Rankin, to remind any of you senators what the U.S. Constitution says or what the state Constitution says. I'm not going to remind you that the time to redistrict comes when we do a census. You all know that better than I do. I'm not here to remind you of the rules of the People's House, even though there are some of your counterparts who work across the lobby who feel like that it is their house. I just come today to share my feelings and represent those that I serve, to let you know that this nation has never been a one-party nation, and it never will be. Despite the dreams and the wishes of the President of this United States, it will never be a one-party nation. Now, I am 68 years old, and I've lived long enough. I come up at the end of the civil rights era, and I've lived long enough to witness people on both sides of the aisle work in this state in harmony. I don't like, and I'm sure that the citizens of South Carolina don't like what we see now. As someone mentioned earlier, we're so polarized. Thank you. But I do want to tell you this. You all were not hired by the President of the United States. You were elected by myself and persons who are behind me and the many other citizens. And I'm going to throw this little one in here. This is free. If you feed the monster long enough, he'll come back to eat you. And if you don't believe that's right, ask Senator John Cornyn in Texas, and he'll let you know that the monster will come back. Now, in the words of I can't make you do what is right, but in the words of my late cousin who served here in the state of South Carolina, the late Judge Matthew J. Perry, who had a favorite scripture, it was mentioned earlier. What does the Lord require of you and of me? But to act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Buxton. Wilbur Cave. And as he's coming up, folks that are from an hour or so out of town, come on, get up closer. Y'all go sit on the left side. We're going to make sure you're on our list. Sydney's going to check you off that list. Please, Mr. Wilbur Cave.
Yes.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And your name for the record again, please.
Wilbur Cave.
Y'all sit on over here, if you will. Y'all move over that way so that Sydney can get your names and make sure you're on the list. Please, Mr. Cave, the floor is yours.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the Judiciary Committee, before I make my presentation, the one question I have is this. Is there a copy of the map that the House passed? Where is it? How can we get it?
It's in the public domain. We're not going to hand you copies of it, but it's out in
which domain?
The newspapers, everywhere. I mean,
okay.
We can give you that, but it's out
okay.
there.
And usually, and let me yes, sir.
And not to take your time, but if you've been listening between 9 o'clock and 12:30 last night, you could have heard this map read to you.
Well, you're right. You're absolutely. But I found something better to do with my time. So let me say this. Mr. Chairman. In full disclosure, I served in the House of Representatives from 1994 to 1999. And one of the things I remember, even though that was a long time ago, that these kind of hearings always had a map so that people like all these folk who've come from all over the state would have a chance to look at that map and see what exactly is being proposed. Because like a lot of these people and a lot of other folk, I've heard a lot of different things about what's going to happen. For example, I'm hearing that Clemson and Carolina are going to be in the same congressional district. Is that true?
Go Tiger Cocks.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, anyway, so it's true.
To your point.
Yes, sir. To my point. I oppose.
No, stop.
Yes.
This is not your time.
Okay.
That map has been published on the House Redistricting.
Thank you.
And it is out there for the public domain. We've seen it.
Yes, sir.
But for those, there's a website, South Carolina House of Representatives Redistricting map. Please.
Thank you, sir. I came today to oppose this bill, and it is my hope that you will do the right thing for the 5 million plus citizens of South Carolina and do the right thing and not leave what we have in place to get through this election cycle. And at some future date, you want to look at changing the maps, so do it. But I am wanting you to take this opportunity to do something that South Carolina has had a reputation for. And you know what that is? It's taking a lead. Why don't you look at all the other southern states who are falling in line and doing the same thing? Why don't you be different and say, you know what? We want to put our citizens first, and we're not going to hurry into I came here today, I tell you what, my main purpose today was to propose another plan. And you know why I'm not proposing it? Because I heard those election officials, and I understand that, boy, we're in for a real mess as far as this election is concerned. And at the end of it, I don't know what we would have gotten out of it except that there's one person in the whole world who will have profited maybe from it. But again, I just hope that you will have some courage and willpower to go ahead and say, look, regardless of how you believe and when you believe what we should do, this is not the time. And I would hope that you would not pass this legislation and look at it and do it some future time. Maybe after 2030 when the next census come out.
Thank you, Mr. Cave.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Dr. Laura Wooliver has written testimony. Again, those on the front row now who are from away, who is next? Sir. Yes, sir. Where are you from?
From Ridgeway.
Okay, all right. Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir, I do.
Please tell us your name.
Moses Bell. Again, thank you all for allowing me this moment. Again, my name is Moses Bell. I'm from Fairfield County, Senator Stubbs, and also know Senator Walker here. But anyway, I'm from Fairfield County, citizens who just love this state. As I see it, it's incompetence and the lack of good ideas to improve the lives by the president of the average citizens that have brought this ill-conceived gerrymandering forward. The fear of the Republicans not being elected. I believe the Republicans to rid this state of congressional representation of and for minority interests. In my opinion, this is rigging at its worst. Why do folks hate the minority population so much that you want to take their representation? I can't understand why this deliberate body, if they care about the state well-being, would want to eliminate a voice such as Jim Clyburn when he has brought so much to the state, to follow a man called Donald J. Trump, who with all his character flaws and convictions, really a disgrace to this state with our perceived values. I realize South Carolina was the first state to secede from the Union, but please don't redistrict this state without updated census data. Stand up for your citizens, as already been said today, and not follow a would-be dictator. This state needs people of conscience, like all of you. Please be that people. I'm asking that you all vote no to redistricting. And now I have a question for all of you. Just suppose that that someday we're going to have a Democratic president, and you have all Republicans in the South, all of them. And then we end up with a Democratic president like Donald J. Trump. So what that means is you wouldn't get nothing in the South. I mean, just think about that for a minute. Think about what you all are doing, okay? And I realize the vote has not been taken by the Senate. But we are asking all of you to please vote no for redistricting, because the data's not in. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, the data's not in. Okay, there are parts of the state that's growing far faster than other parts of the state. Other places, parts of the state are not growing at all. So how can you honestly do redistricting? You can't. That data's not there. And again, just think about it if you would. What would happen if you had all Republicans all across the South? We always talk about diversity. We won't have no diversity. You won't even have a diversity of thought. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right. Next, Catherine Harvey. And please state your name for the record.
My name is Catherine Harvey. I'm a resident of the city of Spartanburg. Thank you all for...
Raise your right hand if you don't mind. You swear to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So we go.
I swear.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I serve as the Democratic Party chair for Spartanburg County, but today I'm here as a concerned resident of the city of Spartanburg. This bill would cut my city straight down Pine Street in half. The entire east side of our community would move into Congressional District 5 along with Cowpens and Packlet. We would share a congressional district with Rock Hill instead of our neighboring county of Greenville. It would split city council representation, county council representation, our school district 7, and several precincts between 2 congressional districts. It also draw 700 people out of the town of Lyman, just one precinct that would have a different congressional representative than the other 8,000 residents. And instead of driving to a congressional field office 15 minutes away in Greer for District 4, they will have to drive 90 minutes to Rock Hill. As somebody who led our countywide 2020 census efforts in Spartanburg and ran as the Democratic nominee for Congress in 2024, I can tell you that this is sheer insanity. And I'll remind you that the 2020 census was an undercount. We are using data that is so old in a moment in a state that we are booming. We can't possibly understand the impact of this mid-cycle redistricting right now. The city of Spartanburg has an estimated population of 40,000 residents. The county is nearly 400,000. We're going to be well on our way to 500,000 by 2030. Like several other counties, we're growing. Almost 30 people a day move to Spartanburg County. And at a time when our community is bringing more business in than nearly any other county, we have generational investment happening in our public school and higher educational systems right now, and that receives federal funding. Our community is finally getting our dues, and we're going to be divided. And as far as our political power goes, it is highly unlikely we'll have anyone like Liz Patterson or Trey Gowdy, who are congressional representatives from Spartanburg, serving us again the way this new district is drawn. It will quite literally dilute our political power as a county. But what I'm most concerned about are the voters, the confusion it will cause. I've spent nearly a decade working locally to inform, educate, and turn out voters, and I can assure you this will not only dilute trust in government, but it will put undue stress on already taxed election systems. Y'all, people get confused when their polling place changes. We are changing an entire congressional district in the middle of an election cycle. We do not have the communication system in Spartanburg or the upstate, to sustain this. And I just want you to think about that as you vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Real quick question, ma'am.
Kevin, I think you said that you helped with the census.
Yes, sir. I ran the 2020 efforts.
And is this the census that got cut short?
It's the pandemic census, yeah. So Spartanburg was one of 5 counties that reached their 2010 census level in the midst of it, and it was a significant undercount that year due to all the reasons you could imagine during the pandemic.
But this was the census that was cut short and then taken to federal court as well?
Yes.
And so across the state of South Carolina?
Across the state, that's right.
So the data we're using is probably short. even then.
Absolutely, and you could argue that our more underserved communities are more undercounted. Spartanburg County is actually the test site for the census right now. We were one of 5 counties that were picked to do a test run.
Thank you for your volunteerism
Yeah.
in the community.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Kenneth Harris, come on up, sir. Thank you. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, and your name for the record, please.
Kenneth Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Good evening, gentlemen, ladies. Voice is pretty much gone. I'm running as an independent, and I'm running as an independent because I joined the Marine Corps, and as a Marine, we don't look at Democrats or Republicans, we look at Marines. So I decided to run as an independent. I've been on the ground since October of last year. And this redistricting is going to hurt everything I've done. I had to go out and, well, as an independent, I have to get 10,000 signatures to be on the ballot. I'm sitting at about 75, right at 7,600 signatures that I've done myself, by myself. So now, with the redistricting, it's going to take away at least 4,000 of my signatures. The ones that's going to come straight down through Fort Mill, Lancaster, Pageland. All of these towns I actually got on the ground. Imagine in the rural area where there's dogs everywhere running loose. I don't know how many times I've been chased up on top of my car. So the lady earlier mentioned Spartanburg. So I'm also going to lose votes in that area as well, signatures. Listen, I put in a lot of work, and I'm begging you guys, listen, have you been on the ground? Have you been in 11 counties? My congressional district is massive, and for me to get those signatures, it means I got to do a lot of walking. So I lost my voice talking to folks, saying the same thing over and over. I'm begging you guys, listen, that meant, so my question is, if this happened, what's going to happen to me? Do I have to go out and acquire additional signatures, or are you going to limit me to the minimize the amounts of signatures I need to be on the ballot? That's my question. Am I going to be held to the 10,000 signatures that I need to be on the ballot? Because if this happens, all of those signatures are going to fall outside of my district, which means they're not good. According to the FEC, they're no good. So I'm asking, what happens to me if this happens?
Mr. Chair.
Senator Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to try to answer, well, I don't have an answer for your question, but I want to thank you for your service and your willingness to serve. You brought a totally different scenario that I have not thought of. And so the answer to your question is I don't have that answer, and I don't know if anybody's thought about that. And so to that point, that just tells me another reason why this is very problematic. You put in the work, and that would totally, if you lose 4,000 signatures because those people no longer live in the district, I mean, that's detrimental to you, and you have no power over that. So I'm glad that you brought that forward. That's a scenario that I don't think many people have thought about.
My campaign money, sir, is coming from my retirement. I spend my money. Just don't do this. I'm begging you guys, don't do this. I met with so many people out there. These people in South Carolina are hurting. From Whitmer to Great Falls to Tradesville, all these small towns, these folks are hurting. And I get the chance, the privilege of just being able to shake their hands and look them in the eye. Man, look, get a chance and go back into your districts and talk to the people. There's so many folks that want to be here, but they can't. I've been up here since 8 o'clock this morning, drove from Rock Hill. I should be on the ground trying to get some more signatures, but I came here today because I need to know what happens to me if this map gets signed tonight. Do I still have to have 10,000 signatures to have my name placed on the ballot?
All right, Mr. Harris, real quick, Senator Stubbs.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Harris, for being here. I don't know that, sounds like you might be in my district, actually, if you're on the south side of Rock Hill.
Congressional district.
Yeah, well, so I'm the 17th. And I'll tell you right now, we're not taking amendments here, but I'll offer an amendment for you that allows you to have reprieve under these circumstances if this bill were to pass. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Harris.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your time, gentlemen,
All right,
ladies.
we're moving on to Miss Silva, Miss Silva, Juana Silva. All right. Jonna, all right. Regine Rucker. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, tell us your name, please.
Regine Rucker.
Very good. And if you will, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much.
So I will try to condense my remarks down to 3 minutes. So first I want to say, let's be clear. This is not just mid-decade redistricting. This is mid-decade illegal racial gerrymandering masquerading as partisan mid-decade redistricting. The proposed 7-0 Republican-Democrat map is gerrymandering on top of what I believe is an already gerrymandered 6-1 map. Fair this is not and has never been. The map demonstrates a belief that all non-Republican citizens of this quote-unquote great state, many of which are African American, do not deserve any representation in the federal government. Here are the facts. 50 to 55% of African Americans in the U.S. currently live in the southern United States. The fallout from this case is where? The southern United States. As we heard, Richland County will bear the brunt of the changes and split districts. Well, guess what? 49.3% of Richland County is African American. This is a coordinated nationwide attack on African American voting power and representation, the poor, and the future of democracy for all. Germaneness arose in the most recent debate on the House chamber floor. One thing's for certain, two things for sure. Racism is germane to House Bill 5683. Trump and his administration have awakened the dormant Goliath of racism embedded in the foundation of this country and state. But just like David, we will again slay this Goliath. I stand here in the spirit of Ida B. Wells, Ella Baker, Rosa Parks, Fannie Lou Hamer, Septima Clark, and many others. Maya Angelou, an African-American female poet, author, and civil rights activist, said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. So I want you to know today that I see you. We see you. But I hope the 5 Republican senators that previously opposed 5683, regardless if to not inadvertently motivate black voter turnout, Senator Massey, will vote no again and fail to pass this bill. However, if you do not, I want to tell you and charge South Carolinians to get ready. Get ready, get ready. Because here we come, y'all. Here we come.
I do. My name is Cheyenne Lee. This is my first time voting this year, so it's great to hear that first time voting this year. Map's getting remap, new district. Okay, and I don't want to bore you because I'm sure you've heard it a million times. I see you guys on your phones. I'm watching. Sorry, but I just want to know like some accountability. Okay, can I don't know if this is audacious of me, but can I please get a raise of hands of those who have not been swayed and plan on voting on this bill? Are you scared? I'd like to know.
Go ahead, ma'am. We're not answering questions or providing responses. The floor is yours, so respectfully, that's your time.
I really want. Wait, why though? Don't we deserve to know? Like, why are we? I've seen no good reasons for why this bill should be passed. Okay, we have the people who are running independents. It's gonna cost $5 million for no reason. Like, we could just not do anything. We still have 6-1 for Republicans, but we just want to go 7-0 because we think that having no representatives for Democrats is a good thing. Like, you've seen all these people. We deserve to at least have one district. Hello? Out of 7? And like about 40% or less, whatever, of voters are Democrats. Okay, 40% is not a small number. That's at least one district. Okay, so how come we're just remapping? Also, not subtle, by the way, like redistricting right before primaries. Like, you couldn't have chosen like at least a little bit earlier than right before primaries, don't you think? So I just want to know, like, what reason, like, do we have to be doing this? I just want to know, like, if anyone on this committee can just give me a reason, like, I just want some understanding, okay? Because clearly, a previous senator on this committee, I don't think they're here anymore, but they got a little offended that one of the speakers called them fearful, okay? But like, why don't you just tell us why you're doing it? Anyone? People have, some of these, you on the committee have answered questions from previous speakers, but since I'm asking you so directly, you don't want to answer me anymore? Does anyone on this committee want to answer me why this bill is a good idea? I just want some understanding.
Anything else, ma'am?
That is all.
Thank you. Dr. Laura Walliver, who has submitted written testimony, but we're going to hear you as well. And again, anybody else in the room that has got travel beyond right here in the Columbia area, again, invite you to come up and let us get your names. Dr. Laura Walliver.
Yes. I'm Dr. Laura Walliver.
And again, swear affirm to tell the truth. Amen?
Amen.
So help you God. Thank you.
I have submitted written testimony, but I also want to speak, please. I have been here since 1 o'clock, and I've heard all of this with great fascination, and I keep thinking, as I hear more and more of it, what could go wrong, right? So I am a retired political science professor. I taught for 34 years at USC down the road here, and my specialty is American politics. I'm here today to underscore several important beliefs and principles and norms of American political systems that are actually bedrock to our democracy. Today, the current majority party seems to hold to the mantra that might makes right. Maps are a moral document. I want to give you some examples, just two. When a more powerful country takes over a smaller one, the results are officiated with redrawn maps. Maps in the United States used to demarcate which states were free and which legalized chattel slavery. Redistricting, which involves maps, is a moral issue. The difference between right and wrong, morals. In a democracy, representation of all citizens is folded into the principle of majority rule. It's majority rule and minority rights. Part of the bedrock, once again, of our norms and our beliefs. Some democracies use systems that are not winner-take-all like ours. But even in a winner-take-all system like ours, measures have always been entrenched into our rule of law to protect minorities from abuse of power. On May 8th, I listened to the testimonies of many citizens at the House Congressional Law Subcommittee hearings on redistricting. The first person called to speak was a consultant who drew the maps this committee is now examining. He blithely and powerfully and pridefully stated that the maps he drew would result in 7 congressional districts voting into 7 Republican congresspeople. That is a violation of the basic precepts of democracy. If the results are secured for a majority faction before an election, that is not a democracy. It is similar to a Soviet election, a Potemkin village. Important decisions over maps made hastily, pridefully, with little aforethought, and under pressure from a distant leader known for his retribution, is not the way to run your democracy. The norms and principles I am discussing pertain to every redistricting by any party or faction at any time. Right now, the majority party is proud of its electoral victories and powers. That's understandable. But history has taught us that absolute power corrupts absolutely. I'm going to make one more comment. What a majority party needs to study in a democracy of any majority party is that they have been entrusted to govern, is that what you can do and what you should do are often different things. And finally, remember as well that pride always comes before the fall.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
All right, Karen Irick. Thank you. Welcome. If you will tell us your name for the record, please, ma'am.
Good evening. I started out to say good afternoon. I've been here before you guys got here. But anyway, good evening.
Your name?
My name is Karen Irick.
You swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I swear to tell the truth.
And the floor is yours, respectfully. 3 minutes. Thank you.
You got it. I want to thank you guys for the opportunity to have my say. Again, my name is Karen Irick. I live in Congressional District 6, Senate District 21, and House District 70. I am here in opposition of H. 5683. I was born in 1953 in the old Columbia Hospital where the Richland County Administration Building now stands. Having said that, I hope you can at least acknowledge that my lived experiences with racism is real. I was 12 years old when the Voting Rights Act was passed. I became a get out the vote foot soldier at 16 years old, at a time when I could not vote nor register folks to vote because I was not of voting age. But what I could do was knock on doors and talk to people about the importance of voting. 57 years later, I find myself standing before you to say this redistricting move is merely the art of the deal 2.0, entitled The Art of the Steal. ask you humbly, respectfully, not to make the deal. I got 1 minute. Do the right thing. Do not waste taxpayers' money or waste time from working on the most important issues South Carolinians are facing today. Wait until 2030 when it is time to do the census. I will leave you with a passage from the King James Bible to ponder for such a time as this. Galatians 5:22-23. But the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, long-suffering, gentleness, goodness, faith, meekness, temperance. Against such there is no law. There's nothing good about this move. With that, I say, take heed. He will know you. He will know the fruit that you bear. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Howard. All right, Walter Reed, I think you are traveling as well.
I'm not traveling, but I did just have surgery on my tooth, so I've been walking around here with no medication or anything like that. So
We'll get you in and out of here. If you will, raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth?
Of course.
Nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
State your name for the record, please.
Walter Reed, like the hospital.
There's one nearby.
I thought maybe I'd get y'all with that. This effort to redraw congressional maps in the middle of an election year seemed to all point to one man, Jim Clyburn. Shane Massey already mentioned how gerrymandered this state already is. We've already heard we heard that this map does not factor the racial makeup of our state, and that's good. I like that. But statistics say otherwise. The 6th congressional district today is approximately 46.8% black, 41.6% white, and 6.2% Hispanic. And with the other districts, if you compare that to the other districts, all right, because I'm just going to talk numbers here. All the districts, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7, average 63 to 76% white, 12 to 24% black, and 6 to 11% Hispanic. What's the difference between the two? This district literally represents the true diversity of South Carolina in the fairness you claim to advocate for, and is statistically the fairest district in all red states in the United States. While the other 6 districts tell another story, if we're just talking about race and partisanship and things of that nature, 65 to 75% of white voters vote Republican. We know how this state works. 80 to 90% of black voters vote Democratic. 55 to 65% of Hispanic voters vote Democratic in South Carolina. That's an average of 44 to 64 likely Republican and 27 to 51 likely Democrat across all districts, which tracks with our Dem Republican split that we usually see around 56-44. It just depends. If we want to be race neutral, with 3.4 million white voters, 1.4 million black voters, 400,000 Hispanic voters, and 120,000 Asian voters all over the state, we definitely have the numbers, not only the numbers, but the partisanship as well, with a 46% split, as well as what I said with the black voters, white voters, Hispanic voters, and Asian voters. This is a state where if we put all of our minds together in terms of Democrat and Republican, set our differences aside, and actually pick more competitive districts throughout South Carolina, this could be not just a red state, this could be a purple state. It has always been a purple state. I'm almost done, I promise. The timing of it says it all, the math says it all, and the calls you've been getting lately says it all. Don't think about the man, think about your state. You all here know very well how important Congressman Clyburn is to South Carolina. Even Republicans, including our governor, Lindsey Graham, and others acknowledge his influence has brought resources and national attention back to the state. He has helped bring billions to the state he's brought billions to his district as well as his state. And there's two people who have brought the most money to South Carolina to ensure that we are prepared for this influx of newcomers to our state. And one of them is Jim Clyburn. He's not just a Democrat, he's a statesman. South Carolina will be here long after any man. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. All right, we're going to go next on the list, and I appreciate your patience with us, folks. Wade Fulmer. Wade Fulmer. And again, as we kind of are nearing our latter part, please don't repeat what you've heard unless you were compelled to say it again. Please, sir, raise your right hand. Tell us your name first.
Wade Fulmer.
Thank you. And do you swear affirm to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fulmer.
Thank you for your concern and questions for our military voters and the voters that they protect and defend. I served in Vietnam in infantry with the 82nd and 101st. Our men and women fought and fight for Constitution and democracy, not to bow to rush, reckless redistricting, nor liars, invasive fascism. As a teen Republican, I campaigned for Floyd Spence for Congress, Watson for governor, Goldwater for president, God help us, and of course, Strom, who seemed to be repenting. Previously, the country supported a forthright, good Eisenhower and a real Kennedy. When we of all colors were in Vietnam and send other wars, the 65 Voting Rights Act was and is the constitutional and equal honoring of human beings. Now, 2026, we are suffered and assaulted to steal decades suffrage from we the voters. After Vietnam, I campaigned for Reagan in '80, and I county chaired for McCain 2000. What has brought the state and nation to unnecessary destruction, lack of adherence to Constitution and voter rights? What happened? Liars and cowards betray the people to endless wars, even chaos, reckless, incited, redistricting sedition. The fascist obstructs voting, denies justice and peace for people of color. Color like that guy Jesus. Sad, the bow changed the rules to do anti-democracy like happened last night. And the fascist pardons his useful criminals of his own sedition. Representatives must act for the people, not for complicit betrayers, fascism. No more chaos, no Jerry Rush, ill remapping, no push primaries, no more betray God, South Carolina, a nation. The 250 years of ongoing revolution for humanity, democracy, are growing independence. Nonpartisan voters who will not tolerate dictafascism, his Epstein company, nor even a party of RJ and hypocrisy. We the voters are Americans. I ask that all of you be one with us. No more bowed to Trump's fascism, his greed, destructive economy, his endless lies and wars. Do not body bag voting rights, democracy, or your duty. No reckless remapping, redistricting. 2026, honor voters, soldiers, a coexistent, respectful America. Glory, glory, hallelujah. I believe in states' rights and voter rights. I oppose redistricting for a fascist, no matter who he be. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fulmer, for your service. Quick question from a brother in service.
Yes, sir.
First, I want to thank you for your service, and I was a 101st Airborne guy for 2.5 years as well. And Senator Lieber has his jump wings too, and just want to, as an Afghani guy, have so much appreciation for Vietnam vets. A lot of parallels between the wars, and I this past summer had an opportunity to go to Hanoi, Khe Sanh, Da Nang, Hue, Hoi An, the Vinh Muc tunnels, and got 50 years later to see some of those battlefields. That appreciation only grew for what you guys went through. So I just want to say thank you so much for your service and being here today.
Thank you very much. Well, in a war like that, we can say we need to get from this point to that point. But to your service, I thank you for your service. Whether it is a sandstorm in the Mideast or whether it is the monsoons of Vietnam, that's a long way to go between those 2 points. Parallel here is that you may get to that point after you work to do so, but you also lose a lot of men. You lose a lot of people, you lose a lot of voters, and you still sometimes are defeated. We don't want to do that.
Thank you, Mr. Fulmer. We're going to call James Starnes next.
Chairman, committee, I'm fine with this, but like I actually have an autistic son that I have to get to soon. So like if we can make sure that I have time.
What's your name?
Don Polite.
All right, and come on up, Mr. Polite. You're going to be next up.
Thank you, sir.
Anybody else with a crush of schedule, I'd invite you to come on up, again, assuming that you're on the list. So, Mr. Starnes, tell us your name, please.
James Starnes.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
But I'd ask this honored committee to just assume that I'm going to lie about everything that I say. I rise, first of all, so many thoughts came to my mind sitting in this room, and I'm going to ask the members of this committee to please take one of your colleagues to the woodshed. A young man of 18 stood here and spoke his heart. And it reminded me of, I've only spoken before this legislature 3 times. The first time was about 30 years ago. And I was asked a question very similar to the one that was asked to that 18-year-old. But the senator started it. He prefaced his statement by saying, "I'm not trying to intimidate you." And I said to him, "Yes, you are." That young man was speaking from what he has been listening to. I serve as president of the North 21 Terrace Neighborhood Association, which is in Congressional District 6. I live in Congressional District 2. But I speak for those people that are talking to me, and I want to talk to you not as James Starnes, but what these people are saying. Give them the right to be wrong, if you will. But much of what I've heard is documented. There was a call that came from D.C. The call came from a man who was a convicted felon. The call came from a man who attacked our House of Representatives, had people to attack it. The call came from a man who has admitted to being a sexual predator. The call came from a man who has a record of making every effort possible to hide every connection he had with a convicted sexual predator. One more vote to make sure that he can hold on to these things and make sure that we don't have a working 3-party system. I mean, you know the word that's not coming to my head. He's doing. So from that 18-year-old, I'm 73. Now bring it on to me, sir, if so, because I'm ready. The 18-year-old was ready. But these people see that there must be fear, because we are going to celebrate 250 years of this country. And you have told us that we believe that the 6th Congressional District has a lot of Democrats, has a lot of African Americans. Now we want to connect it with the Cali thing, which we know is garbage. I'm asking you to have faith in the people of South Carolina. Have faith in us that we have more power than that person in D.C. who is saying, I don't want these Democrats to have representation. And by that, I don't want these people who I perceive to be voting Democrat, these African Americans, to have representation. So 250 years ago, taxation without representation was wrong. So if I'm not to be represented, don't make me pay taxes. Let's not talk about Congressional District 6, because there was no concern even from you guys 2 weeks ago when in the 237 history of the House of Representatives, the 6th Congressional District sent the only majority whip from South Carolina.
Stars.
I'll speed up, the only minority whip from South Carolina. So I'm not going to talk about all of the evils of this bill and all of the problems with this bill. You know it. I'm asking you to have faith in the people of South Carolina. We will support you, Republican, Democrat, or whatever, if we see you doing the right thing. You saw all the ministers in here. They are going to go back to their congregations. I'm going to a congregation Sunday where I will be speaking at my home church, and I'm going to talk to them about the Sanhedrins. I'm going to talk to them about the Sadducees. And I'm going to ask you, anybody who doesn't, just look at it, the Sadducees.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate your presence, truly, and your prayers. All right, Zakia, perhaps, have I misspelled that? No, Polite, Mr. Polite?
I was going to say, no, I was going to yield.
Yeah. No, come on, Mr. Polite, what is your number? Where are you on the list? 46. My apologies. All right, sir, please state your name for the record.
My name is Don Polite. I prefer DJ Polite.
DJ, thank you. Do you, again, swear or affirm to give the truth?
I swear to tell the whole
Bless
truth.
you. All right, 3 minutes, please.
So I mentioned my son. Some of you might have seen him before. He's 8 years old. I used to carry him with me to graduate school classes, 2020 campaigns. There's pictures of him with multiple candidates. I love that boy so much. And I bring him up because he is autistic, right? Earlier this year, my wife put in the form for the educational credit for exceptional students. It has a cap of $2 million. It's first come, first serve. My wife turned in her paperwork 10 minutes after the application opened, and we met the cap and did not get it. $2 million for all the state of South Carolina for anyone who has a child with exceptional needs. And we're talking about gerrymandering, where we're going to find an extra $5 to $6.5 million. We couldn't find maybe 15 minutes worth of money for all the exceptional students of South Carolina. That is upsetting. It's infuriating. I want to talk about gerrymandering for a split second. I'm not even going to talk about racial gerrymandering. I just want to talk about gerrymandering to begin with. If we're thinking about gerrymandering, this is coming from a political party that says that we don't like entitlements, welfare, and handouts. But what is gerrymandering other than a political handout to someone who did not earn their vote? What is gerrymandering other than a political bailout to a political party that doesn't want to do the hard work like the independent who's walking for signatures? What is gerrymandering but political welfare? I'm absolutely against any kind of gerrymandering. And somebody might say, well, New York or Massachusetts gerrymanders more than South Carolina does. This is a constitutional republic. I have no idea why the South Carolina legislature cares about the Massachusetts voter at expense of their own voters of South Carolina. A Massachusetts Republican does not benefit by having another South Carolina Republican. Same way that having a Boston Democrat wouldn't help a South Carolina Blythewood Democrat. It doesn't make sense. So no, there are many things that we could be doing here in South Carolina. Raising the cap on exceptional students instead of rushing through a bill so we can gerrymander even more than we already have. I saw we have 1 minute, and I do want to mention briefly before I give up my time, I forgot which committee member said it, that there's a silent majority here in South Carolina. That doesn't matter. We're talking about drawing up congressional districts. It's not a statewide seat. You don't silence some voters of your state for the benefit of other voters. That is not how democracy works. That's not how a constitutional republican works. That's not how South Carolina should work. I give up my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, next we are going to Nicole Sanchez. Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I know you're used to hearing from me, but I did bring greetings. It's Zakia.
And I'm sorry.
It's okay.
If you hide back there.
I know. I'm just not very. I'm not very tall. Thank you.
Welcome. All right.
Thank you so much. Right. I am Zakia Mickle.
And you swear affirm to tell the truth.
I do.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Senators. As I said, I'm Zakia Mickle, and many of you know or are familiar with me as I serve as a registered lobbyist for the state of South Carolina. Today, I'm here to be heard as a constituent and also as the founder and chief collective strategist of the Ubuntu Collective, and finally, as a lifelong resident of District 6. I cut some of my comments here because I know everyone's tired. I've been here since 9. I hosted a prayer vigil. We prayed for you all this morning in the State House lobby, and I hope you felt those prayers. I need to name that this is a direct attempt to dilute the black vote. Toni Morrison tells us that the very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. So I won't belabor the points of the lunacy that is H 5683. Instead, I want to thank the Senate for continuing to stand strong on this issue. I'm speaking affirmatively because I believe the Senate will stop this insidious plan to change our maps 4 years early without the information or time needed to do this properly, with intention, effectiveness, and most importantly, with integrity. I'm urging you to continue to hold the line, to hold these lines until it's the appropriate time to reconsider the lines. I've been on the grounds working on this issue since the news of the phone call from the White House to redraw the maps broke. I won't waste much time talking about how absolutely baseless this is. I want to spend more time talking about the importance of public input. Every hearing on this bill in the House was packed with constituents urging, demanding, pleading with the House not to do this, not to set us back, not to dilute the black vote. In a speech I made at a rally last week, I said, "This moment is the outcome of years and decades of racism and a blatant disregard for the people who may never make it up here. People most impacted by these issues who may never even know there was an H 5683. Don't just consider them, but center them in this moment. We must center those people in this moment. We must center and prioritize those most impacted by these issues, because when we do that, everybody wins." This week, the Ubuntu Collective and other partners across the state have made our way into the community to be with the people, to ring the alarm, to let them know what's happening on the grounds here and, quite frankly, what's at stake. We went to share a meal with them and lift an opportunity for them to get involved. So it's my honor to bring the requests of the people of the PD, the Grandstand, and the Low Country, who cannot be here today. Their voices deserve to be heard, and we ask that their written testimony be added to the record. We bring the requests of the people of the Midlands and the Upstate, who cannot be here today. Their voices deserve to be heard, and we ask that their written testimony be added to the record. Spoiler alert, they, like the majority of the people here, are urging you to vote no to H 5683. This is a moment where political analysis fails us. When the rules change to change the rules again, we have to look beyond political strategy and the usual advocacy tactics. This is a moment where we should consider South Carolina history. My grandma taught South Carolina history, and it's important that we all become very familiar with it. You can't know where you're going if you don't know where you've been, and I must emphasize this is a moment where the future of South Carolina's history is in your hands. You get to decide what your legacy will be. All eyes are on this issue, and while many South Carolinians are food insecure, underemployed, begging for a living wage without health care, and lacking adequate education access, we are here in a special session discussing maps that we all know weren't drawn fairly or frankly even well. You get to decide if you'll fold under the pressure of a tyrannical ruler or stand on the right side of history and not only hear but be responsive to the voices of your constituency. And I'll end with the same question I asked the House when I gave testimony last week. Who do you answer to? I hope it's the people. We are here and we have something to say.
Thank you, Ms. Mickle. Elaine Cooper. Elaine Cooper. Did I call Nicole Sanchez earlier? My apologies. Okay. Amanda Arthur. Welcome, and tell us your name, please.
Amanda Arthur.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arthur.
Before I start, I just want to say I'm sorry if I stutter over my words. I was up till 3 a.m. working on this after my kids went to bed. I'm a single mom, and then I got up at 6 to take them to school, so I'm tired. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for letting me speak today. Up front, I want to say that I am against this map. I am a constituent of Congressman Clyburn, a single mom, a climate scientist, a graduate student, a former state employee, and a U.S. Army veteran. For 2 years, I served as my battalion's voting assistance officer. Much of the testimony I prepared has already been discussed today thoughtfully with Mr. Belangia, which I want to thank this committee for. So thank you for engaging with that thoughtfully. Mr. Belangia stated that there may be issues with, quote, a few ballots, and that he wasn't sure whether a few ballots with an issue would make any difference. And I want to state unequivocally, yes, one vote does make a difference. In November 2025, the Morehead City, North Carolina mayoral race was decided by one vote out of 1,500. The State Board of Elections then discovered that poll workers had improperly turned away voters who should have been given provisional ballots. Those voters believed they participated in their democracy, but they had not. Voters were silently disenfranchised by procedural failure. I think changing South Carolina's map now risks exactly that happening here. Mr. Belangia's testimony today, in my opinion, as a veteran, is proof of exactly why rushing a decision like this is a terrible idea. There are many potential points of failure. Do not let a rushed timeline add to them. The young man who had the tooth surgery gave ethnicity percentages earlier that totaled up to 39% of South Carolina's population being people of color. And, let me skip that. So even if this map is drawn as the map maker told the House last week, without considering racial data and based on partisanship, it still incorporates race. That's 2 million people in South Carolina disenfranchised, 39% of the population. And they currently have, under our current map, 14% of representation with one seat. This map is attempting to make that 0. Because the President of the United States posted "Get It Done" on social media. Whitewashing today's gerrymander by calling it non-racial when it delivers a 7-0 delegation of overwhelmingly white representatives in a state that is 39% people of color, that itself is racism. This is not a map that is in the best interest of South Carolinians. As we watch this administration slash regulations that protect Americans, it's clear that this will give us representation that will not support a single thing that would actually benefit us. Affordability, improving schools, public health, unpolluted air and water, access to clean energy that would safeguard our national security by reducing our dependence on foreign oil. Instead of voting for this map, pass legislation for independent, nonpartisan redistricting that can be done after this election is over. Protect our service members' votes. I have a couple more points. I'm sorry, I'm out of time. I just want to say that this week, The president sued the federal government that he runs, his personal defense attorney represented the government, and then settled for $1.776 billion of taxpayer money. The president's political allies will be paid that money, and then he also settled for a lifetime guarantee that the IRS is forever barred from auditing him, his family, or his businesses. And that, if you pass this map, is who you will be taking orders from. That is who you will be chaining yourselves to. So I want to urge you to not do that. As a white woman growing up in a 98% white town in Utah, I choose to raise my children here in South Carolina because precisely of what Utah did not give me. This state, the diversity here, is its crowning jewel, and it should be cherished, not suppressed, by a map drawn in Washington and rammed through the State House with no respect for decorum. Dr. King said, "The arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice." It bends because people pull on it. Black South Carolinians have been pulling on that arc since before South Carolina was a state. They are pulling on it today, and I am pulling with them, and so are my neighbors in Richland County, and so are the veterans across the state who did not volunteer to serve and die for their country so that a Truth Social post that would hold so much power over South Carolinian lawmakers willing to obediently bend the knee in compliance to a man who spent way too much time with Epstein. I urge you to stand with the people here behind me and upstairs. You hold the power for now. You can take our district, but you cannot take our memory, our vote, our freedom, and you cannot take the collective power of the people of this great state when we bring a blue wave down on every single name attached to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Arthur. Thank you for your service as well. All right, Vaughn Johnson. Kashawn Dotch. Lynn Teague, I think I saw her leaving. Ms. Teague? I'm here. Paging Ms. Teague. Anyone? Anyone?
I'm always here, you know that.
Welcome.
Yes. Would you like to swear me in?
You've been sworn in and at so many times. How would we need to do it again?
Right.
Respectfully, yes.
Yeah.
Tell the world your name.
I'm Lynn Teague from the League of Women Voters of South Carolina.
And for the 1800th time, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you so much, Ms. Teague.
Yes, and I'm going to bless you all by not reading my written testimony to you. I did submit it. I hope at least one of you will read it. But the point I want to stand up here and make is that the main drift of our concern expressed in that testimony is that everything about this process sends a very bad message, a terrible message, to the people of South Carolina, to all of them, all of the people of South Carolina. The rush process, the scrambled elections, the map clearly designed to make the people of South Carolina pawns in a bigger game. All of that is absolutely contrary to representative democracy, and people will see that, they will understand that, it will make them discouraged, it may make them apathetic. The League of Women Voters and others will do everything we can to try to encourage people to continue to have some kind of faith in the importance of getting out there and voting, because those of us who know redistricting know that a really good turnout can overcome the expectations of the best map drawers. But please do not send that message to the people of South Carolina. Please do not pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman, may I ask one question?
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Teague, I'm assuming the answer is going to be yes, but I would hope the League would take the same position that you're taking here against this bill as you would in Virginia and California when they took steps to, so it's, you said we're a pawn, but I think this is happening all over the country, and I hope your message is consistent.
Actually, the National League, and it is in my written testimony, has a strong policy against any of the midterm redistricting, and it does not depend on which party's doing it. We, in fact, do oppose all midterm redistricting that is going on, regardless of who benefits.
Ms. Teague, as I recall from perhaps a bad memory or a memory, but did you all support a redistricting commission instead of
We did work very hard for a redistricting commission. We did not back a commission that would remove the legislature entirely from the process. Frankly, in retrospect, I think our plan was a little naive. But what we did back was efforts to have an independent commission that would draw a map that would then be submitted to the legislature for a vote.
Which in some of the states that Senator from Greenville mentioned, they wish they hadn't done some of those. But again, I digress. Thank you very much, Ms. Teague.
I should throw in here, we would have second thoughts about that plan now, too.
Very good.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just briefly, that's the thing I was thinking about. I'm glad the chairman brought it up. When it was expedient for these other states to, for political gain, just like that's fair on the table here, those states that had the commissions, a lot of them abandoned those commissions.
And having seen how it played out in various places, I can see why it happened that way.
So kudos for us at least not doing that then. Not so much now. All right, Sue Berkowitz, come on down. Welcome, a very familiar face. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? Of course you do.
Of course I do.
And Sue Berkowitz, tell us your name and the floor is yours.
I'm Sue Berkowitz, and I'm the founder and attorney and director of policy for South Carolina Appleseed Legal Justice Center. South Carolina Appleseed works on behalf and with the low wealth community to advocate for legal, social, and economic justice. We're asking this committee and the Senate to reject H. 5683 and the efforts to change the rules by drawing new lines mid-decade for South Carolina's congressional House districts. This rush, flawed proceeding will eliminate the voices and votes of communities of interest around the state, communities with deep roots who deserve stable representation, not political rearrangement every time national politicians become nervous. This is fundamentally a due process and fairness issue. Voters have relied on established election timelines and procedures. Changing the election structure after ballots are requested and returned creates trust issues. Voters should not be forced to question whether their participation still counts. Election administration requires consistency and predictability, and the most important, public confidence. There must be a compelling governmental interest to take actions that are this drastic, and what isn't happening in our state will erode the confidence and trust of our public for our state leaders. The tremendous fiscal cost of this effort could be used to help our residents that are struggling to put $4 gas in their cars, food on their tables, get the health care they desperately need, and have a roof over their heads. We're using precious state resources that could be used to help them as they struggle to support themselves and their families. Trust must be earned, and when it's lost, it's very hard to regain. Please let our state voters know they can trust our election system to be fair and not motivated by outside political forces. This can be done by voting against the efforts that are before you in this bill. I want to thank all of those who have already taken a stand against this effort and ask you to continue to protect all voters of South Carolina, and ask those of you who have not taken that step yet to join your fellow senators to vote no on H. 5683. Thank you for your time. It's been a long day.
Bless you. Thank you very much. Ariana Mora. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly.
I'll help you out.
All right. Tell us your name, please.
My name is Anjani Moro. Yeah, I guess I got it.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mora.
Hey, y'all. Hi, committee. My name is Anjani Moro, and I am an immigrant, a mother, and a South Carolinian. Thank you, Senator Rankin, for validating that I am a South Carolinian. I came to South Carolina when I was 5 years old, and I went through the entire public school system up until graduating from the University of South Carolina. I am from Georgetown, South Carolina. And y'all know this new map makes Georgetown look really different. I currently live in West Columbia, and I have lived in the Columbia area for a few years. And, you know, when my parents first moved to South Carolina, people of South Carolina would ask, why did y'all move to South Carolina? Y'all know what that means. And I was embraced by my community, and I give back to my community. I left this state after living here for several years and moved to another state for 6 years and recently moved back. Guess what people have been asking me? Why'd you move back to South Carolina? What have y'all done in the last 20 or 30 years to make this state that much better? Because I am seeing now that in another 30 years, people are going to ask my son, who was born in another state, and their mother was born in another country, why'd you move to South Carolina? And my Indian heritage was something that was brought up with one of the legislators here in South Carolina recently that was really fascinated by India. And I, told him, it would take a lot for you to understand Eastern philosophy, religion, a country, but I realized something these last few days. There's not that much of a difference. I found out that some of my past family members were freedom fighters, and India's struggle for freedom from the British was not that different from those in the South. The struggle for liberation for black folks were similar to Indians. W.E.B. Du Bois communicated with Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, on equality, dignity, and freedom. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was influenced by Gandhi's success in nonviolent resistance. No one is really going to remember the oppressor, the one who takes away rights, but we remember the one who will fight for liberty and freedom of those most oppressed. A healthy democracy is good for everyone, regardless of political affiliation, and not having representation can be dangerous. Our countries are not so different after all. Our cultures are not so different after all. When you realize the struggle for freedom and liberty is what ties us together. We all have a role to play in this movement. What's going to be your role? The one fighting for freedom and liberty, or the one taking it away? And I want to leave you with this. W.E.B. Du Bois famously said on his second annual meeting of the Niagara Movement, "On this rock we have planted our banners. We will never give up, though the trump of doom find us still fighting, and we shall win." We know this is more than maps. We know that this is taking away our democracy. And what he meant by this is that systemic racism, exploitation, and white supremacy would ultimately trigger a catastrophic collapse of democratic institutions that would affect all of us. So I ask you, if you've got South Carolinians' backs, we got your backs. But the Trump of doom, he does not have your back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrow. Stephen Asbel, Stephen? Very well. Welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us your name, please.
I'm Dr. Stephen Asbel.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
So help me God.
Very good. Thank you.
Chairman Rankin, members of the committee, I deeply appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I know it's been a long day, and I probably like the other lady, I'll probably stutter a little bit. But I came here right after work at the hospital because I also want to shine a light for the 2.4 million working South Carolinians who work during the day. It's really hard for them to make these hearings. And I just want to put out there that you're asking them to shell $6 million we're hearing of taxpayer money. They haven't had a lot of time to talk about it or think about it. So I just wanted to shine a light on that. Their voices should also be raised up in this moment. I've watched so many elected leaders rail against unmerited hires. I've listened to, with some pain as someone who cares about public health, people rail against Dr. Traxel and say that she shouldn't get to be the public health director because she made a donation to a Democrat 6 years ago. And in a free society, that should not have been anything to do with her qualifications. And I would say, though, after hearing the word DEI and meritless hires, the ultimate DEI hires are people who want to rig maps to put themselves in office. At my job, I get a performance review. And I think as elected officials, you should also think about that. You know, who put you in office, and do they really want you to give yourself an advantage to keep a position rather than going through another election? I'm hoping to make the chairman happy here. I'm cutting out a lot of the history because I definitely cannot surpass what Reverend Rivers and so many others said behind me. But I do want to replace it with this. These men and women are heroes in our state. They speak for their families, their friends, people that were slaughtered to save the right to vote and ensure that every voice in the state matters and counts. And as someone, I'm a candidate for State House District 85 this year, and as someone who often, talking online, people hit me with, well, you know, if as a Democrat, maybe you should move to a blue state. Maybe your voice should count there. And my response back is, I stand with hundreds of thousands of people who have like-minded values and similar feelings to me. I'm a born and raised South Carolinian. My family's been here for generations. So my response is, if that offends you, maybe you should live in communist China, where we don't have those rights, where you do have one-party rule. I'm all for if Republicans win elections. That's fine. Thank you. I'll adhere to that. That's fine. That's what it's all about. But my point being, a one-party state should not be dictated on the citizens of South Carolina. And Senator Sutton, I got to lift up your comments. That was very heartfelt for me. My grandfather, Stokes Shealy, was a Bataan Death March prisoner of war for years. He was blinded. He had poison sprayed on him, had really bad Parkinson's before he died. But he always voted by mail. And the fact that we are now going to throw out what sounds like, I'm not sure of the number, but it sounds like several thousand potentially military ballots over this, that deeply bothers me. I don't think that's right. I would just say, too, if we're going to spend all this money to rehash elections, I'd encourage you guys to put your names back on the ballot. We can move my election up, too. We can all be in August. Let's just give the voters a full say all over for all of us.
Somebody tried that.
I know they did. Well, I appreciate your time. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asbel. All right, Dr. Veriva Harris. Dr. Veriva Harris. All right. Maya Shells. Hopefully I did that correctly. Welcome. Hello, young lady. Thank you for being patient with us. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, indeed.
And tell us your full name, please.
Maya Shells.
Well,
most people get it wrong, so thank you. This is the most patient I have ever been to speak, so obviously I have something to say. But I don't want to repeat myself, as you guys mentioned, so it's later in the evening. And so I just want to say a lot of people have talked about the negative parts of District 6. But for me, I am been in District 6 my whole life. My family has been here for decades, for years. And what I see, yes, we do have poverty. Yes, the school system isn't the best. But when I look around, I see family, I see community, I see hardworking people, I see kids playing, I see the future, I see heroes. I see my grandmother who has lived in District 6 her whole life, and she recently passed in January, but all I know is District 6. So even though, yes, I see the negative, but I also see so much good here as well. It's a lot of things I want to address, so I'm going to just stick with reading this, okay? So my name is Maya Shells, and I am a lifelong resident of District 6 in Columbia, South Carolina. As a young black woman who has grown up here in this city and multiple communities throughout the city, I have experienced firsthand the changes, challenges, and strengths that shape our neighborhoods and our communities. District lines aren't just borders on a map, but they really represent our voice, our representation, and our ability to advocate for the needs of our community. Representation is invaluable, and it is a core principle of democracy. Democracy operates on the sole premise that we, the people, vote for people that can represent, make decisions, and stand in on our behalf, on all of us, not just the majority or just some people, but all of the population. For your particular district. I'm not going to remind y'all of that because we all know, but I also want to point out that here we are. Here I am, a millennial, would have never in my mind thought I would be talking about voting rights or anything like that. But here I am sharing a testimony to oppose a bill for losing representation in 2026, which is mind-blowing for me. For many of us, this isn't about just a policy or about a game or anything like that, or even a simple map. But it is about whether our lived experiences are seen, heard, respected, and considered when decisions are being made that directly impacts us. Our community is already, yes, underserved, under-resourced, and not considered. And really, this does feel like an attempt to further negatively impact the people to accommodate a system instead of changing the system to accommodate the needs of the people. Any changes to the district borders have the potential to disrupt how effectively or just negatively disrupt our voices and representation. It is crucial that decisions around redistricting can take into account the people who call this district home and long-time standing connections that exist, whether you live here, work here, or worship here. I urge everyone to carefully consider the impact that these proposed changes on District 6 and on the state can possibly have on the people. Community voice should remain central in any decision that shapes our future. As a District 6 resident, I do not want this, and we do not want this. And I want to leave off by leaving this saying, don't get weary of doing good deeds, for in due time you will reap a harvest if you don't give up. And that comes from Galatians 6:9. Thanks, y'all.
Ms. Shields, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
Sarah Kirkland. Sarah Kirkland is coming around the corner or no? All right. Chris Hemsel.
Moving, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Tell us your name again, please.
Chris Hemsel.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, sir.
Floor is yours. Thank you.
Full disclosure, Senator Richenbach and I are related. My mom is a Richenbach. Howdy. I'm Chris Hemsel. I'm a retired Army colonel, having spent 30 years on active duty, and probably one of the most conservative people in this room tonight. And I have called Columbia home for the past 10 years. As a young staff officer, I was admonished to be brief, be bright, be gone. Unfortunately for you all, I was a poor staff officer. Today, I'm speaking to you on behalf of Veterans for All Voters, South Carolina. We're a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization fighting for responsible government, accountable politicians, civility, and a more perfect union through open and competitive elections. We all swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution, not to a political party or to a particular politician. And we ask that you vote no on H 6883. James Madison, during the founding of our nation, said, "The role of a U.S. Senator was to protect the people from their rulers and themselves." Today, we ask that you take on that role. Protect us from our rulers' partisan goals and protect us from our own partisan passions. I have a couple rhetorical questions for you all. Who thinks the U.S. Supreme Court is infallible? Who thinks gerrymandering is good for democracy? Who thinks gerrymandering enables us to form a more perfect union? Who thinks gerrymandering establishes domestic tranquility? Who thinks gerrymandering provides for the common defense? Who thinks gerrymandering promotes the general welfare? Who thinks gerrymandering secures the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity? Nobody. I'll leave you with this final thought. It comes from President George Washington from his farewell address, talking about how partisanship can destroy our republic. He states, "However combination or association of the above descriptions," speaking of political parties, "may now and then answer popular ends, they are likely in the course of time and things to become potent engines by which cunning, ambitious, and unprincipled men will be enabled to subvert the power of the people to usurp for themselves the reins of government, destroying afterwards the very engines that have lifted them to unjust dominion." My dear senators, we are there today. Do not cede any more of the people's power to the parties. You have the opportunity to do the right thing. Maintain the status quo, fix it in gerrymandering in 2030, and choose, or you can do that, or you can choose to further alienate the people of South Carolina. The choice is yours, but remember, you reap what you sow.
Colonel, real quick, you've been here all day, as everyone else has. I just want to ask you whether it's, as you have posted and sent to the world, which included me, 10,000 ballots have already been returned for this election. You've sat and heard today the director of the Election Commission. That number is less than.
No, it's actually said it was 11,000.
Well, 11,500 sent, 2,500 received, 800 military. Perhaps my question is whether 300, or whether 800 that won't count for the election if it were not to happen is one too many for you?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I have. Any further questions, Senator Hutton?
Thank you for sitting here patiently all day.
I sat through lots of quarter training briefs. This is nothing.
Yeah. Hurry up and wait. First two questions. MOS and the ribbon above you. My eyes are going. What is the ribbon above your Army badge?
So I was an intel officer. My last duty assignment was Director of Intel Operations at U.S. Army Central Command down in Sumter. And I think Richland County, and my part of Richland County, has more in common with Fort Jackson, McIntyre, and Shaw than it does with the good people in Cherokee. My ribbon?
Yep.
My ribbon is the Defense Superior Service Medal. It's awarded to people who have sustained operations in combat, and it's awarded by the Secretary of Defense.
Wow, and thank you for your service and your continued service, making sure that military votes actually count. I think we've established at this point that we're potentially going to go into uncharted territory. No one can tell me a previous example in modern history where we have cast aside, discarded, whatever you want to call it, military votes that have already been cast in an election. If that were to happen, in your opinion, what's the best way to notify these, the number we're looking at is 800 folks so far, overseas military members that have requested ballots? How do we reach them and notify them that their vote was discarded and they need to vote again before August?
There is 236 installation voting assistance officers around the world. It is their job to take care of people like voting assistance officers, and you use that chain of command to get the message out. If you go to their website, all of their emails are there, and as your own experience, one day you're at Bagram, the next day you're in Balad, and I tell you, mail catching up is spotty at best.
That's right.
But I guess there's electronic stuff nowadays that we didn't have during Desert Shield, Desert Storm when I was a voting assistant officer.
Yeah, it's a new military. I never got that electronic opportunity. Always the paper by mail. Would it be helpful? Of course, here at the state, we could only control state actions. Would it be helpful if we, the state, send out notices to those people, not just send them another ballot when they're printed and ready for the August primary, but immediately send notice notifying that your vote did not count in the primary election. Stand by. You may be entered into a new congressional district here shortly, and we have a new ballot on the way. Would that be helpful to get immediate notice out to those people by mail?
I tell you, there's social media today. That is a great thing. There's a website called, you're not going to believe this, WTF Army. It's got over a million people who follow it, and it's a respected thing on the website. You pop on there, the E4 Mafia is all over it, and they will get the message out that way. And then, of course, using the military chain of command, you hit the public affairs folks up at the Pentagon, and you have them put it out, and you can get to AFN. They get it out over the AFN network. So yeah, there's plenty of ways to get the information out there today.
And assuming, AFN and, of course, all that cooperates, but certainly one thing I'll be looking to see if there's anything we do at the state level to get that notices out. Last question from me, say you're a veteran, you're either Kuwait, Qatar, Turkey, supporting operations in Iran right now. You've done the right thing. You've reached out, filled out the paperwork. You've gotten permission to vote electronically or by mail from overseas. You've cast that ballot. and then you receive notice that your vote didn't count, that it's been discarded, and the elections change. And do you think there's a likelihood that that person, that service member, and you also need to include spouses and military contractors, is less likely to vote in the August primary because they feel disenfranchised or discounted, that they've gone through the process, done everything right, no fault to their own, but the rules were changed on them in Columbia on the other side of the world? Do you think there's a likelihood that some of those people are like, why even try again? Because last time they just threw my vote out.
Yes. I will tell you, when you're deployed forward overseas, you're working 18 hours a day. Screw it. I'll worry about it when I get back. I mean, they just got other things to do.
That's my concern, is we're going to disenfranchise military voters by saying, you did everything right, but we changed the rules, try again.
And then, yeah, they'll just, okay. I will tell you, leading young people in combat, they don't have a real lot of faith in our system anyways today.
I wonder why.
You know, they've got better things to do, and unfortunately, voting isn't a high priority for them.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your service again.
Thank you all for your service.
All right, Patty Bickford. Wayne Gilbert. Welcome, Mr. Gilbert. You've been most patient, as all have been. Please tell us your full name.
Sure. Thomas Wayne Gilbert.
And you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Bless you. All right.
Good evening, Chairman Rankin and members of the Judiciary Committee. Again, my name is Wayne Gilbert, and I was born and raised in Florence. I have lived in Columbia since 1988. I'm a retired state employee, and for most of those 30 years, I worked for the Office of Research and Statistics, and now it's called Revenue and Fiscal Affairs. While I was employed there, I created redistricting plans and maps, and I drew other political boundaries. Currently, I'm a co-principal collaborator with Equal Input Collaborative, an organization focused on community interest and civil engagement. I would like to place 3 primary concerns and along with 2 recommendations on the record regarding the current redistricting process. Concern number 1, proper procedures and guidelines were not followed by the House Judiciary Subcommittee. Guidelines and criteria were adopted after a map had already been drawn. Concern number 2, traditional redistricting principles were inconsistently applied. Redistricting should be grounded in clear, consistently applied standards and not selective or undefined criteria. My third concern, the role of the state's political goals, a new criteria versus incumbency consideration, a traditional criteria. An out-of-state redistricting expert, Mr. John Morgan, was asked to present and explain the proposed map. So how does someone unfamiliar with South Carolina's political landscape draw a map without established guidelines and criteria? How would you know, or how would he know the state's political goals? Well, perhaps he did, because the proposed map actually shows the only Democratic congressman in our delegation was drawn out of the district he currently represents. The outcome raises legitimate questions about intent and fairness. If the reason we are here because of Louisiana versus Calais 2026 ruling, which is about racial gerrymandering versus political partisan interests, then if a core of a district was part of the adopted criteria, this would neutralize and diminish both racial and political partisan intent. Recommendations: adopt and apply clearly defined rules before any map is drawn. The process must be consistent, transparent, and grounded in established criteria. Second, add a map narration requirement. Every proposed map should be accompanied by a written explanation describing how and why. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. All right, we're going to go next to Catherine Lewis. Ms. Lewis. Ms. Murphy, Brenda Murphy, welcome. And we're into Columbia, so that's what we're looking at on the list. Your senator has moved you up, young lady. Tell us your name, please.
I'm Brenda Murphy, veteran.
Very well, Ms.
Veteran
Ms. Murphy,
as well.
Do you raise your right hand?
I
Do you
raise
swear
my.
or affirm to
I
tell
do.
the truth?
I
Bless
will
you.
tell the truth.
Thank you. The floor is yours.
I'm Brenda Murphy. First of all, I want to mention that I too served as an Army Nurse Corps nurse, registered nurse, proud to be a veteran. I'm going to do this a little different. A lot has been said, and I'm not going to repeat what has been said, but I'm going to take this in a different direction. But I do not oppose the map that's been drawn, being implemented. I will say that. But we need to look at what we are doing, how we are doing it, and if what we are doing is effective and how it is affecting our children. Hate is learned. Hate is learned. Our children they are watching television. They see what is happening in our state. I didn't mention that I'm the state president for the NAACP. I've been here for a while. I was here when we went through that first litigation when Alexander challenged the SCNAACP. That case was won, not by us, but let me just say, the rationale for that was what? The drafts were drawn from a political persuasion. So it was a win because the maps were politically oriented in terms of how they were drawn. South Carolina, you all may not think the same as I do, but I think we were used as a testing ground in terms of gerrymandering maps politically. We were the first. We were the first. We are not the first in everything else in terms of education. I wish it was the opposite in terms of meeting the needs of individuals that require health care, able to pay for health care. I've seen us improve a great deal because when I grew up, I've heard people talk about, their experiences, but I grew up in a little town called Ridgeway, South Carolina. I rode to school on the back of a truck, But I persevered, and I even graduated from the University of South Carolina. And, I've seen us change it. I'm going to say this. South Carolina, to me, has been a good state, but over the years, I've seen it change. We are growing further apart from each other instead of that unity that we need to have. I've seen homelessness increase drastically in our communities. Our veterans are not getting the care that they need. We are beginning to slip backwards. We are losing ground. I do have some hope. I do believe that you have the opportunity to not let us be the first in the nation to be 100%, or as someone said, which I didn't agree with, it should be 7-0. I don't believe that should happen. Let's not let that wedge between us get any wider. Please, stop this bill from being passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. All right, we're going to go to Perrin Brunson. Catherine Lewis, I called, correct? Ms. Lewis was not here, I believe. Okay. Ms. Brunson, welcome.
Hello.
Raise your right hand, please. Tell us who you are.
I'm Perrin Brunson.
Thank you. Do you swear firm to tell the truth?
I do.
Bless you. Thank you.
Okay. I've never done this before, so I'm a little nervous. I thought my nerves would get chill 6 hours later. They haven't. I wrote something, y'all. I practiced it. I tried real hard to get it down to 3 minutes. I was like the Micro Machines man. I had 2 minutes, 57 seconds. But I'm not going to do all that. We've heard a lot today. But the big thing is, we have not heard why we're here. I mean, we know, everybody knows. The map is constitutional. The Calais decision references the Alexander decision. We know that this is not an urgent emergency to replace an unconstitutional map. We know that. We've heard it. We've heard it in session for days, which, by the way, listening to y'all sessions for 5 days, I'm amazed that y'all do this all the time. Your job is a little harder than I thought it was. But
Not much, but a little.
I'm gonna give you a little. We'll see.
That's my time that I'm taking.
We'll see how much longer y'all are doing this.
Not so long.
But we've heard that the map's constitutional. It's not an emergency. It's not urgent for any reason for South Carolinians. We know whose urgency this is. That is it. So the decision that y'all have ahead of you is, are you making a decision for South Carolinians or for Donald Trump? That is literally your decision, and we all know it. Somebody earlier asked, how can we judge your character? Because we're watching. We're not dumb. I know a lot of people seem to think we are. South Carolinians, worse in education, whatever. I had a great history teacher. My aunt was a history teacher in South Carolina public schools for 40 years. She sees what's going on, and she cries all the time about this, about where we are, where y'all let us get. Are you going to take us further? Are you really going to keep doing this? You've had a supermajority for years, and what have you done? Are we going to hang out with Horry County, bro, and be like, 7-0, bro? Is that our goal? We just want to win? We just want to be like, woo! I mean, cool. You weren't elected for that. Please don't do it. Thank you.
Ms. Brunson, I want you to submit what you practice in writing to us, if you will, please. You're welcome to do that. So, Senator Sutton, Senator Ott, you had a question?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Ms. Brunson, you did do well. So,
well, thank you.
So you look like a polished pro. But if you don't mind, I'm gonna push back on you a little bit.
All right.
And I'm totally opposed to doing this redistricting right now. But I think perhaps some of us that are in opposition are making more of a big deal out of why we're here than we actually need to. And I would submit to you that regardless of whether you think it's the president or not, presidents are going to come and go. Yep. It's somebody else is going to try to take advantage, and that's the nature of partisanship. But could you understand why I am more concerned about the voters of South Carolina throughout this process? Not about who's necessarily holding a particular congressional seat, not necessarily about whether or not this is being done for one person or not. That, I don't think, to me, that really matters. This is about protecting South Carolina's ability to go vote. This is about, and I hope you'll understand this as someone who is also in opposition right along with you. This is about disenfranchising voters. This is about confusing my constituents when they show up over the course of the next 2 weeks and think that they're going to be casting ballots for a congressional candidate, and then maybe finding out later that they need to go back if they actually want to cast a ballot for congressional candidates. To me, this is about pulling the rug out of candidates that have been campaigning for people's votes over the course of the last 3-4 months, spending millions of dollars from donors who have believed in them enough to actually write them a check to go and try and earn, the victory. And now, what are we going to do about all that? We'll admittedly have candidates that aren't able to run in the districts they've been running in. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, that's not fair. That's not right.
Senator Ott, were you going to ask her, do you agree?
I asked her that a couple times already.
You did.
I just haven't finished talking.
Respectfully, we do have more speakers.
That was at the beginning. I disagree on a couple of things, but I'll keep them really quick.
Put that in writing for us, please, as to what you disagree with. In all seriousness,
Okay.
respectfully, thank you, Ms. Brunson.
Thank you for the opportunity
Thank
to
you.
ask a question.
I do want to note, we used to be a Republican, by the way. Let y'all know, born and raised in South Carolina, and I was a Republican until 2016.
Thank you so much. Miss Lauren Green. Lauren Green, welcome. Did I do that? Did I say your name correctly?
You did, thank
Please
you.
state it for the record.
Lauren Green.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Bless you. Thank you.
It's been a long day for everybody, but thank you all for having me. I wanted to come from the perspective of someone in finance. I also am a product of South Carolina. Columbia in particular, have also spent significant amount of time in the upstate of South Carolina, so I've seen the power of partnerships, collaboration, working together, and the effects of that. I think we've all seen that with BMW, the effects of that. Our most recent announcement here in Richland County with Scout, the effects of that. In the Charleston area, Boeing, and the effects of that. So we all know that we have an economic engine here in South Carolina. A lot of that investment has been a result of the representative we have in the 6th Congressional District. So just to name a few of those notable projects, the deepening of the South Carolina port in Charleston, $580 million. Rural hospitals, being able to expand health care to those areas that are underserved, $200 million. Expanding broadband internet, $551 million. Aviation funding, $1.6 million. Economic impact alone, we cannot afford to move forward with this map at this time. At the right time, when there is adequate research done, when there is a prudent process in place to make this an effective decision, that's when we can revisit this issue. Now is not the time to move on this issue when we don't have enough facts. We've all heard from the experts today and last week, over the last couple of days. We have forced a process, compressed a process in a couple of days that would normally take weeks, months, in some cases years. And it's not right. I equate it to approving a loan. Someone comes in, you buy a property. There are a couple steps that you have to take in order to get to closing. You have to pull a credit report. You have to collect financials. You have to analyze that data. You have to make a decision and justify that decision. We do not have a justified decision today. So I urge you to reconsider this redistricting issue. And I also wanted to note that this is an important decision, not just for us, because we will continue to live in South Carolina. I have family here. I brought my daughter here today, and she is watching, along with other children on this video. So I urge you to please be on the right side of history and make the right decision. Thank you.
Is that your daughter standing or sitting behind you?
It is.
Would you like her to come up?
It's okay.
Thank you so much.
But thank you.
She did beautiful.
Thank you.
Questions of Ms. Green? There are none. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Very good. Finance is a good role, very analytical.
Thank you.
All right, next is Deborah Dickinson. All right, Mr. Bell, Moses Bell, we heard from him. I believe that was Mr. Bell. Correct, yeah, from Winsboro, Ridgeway. Harriet Madden. Dylan Gunnels. Catherine Boyle. Nathan Riley. Pamela Greenlawn. Welcome. My land, Miss Greenlawn, you've been up there. I thought you were long trying to get out of here, but you must live Do you know Senator Ott by chance?
Where is he?
He's not here. He's not here. We've met with you testifying before, I do believe. So.
I've met you before on net metering, sir.
And amen.
And other things.
So
but
tell us your name real quick.
It's Pamela Greenlaw.
And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth about Senator Ott?
No way.
Good answer.
Okay, my name is Greenlaw. There's no N. I'm not connected to the cemetery people. All right, thank you. So we're talking about relationships here. All of us. So what we're talking about is relationships. And relationships come with rules and expectations and process. And if you think about it, what is the most difficult lifelong politics you've got to deal with? This is easy. Marriage. Being married. That is the deepest political relationship that I've ever been in. And it's constant. You have to have some rules between you and your spouse, okay? And they can become unspoken, but sometimes they're not. But it's a matter of respect. And I have to say, I agree with Mr. Gilbert. Fair process and rules are really important. You can't live without them. And I saw that was something that was skipped immediately when I saw that the H5653 didn't make it to crossover date. It missed. There's a crossover date, right? It has to move from one chamber to the next. But no, this was special. So the Rules Committee decided that didn't need that rule anymore. So that's what alerted me to the difficulty that we're facing today. But I want to go ahead. So I don't know how many minutes I have. So I don't want. Oh, right. Okay. There's a story told about a rich gentleman who had to be chauffeured wherever he wanted to go. He was looking for a new driver, and so he would someone would apply, and he'd say, "Okay, if we're driving along a mountain road, there's no rail. How close to the edge can you get me?" The first guy said, "Oh, I can get within a foot of it, and we'll be fine." He said, "Well, thank you very much." Next one, "I can get you within 6 inches of that edge, and you'll be fine." And the rich man says, "That's good." And the third applicant said, "I'm not going near it." And that's who he hired. And so I'm saying, with all the difficulties that have been brought up this afternoon and evening, with the hurdles and the obstacles, there are no backup plans for what can go wrong. And there's too much to go wrong, and we're too near the edge. And so I'm going to ask two things. One, that you vote against this. It's the wrong time, the wrong place, the wrong way to do it. But I also would like to ask you, if those of us who don't have written comments at this time, if we could submit them later and have them added. And I'm hoping that will be continued. Okay, I will stop. Thank you.
Ms. Greenlaw, thank you for being back with us.
Thank you, sir.
Very well. All right, Charlotte Martin. Jimmy Scarborough. Michael Brown. Just as fresh looking right now as when you first darkened these doors, sir. Looking great. The last but not the least. Welcome. Tell us who you are.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Michael Brown. I am the former vice chairman of the Spartanburg County Council, and I am the current president of the Spartanburg NAACP.
All right. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth about Senator Josh Kimbrell?
That's where I was starting, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Good to be here. Good to be here. I want to start off as I see the seat that's occupied by a gentleman I've known for almost 30 years. And the words we uttered together when we were representing the interest of our law school classmates. We were both 1L representatives of the year, and Dum Spiral came to our thoughts. And we literally had some tough things we had to face as those representatives, but Senator Massey and I got to know each other well, and several years later, we found ourselves with a contingency from the state of South Carolina in the middle of the Middle East, literally, representing the interests not only of the state, but for our cohorts of a fellowship from the Aspen Institute, as we are Liberty Fellows, representing this interest. Similar conversations were taking place. Not only was it Senator Massey at that time, myself being an elected official, Deb Sofield, who was a member of the Greenville City Council, and Representative Jenny Horn, who once served these hallowed halls. We all brought a different but unique perspective, but I can tell you, Deb probably wouldn't have said at the time that she was also a Republican. But Senator Massey and, of course, Jenny Horn were Republicans. And lo and behold, by an action that was taken in 1992, the same one that brings us here to have a discussion, at least for one congressional district, my county council seat was started in 1992. I was only the second person ever to serve in that seat. Second African-American, the second Democrat, and I'm the first elected African-American vice chair. And the interesting thing is, out of those 6 county council districts and the one additional member, our chairman, as the only Democrat, I was elected by my colleagues to be the vice chair. I bring all that up to say that there's a diversity of perspectives that come from people that are able to serve. We can just talk about a certain aspect of a particular congressional seat, but for 30 years, the people in that particular district have made a decision. What's at stake in terms of what's being proposed here in this particular place is to interfere not only from what our state president of the South Carolina NAACP has alluded to with Alexander, but specifically from that case, what wasn't decided was the dilution of the voters. I know there's been discussion about that. That hadn't been decided. That's exactly why we're here as well and what's coming before you. And I would simply say that from the perspective of knowing that there is a diversity of issues that can come before you, know that there's a diversity of perspectives in particular that come from people that serve together. I've had the great distinction of serving with people from a certain party, but partisanship never came into question. It's about the people, it's about the voters, and it's about the opportunity that you have a decision to make. And I would simply encourage you, please vote against what's being proposed here for your consideration. It's on the behalf of the people of South Carolina, it's on the behalf of voters everywhere, and indeed, as a person that comes from Spartanburg who has served with a number of people from a particular party, never was about partisanship, it was about the people. I want to bring that to your perspective, and thank you and allow me to speak with you this evening.
Bless you. Thank you for being here. Senator, hold on, sir. Sir?
Just one question. Curious. 1L year, was Massey a gunner?
You know,
You'll have to define that for some that's a little older than this gentleman. What does that mean? Never.
It was good, man. Thank y'all.
And you were backing away wisely.
I was.
No.
Too many questions.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else that I have missed? If not, this will conclude this portion and the public input. I want to say we started at 2:30. We have had 72 folks sign up. Of course, not all spoke. We've got commentary from others. Do we know how many we've gotten? But Ms. Greenlaw, you're going to submit, and then Ms. Brunson is. No, you by 6:30 in the morning, and you're going to. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's a joke. I bet. I think he's got it ready. In fact, we already heard a little foretelling of that a little while ago. So, and at this point, there is no other information again, guys, respectfully, we have heard from the Election Commission director, and we've heard from the others. We now need to tack back and to revisit the guidelines, and so discussion earlier with a number of you. What we have before us is the exact, and tell us again, revised this.
Mr. Chairman, this has been revised again, and I believe it is the exact guidelines that have been adopted by the House for this redistricting criteria. They mirror the criteria adopted in the House, and the reasoning is because the Senate is considering the House's map in this unique process. In a typical process, it might be prudent to start from scratch, as we would in drawing the Senate's plan from scratch. But since this is a time that we are considering a map that is being sent to us from the House, we present to you the criteria that has been adopted by the House.
Okay, so any discussion or any questions about that, Senator Devine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question, and I did see some of the House testimony, but I actually did not see the gentleman who drafted this map. Do we know whether or not these guidelines were given to the person who drew the map?
We do not on this side. We do know, and I think it was established that our cartographer did not generate that map. No one in South Carolina's employee, General Assembly or state government participated in drawing that map. I think that is clear from the House record, and I've heard nothing to tell me differently to this day.
And do we know, has anyone analyzed our guidelines to the current proposed map to see whether or not the map comports with these guidelines?
We have not done a separate independent review. Again, this is a House-drawn map, and their record over there will either bear truth to it. Again, I think there is testimony. We've had someone lined up, but in the interest of time today, thought we would not hear from the same person who actually drew the map.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Graham.
So looking back at the 2021 redistricting guidelines and then the 2026 midterm congressional guidelines, obviously the case that most recently came up where this map that we were referencing was used and said that it made it to the Supreme Court is referenced in this guideline. So if we're using these guidelines as what we're going to put forward from here forward, because I don't think, based on the rules here, that the map that the House produced meets these guidelines. So if we're going to approve, because it says we would need to adopt this.
It's the other
document. So we would have to adopt this in order for us to choose it.
Yes, there you go. So,
but to the point though, if this is the guidelines that the House used, the Senate is going to adopt these rules. That means we're going to change the map to meet these guidelines? Because we're saying these are how we are going to redistrict. Is this not how this should be interpreted?
Mr. Chairman, based on, to the Senator's point, based on what the testimony was in the House, you're saying, do we have to change the map to conform with this? These are the guidelines they use to generate the map that the House has. So that is the map.
And again,
you can question whether you agree with their criteria or not, but the point is the map before you is based on what you have in front of you.
Right. So the guidelines for us, if we agree to these guidelines, whether we take the bill forward, we agree to the map, I assume there'll be amendments to the changing of the map and all that other stuff. But these guidelines are the guiding principle of how we are going to make the decision about this vote, the map, and everything else. Is that true or not true?
The guidelines for the map that's in front of you that you are going to make a decision on. That is basically the point.
So, I mean, that's exactly the point.
No, I'm saying this is what they, in the House testimony, these criteria are what they used to generate the map.
But they didn't make the map. They publicly said that. It's been publicly said.
They didn't, but they publicly had somebody testify that these are the criteria they used. You're asking, are these the criteria? I'm just saying, if you're going to, you ask a question, is this the criteria that we're based off of? Yes, the map is based off these criteria. And you can debate whether you agree with what they said in the testimony or not, but this criteria is what the map's based on.
So if we agree to the adoption of these guidelines, then
You're not really adopting the guidelines.
No, it actually says. And
You're adopting the bill.
No, actually, we have to.
The map is based on these guidelines.
No, we have to. It's been adopted before on September 17th, 2021. The rules were adopted. It is not the same thing. This is a separate vote, and it will continue to be a different vote as we continue to move
Right,
forward.
but I'm saying the map that they have before us in Bill 5683 is based on this criteria now.
But it's actually not. It's inconsistent. If you look at like B, it says preserving cores of existing districts, which I think we've already heard testimony today that a lot are not. But it says keeping incumbents residents in districts with their core constituents. We absolutely know that there are at least one congressperson who's been drawn out of the district they currently represent.
Are you looking at the revised?
I'm looking at what we have that's proposed.
You know,
On your tablets.
Oh, this is.
Bottom tab.
That's
Okay.
the one at the bottom, right?
Refresh.
Green.
Oh, it's refreshed.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, I would say that
Okay.
they handed this out, so I think this is the same
This is,
copy.
the difference in what we kind of spent time with earlier was a few words, in fact, may to should, as I understand it. And so effectively, if I'm not mistaken, we are abiding by the guidelines that the House adopted totally.
The only difference between the guidelines that were just added to the tablets and the House version is that it says the Senate Judiciary Committee instead of the House Judiciary Committee. And the Senate of South Carolina Senate versus South Carolina House of Representatives. All of the criteria, the applicability remain the same as what the House passed.
And so the question will be, again, to vote for it or not, we either will adopt these guidelines, and whether they follow them in their end result, again, no less than whether we follow them in our end result, will be what will be voted on, right? And so if you disagree with the map in any respect, let me just kind of tack differently. This is not the dispositive motion here or vote. It is the guidelines. We did it differently when we had time for every other redistricting that we've done before. We don't have the luxury of time, and so that in and of itself may be fatal. Somebody's going to decide that by vote or by court.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make the motion that we adopt this version.
Hold on, if I may, but the more dispositive decision is going to be whether or not you will advance the House bill. And my bigger point that I would suggest, I know I've heard a number of you individually on the record saying they want to offer amendments, not unlike what we do when we haven't met for 7 hours or so, 6.5 hours. We hold off amendments to the floor. I would invite us to do that today. That is the more seminal issue here, whether one amendment versus others, and ultimately voting for or against the bill. I've got questions. I've got serious reservations about where we're headed. I'm not ignoring what we've heard, not just from folks, but from our election commission director. But I think let's not get stuck on the minutia of the guidelines, because these are considerations that we should or may not regard one more than the other. So I would invite us not to get stuck on our adopting these guidelines. Senator Campson and I have done this before, Paula, others. This is whole cloth different. But the bill that you have before you is the House-passed bill based on those guidelines. Our not adopting them or amending them I don't know that, particularly the latter, is going to be dispositive of this issue at all. So, Senator Tedder, Senator Ott, Senator Blackman.
Thank you. Question: What is the difference between now that we're doing the House? What's the difference between the 2021 guidelines that were in place versus the guidelines that we're essentially adopting today?
Mr. Chairman, the 2021 guidelines were based upon the law that was in place at that time, made reference to a great many of the Supreme Court cases and the standards that had been expressed by the Supreme Court cases at that time.
Okay.
Cases that have come out since that time have made changes
Right.
in how that those cases have been interpreted. What the House...
So outside of any legal cases or changes, what other changes outside of the legal cases have been made since 2021?
Outside of the legal changes,
What do you
not
mean by that?
exactly. Are you looking directly at these particular guidelines, or?
Well, let me go back to 21. I was trying to compare. So I understand that the federal law stuff changed with the case law.
Many of the.
So it appears, and not to cut you off, I'm sorry.
Sure.
It appears that another difference is in 2021 the guidelines had public input as a part of the guidelines, and that is not currently in the 2026 guidelines. Is that correct?
That is not in this particular in what passed by the House.
Okay. And that's the difference from their guidelines now from the guidelines to 2021. That is one of the other differences.
That is my understanding.
Okay.
That it was taken out.
That was taken out. Okay, thank you.
And Breeden.
So the guidelines that we use in the 2021 process never specifically required the use of public input, although we did. Then they were used to formulate these guidelines and refine them for the draft that we started out with before the tour around the state.
For the Senate, but the House version in 2021 did have public input in the guidelines.
It very well may have. I really couldn't tell you.
Well,
if you're looking at it, then no, absolutely.
For the record, that is a difference from 2021 to now. Is that as far as the guidelines have been changed, public input was in the 2021, and it states the Redistricting Committee should make reasonable efforts to be transparent and allow public input into the redistricting process. That just wasn't included in since we were adopting the House version, that was one of the changes that they made in addition to the legal cases. But thank you.
All right, Senator Ott, and then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all of it. I guess what I'm trying to do right now is understand from your perspective or other people's perspective who have been through this particular process, how important is this? How important are these actual guidelines? I would imagine they're before us because they matter a lot. And I say all of that because it's not like the Senate to just take carte blanche, whatever the House sends us. And so I do think that we need to make sure that the guidelines that they used make sense to us. And I agree with everything that Senator Kimbrough was saying. Understand exactly where you're coming from, understand how we got here. But I would imagine it's gonna matter later on down the road, because as I peruse through these guidelines, I think I could make a pretty strong argument that the House didn't even follow their own guidelines in the way that they crafted their map and the way that they went about that process. I'm assuming that's going to matter later on, perhaps, if a lawsuit is ultimately filed. And then it's not going to be up to us to decide whether or not the House followed their guidelines. It's not really going to be up to us to decide if we followed our guidelines. It's going to be up to someone else. And, that's why I do think the process matters greatly.
Well, let me answer your
So I'm
point.
wondering if is that true?
It is true, and it is important, and as staff, attorneys, and redistricting expert, based on counsel from others to our staff over the years, this is important in that amendments that you may have or others maybe have to whatever product we would generate have to go through the lens, the guardrails of these. And whether we've done it or not, either not the vote itself, but ultimately will a court affirm it, did we meet the constitutional guardrails and considerations? And that's, so whether this bill, whether they've done it right or not, whether any amendments, whether we do it right or not, this is court required lens for checking the box or not. So it is important.
Right. So, Paul, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is it my reading, would my reading of this be correct in saying that there's not too many prohibitions? It is specifically pointing out some things that may be considered, but I don't see too many things that are prohibited from being considered or prohibited from being used. And that's, I guess, what I want to make sure of first and foremost. I do think it could be stronger in saying that we shall consider certain things, but I don't see that. So I'm trying to understand if these guidelines actually put true guardrails around us, or are they vague and opaque for a reason?
Mr. Chairman, of course, the primary concern is complying with the Constitution, with the federal law, with any court opinions that we would need to definitely comply with. Some of the other factors that have been considered, what they call traditional redistricting considerations, those have been used to a different extent in different cases. And people look to that in defining districts and seeing where there are communities of interest and seeing how groups of people fit together to create a district.
Thank you for that, Paul. And just a final question, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I'm looking at the last one where it's talking about data. And for that, to me, that's pretty important. I mean, because we've heard a lot of testimony today talking about how we've had population increases in the state of South Carolina over the course of the last 6 years.
That data, I think you're looking at, that is the Senate.
I thought I
Beg
am
your
on the
pardon,
last tab.
Mr. Chairman, the one that has
It didn't
data
reflect.
is the
It
last.
did not refresh.
That's the Senate, so that's
All
not
right.
the House.
So I'll go there. I don't know where the original Senate version came from, but comparing side by side the original Senate version that we looked at this afternoon early at 2 o'clock versus what I'm looking at now from the House, I would suggest that the Senate version makes a lot more sense. So I don't know how we proceed with, I don't know if that's a motion, Mr. Chairman, but it came from somewhere. Whoever came up with it, I think, did a good job in setting forth guidelines that we should follow as we continue through this particular process. So for me, if it's a choice between what the House used versus the ability to choose what was on a piece of paper this afternoon at 2 o'clock, or what I had before me just a second ago, I would like to see where the body or where the committee stands on those two options.
Hello, Mr. Chair.
Well, again, we are, and I don't want to say inartfully drafted, but, and again, we'll adopt what we want to here, and that will be our basis. But effectively, I don't know that
Mr. Chairman,
that was why it was very important to me to ask early this morning, and my apologies, guys and gals, that this was not fleshed out and submitted to everyone before. But the key question I asked earlier, what is the difference between what we were looking at this morning and what we now have before us? And then the difference between that being the House and the Senate version. I will only go back, and Senator Campson, I'm not dialing a friend, but I will go back to the traditional, again, this is not that by any means, but whereby each body defers to the other on their own maps. We're not deferring or we don't have to defer to them when they're drawing everyone's maps. And so that is the difficulty here of divining, again, I said it this morning, between one or the other. So Paula, help us here with reading.
Mr. Chairman, I think because we had some concerns about the interpretations that were in what was presented this morning, which was an attempt to interpret from the 2021 guidelines, that these guidelines certainly reference the basic tools that need to be consulted and that need to be followed in the redistricting process. I think because this is a review of a product that we are receiving from the House, it makes sense for both the reason that it gives the basic information that is needed, plus it follows the same criteria that the House has used in evaluating what has been proposed at the House, and therefore it would be good to adopt and follow along the same guidelines rather than to have a document where people might have some concerns about the way that the newer cases have been distinguished or interpreted or referenced.
I'm going to move for a 10-minute recess, if we will. Any objection to a 10-minute recess?
Russell. Hey, Russell.
We have,
Mr. Chairman, I have a point of order.
yes, sir.
Before we proceed with any final action on H 5683, I want to review something that came to my attention and I think creates a little bit of a wrinkle here today. And I think we all know that when we rush, things are missed and mistakes are made. So this has to deal with the 24-hour rule notice. The State House meeting page shows the meeting was added yesterday at 1:46, but the agenda and PDF were not added until 2:45. This committee meeting was scheduled to start at 2 p.m. today, and as you stated about 20 minutes ago, we started at 2:30. That means the agenda was posted less than 24 hours before this meeting. Senate Rule 19H says additional or special committee meetings may be called by the chairman subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and that notice must be posted in accordance with FOIA. Senate rules list Judiciary regular meeting times as 3 p.m., so this Wednesday 2 p.m. meeting is not a regular Judiciary slot. Section 30-4-8 requires, and our Code of Laws requires, an agenda for regular or special meetings to be posted at least 24 hours before the meeting. And for called special rescheduled meetings, the notice must include agenda, date, time, and place no later than 24 hours before the meeting. I'm not objecting to taking testimony today, but I do object to the committee taking final action, including a favorable report, unfavorable report, or favorable report with an amendment, when the agenda was not fully posted 24 hours before the meeting. I ask that you rule that the committee may receive testimony today, but a final committee action on H 5683 must be continued into a properly noticed meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And respectfully, this agenda was posted. It was amended to include testimony as well. That was, as you said, at 1:46. And so here at 9:25, with your initial making of that motion, I would suggest that it is late. We have heard testimony. The idea that we would now not come back or not have the ability to make decisions respectfully would be too late. But we have complied with notice, and obviously we had 72 people to sign up aware of it, and so respectfully, I will overrule that.
I just wanted to circle back on some details there, and this is, if you want to pull up on your phone or computer at this time, the meeting notice went out at 1:46 yesterday. The agenda was not posted, and this is on the state website, time-stamped right now, until 2:46. So that agenda, which is required by FOIA, was not posted with the full 24-hour notice.
Thank you. All right, anything else? All right, Senator Johnson.
Reserving all rights to amend by anyone on the floor, I move that we adopt the 2026 guidelines and criteria for congressional redistricting, the redrafted version.
I second the motion.
All right, seconded. All right, discussion.
What is the redrafted version? It's the second one.
What? Right here?
The last one. The last one.
The House version. All right. All right.
To be clear, this would be the House version, Mr. Chairman.
House version. All right. That's the truth. Yeah. All right. And again, folks, rightly said, and as my predecessor's predecessor would say it so artfully, in that motion, you will reserve, you have the right to amend at the floor the guidelines as you would so deem warranted and offer. And so you are not waiving any right to revisit this topic by this motion. And so with that, all in favor of that, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Aye. Okay. Raise your hands if you're a no. With a golf cart or a caddy? All right, that motion carries. All right, would there be another motion?
Mr. Chairman, again, reserving all rights to amend on the floor, I move to adopt 5683.
I'm second, Mr.
And
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, well, discussion, I guess.
All right, now for discussion.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, but again, as I was stating earlier today, it's not really a position of the committee if we do not offer and consider amendments at this point. So that's the only reservation I have. I think there's going to be a lot of amendments that are ultimately put up on the floor, and I think we all know that. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is, are you saying that you don't want to take amendments here? We're not going to take amendments. Amendments have been prepared, and we would like to offer amendments.
Respectfully, again, and not unlike any other bill that we take up, not a practice, but I suggest unique circumstances here. It is 9:30 almost. We started 7 hours ago when the room was filled with to its capacity. You broached that. I suggested at that time that I did not want to take amendments today because I think there is far more interest in that than there is time for us. And so I, just as respectfully, you have got a number of amendments. I see the raft of paper you have. I believe that maybe others that may be coming from other parts of the state. And so in the interest of time, not to foreclose and let no one think that I'm saying you didn't offer them here tonight, therefore you can't offer them on the floor. The rules of the Senate don't work that way. So I think we have some work to do beyond this bill moving out of this committee. Again, reserving your rights, Senator Glenn McConnell would say it. Richard Cash, you heard it as many times as I did. We always wondered what it meant, but it means exactly what it says. You are not constrained by this passage out of this committee, in my view, or anybody else's, I would say, to offer amendments to the map itself. So,
Mr. Chairman, we have a motion and a second, correct?
any further questions, any further discussion?
I have some further discussion. So I do think for the public record, I think it's important that we do see the 150 pages of input that people gave on top of the 76, and I did preview the majority of these. There's not 150 individuals. There's 150 pages.
Well, there's actually 300 submissions, I think.
Yeah, there's 150 on the top.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interest.
And so, I mean, I think this is all part of the public record, just like all the testimony and all the folks that came that were here 7 hours or however long the rest of us were here for as well. But I mean, I think it's overwhelming the amount of people that are speaking out against this redistricting. They have sent us emails, they've called us, they visit us, and we're going to meet for 7 hours, and then we're going to pass it today. And we're going to take it to the floor. Who knows how long that debate will take. But the committee hasn't heard all the testimony. We gave them less than 24 hours. And I'm certain there are more people who could come tomorrow if they knew there was testimony. And so y'all, in the past, as y'all stated, that y'all went around to the state and had public meetings probably in every congressional district we've been able to guess. And that is not even brought up. And so the public input in this is extremely important to me. And so we're talking about 700, and there's an exact number in one of these things, and then the next one it changes it to one person. And the rules that we just adopted say it's 731, which is actually not even the correct math if you divide it by 7. And so then, according to the previous rules, it would be wrong. And so for me, we're not going to have any public input other than today. We're not going to do what we should do, which is go around like you've always done in this chamber to make sure that the public sees the maps, they understand the maps. There was conversation in the House about being a map room. I don't even know what that is. Don't even know where that exists in this body, in this property. And for me, that's a problem if I am deciding on a map and I have never seen it in a public setting. Yes, it was given to us on the Senate floor, but it was given to everyone else at the same time. If our staff, if the people we pay to draw maps didn't draw this map, is that really what we want? Every other map that we've ever drawn in this chamber has been driven by our staff. Is that not true? So today, this map, we're going to let someone else from somewhere else make a decision for us. And we're going to vote on that tonight. When none of us have seen the map in any detail other than some small piece of paper, and depending on which one you got, it has different colors to make it more confusing. Some of us have some that have a different color to it. In a map room, and when you're looking at these maps, you can dive into precincts. You can see which counties are affected. You can see all the things. Today we heard there were 42 different split precincts. Why? Why were those precincts split? Does anybody know? We've got concerns. We've heard concerns all day long. Richland County, York County, Charleston. We've heard from South Carolina saying, what are we doing? And we're going to do it tonight? We are a deliberative body, and this is not deliberative at all. And we all know it. I know we've been here a long time. I don't want to be here a long time. But this is important. If it's that important, then we should stay here until it takes us time to make sure it's done right. We should have the public input. We should make sure the maps and the public has seen them. Tonight, and even the people that were here said, where's the map? They wanted to see the map. And so when I read through this testimony here and people sending testimony, they want to be heard. How many of y'all read them? Anybody? Right? I mean, there's a lot of people that have taken time, not only in person today, but online, emails, phone calls. My office here has been blown up with phone calls talking about what are you doing? How does this help South Carolinians? And so maybe I'm missing something. Maybe this is what's supposed to happen. Maybe we're supposed to be here late at night, get tired, and everybody just wants to go home, so we take a vote. I'm not voting for this tonight because we haven't had what I think is right. We just made up rules on what we're going to do it by, and now you're telling me I can change them tomorrow. How can you change the rules that are your guidelines for making the maps? You can't change the rules as you go. We saw what happened when the House did that. The guidelines are your guiding principle on why you do the maps. If you look back in your historical data, which I was trying to explain to you earlier, that's what you've done. But now we're just going to adopt some new map? Adopt some new guidelines today? That's not us.
Respectfully, Senator Graham, and I appreciate that. Without a doubt, as we cautioned the folks earlier today, there's some raw feelings about this. And I think each of us will decide whether to vote for it. Me, and I think perhaps each of us reserving our rights to not vote for it. But the question for us at this time, based on the motion, and is to decide whether to advance this bill, the House-drawn bill, to the full Senate. And so
we're still in the discussion period.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we're going to take a vote, we can take a vote. But typically the way committee meetings are run, there's some discussion. We took testimony, and we have yet to debate this amongst ourselves. And I have some questions. My question, if anybody can answer it, is based on the testimony that we've heard, specifically from the Elections Commission, which his theme of the night was monumental task. I don't know how many times he used that, meaning that this is almost impossible. He just couldn't say that. To get done. But with all the testimony from his office alone, can somebody answer the question, why are we doing this? Why are we redrawing the map at this juncture, this close to, really in the middle of an election, being the fact that 11,500 ballots have been sent out, and 2,500 so far have been voted. So if someone can answer, maybe a proponent of the bill can answer the question, why are we redrawing the maps? Why do we think that we need to do that based on the Constitution and the Supreme Court? I'd really like to know the explanation into that. And then secondly, why now in the middle of an election?
Chairman.
And if we can't answer those questions, then I think we shouldn't advance the bill, because those are two really important questions, in my opinion, that we need to know before we move forward. And I haven't had an explanation on what the public's told me why. The proponents in the public say we have to do this because we have illegal, racially gerrymandered maps. Is that what you all believe, the proponents of the bill? Because we can go through the opinion now and read it word for word, because it's my understanding, Mr. Chair, and some members in this committee, Senator from Charleston, Senator Kempson, you were involved in this back in the Alexander case, and there was testimony, lots of it, that this is not a racial gerrymander. So I guess my question is, if it wasn't then how is it now? And if that's not the reason to draw it, then what is the reason?
Again, and I've no disrespect to anyone here, and I'm going to say it again as the motion is phrased. You reserve your right to vote against or for a bill. We have before us a House-passed bill that happens to be way out of the norm of scheduling. We have a lack of for perhaps some or not, current data. The debate of whether or not to vote for it in the end, I think, again, is yours to make. The simple question for tonight, and I would suggest to you, my friends that are raising their hands, your points are going to be well noted, no less if this bill were to pass out tonight in the debate of a House-passed bill on the floor. And so respectfully, again, we have spoken a bunch, and my friends, I would just, unless there's something different that has been, needs to be addressed, you either vote for it or don't. That would be my suggestion to you at 9:35. I'm voting for it to reserve my rights. If this bill sails, it'll sail with the majority of the Senate.
Sure.
And
but
so
Mr. Chairman,
respectfully, what further, Senator Devine, you've been up a long time, but
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm going to be brief because I do know the hour is late. And as my senior senator from Richland always says, it's a numbers game and we can count. So I know no matter what we heard today, this was going to get voted out tonight. But I do want to say for the record here in the committee, part of the process that I enjoy about the committee is we get to ask questions. We get to hear from each other at a level that we don't hear on the floor. And to be quite honest, and no disrespect to anybody, we've all been on the floor, and half the body isn't even paying attention. So the testimony that we've heard today, the things that we've heard that we would pass out in committee and give in a committee report that would help our colleagues make an informed decision, I don't think we're giving that its due tonight. And I understand it's late, but we're elected to do the hard work. We're elected to be here. As the senator from Edgefield told us when several of us were talking to constituents in the lobby, our job is to be there and do the work. And if you're out doing something else, you knew when you were elected, this is what you're supposed to do. We spend a lot of time, and we had 4 and 5 committees on data centers. We had several committees on shrimp. The House itself, even though they had a timeline and they rushed it through, they had 2 committee meetings on this. So, and it's not our fault that the House did this to us, that the governor did this to us, but we are where we are, and it's our job as elected officials to do the hard work and put in the thoughtfulness. And I just think that the committee process lends something, and the committee meeting lends something that the floor doesn't. So I know that we can ask questions on the floor, but I just don't think we're going to get a meaningful discussion on the floor. And so that is why I think that we should take our time, even if that means tomorrow morning having fresh eyes, fresh minds, having a discussion that is worthy of this body.
and Mr. Chairman, if I may add on to what she said, I mean, I actually push back a little bit with what my good senator from Richland said, because I don't think all minds are made up right now. And that's why, Mr. Chairman, I believe that it's my responsibility for someone that doesn't want to see this even move forward, that I should have an opportunity to try to compel my colleagues within this committee not to move it forward. And by saying that we're just going to do it, that's already conceding an outcome. And I'm not trying to be naive. This is not about naivety, I promise you. And if I had to wager, I think I know which way the vote would ultimately go. But to the senator from Kershaw's point, we have not had that debate at this level. And I don't have to convince as many people here as I'm going to have to convince on the floor. And that's why we go through these different processes, so that we have the opportunity, if we don't like a bill, that we have an opportunity to try and stop it. And I believe that I have a responsibility to try to stop it. And it's again, not because I think it's so, this way or that way. I just think it's again, I want to have the opportunity to put forward that I think it's bad for our state as a whole. It's bad for Republicans, it's bad for Democrats, and it's bad for South Carolinians. And I could care less how we got here. I just think that, and I don't also, Mr. Chairman, maybe you can help me with it. I don't understand why we have to do it tonight. Again, to me, it would make sense that we adjourn, we get a good night's rest. I'll come up here whatever time you want to meet in the morning. And that would still, I'm assuming, allow us the opportunity to get it out and get it to the floor by 12 noon time that we're supposed to gavel in. So I just put that in for your consideration as we continue to move forward. Thank you.
Appreciate it. I will say I'm not going to offer any apologies for speaking late, because I didn't want to be here to begin with. This isn't my effort or my push. I'd rather be at home with my kids right now. Session is supposed to be over. But I'm concerned with a number of things. Is one, my assumption is we would have at least 2 days of hearings on this. And to Senator Devine's point earlier, we had more hearings on Senator Tedder's dog bill than we have this session. And tomorrow I had the executive director of the Charleston County Election Commissions that testify. Obviously, they were referenced a lot today. He had several meetings today preparing his staff for what potentially could be coming based on our decisions. And I was unable to make it, but wanted to speak tomorrow, because we heard from one person from Richland County, but was not the executive director. And I think that's what's missing in this testimony, is hearing from more county election directors of what this decision, the impact it will have on them. And there were certain, he did send me some correspondences. I do have a letter from him, but there are some things that the state election director said that need further clarification. One of them being is the federal program that he referenced, that they could potentially be in the key word, used to inform military members that their votes don't count this round. That organization just does advertising and not able to have the information of individuals, and they're not able to contact individuals. Now, I'm sure the state elections director, he's 5 weeks on the job, give him some grace here. I don't think he intentionally misstated anything by any means. I think he's going to do a fantastic job, regardless if we keep things on track or if we throw him a huge grenade here in the next couple of days. But there's still a lot that needs to, quite frankly, be discussed and flushed out with this thing. But the other thing I'm noticing here is, we all speak for communities that we represent and communities that we have connection to. And for me, a lot of times that is veterans and people that are actively serving. And I think what we've established here today is this is uncharted territory. We have never in our state's modern history sent out ballots to people that are serving active duty and combat zones, had them fill out their ballots, accepted those ballots, and then say, so sorry, this race doesn't count. We changed the rules, despite you doing everything in your power to do that. So for a state that consistently says we're pro-military, that we support military families, I am seeing a pattern here that we do not. That we are good at doing the window dressing, but people are going to start judging us by our votes and by our actions. And I feel like this is a pattern of another, I'll go back to one of my big issues earlier this year is hemp. I mean, dang, you guys take my gummies, now you're trying to take my vote. There's a pattern I'm noticing here that we support veterans, we support our military, but our votes just don't quite line up with that. So that's a glaring, I don't want this bill to go forward at all, but if it does, that's a pretty darn big thing that we've got to fix is what can we do as a state and make additional resources available to notify people that are actively serving in combat zones and their families that we have invalidated one of your votes. You didn't do anything wrong, but we changed the rules on you while the election was in process. And oh, by the way, you may live in a new congressional district going forward. So I think people are paying attention, and I think we will be judged by our votes. It's easy to say we're pro-military, we support the military family, but what really counts is our votes, and I just don't think that this thing or this process is anywhere close to where it needs to be. Thank you.
All right, any further business before this committee? We stand adjourned.